Welcome everybody. Trichome Life Grower stream number 18.
What's up?
How's everybody doing tonight?
Number 18. Happy to be in the building with you guys, man, for the number 18 episode. You know
Number
what I'm saying?
2 or 3 for me, something like that. We'll get it up to 18.
Fucking chilling, dog. How's everybody feeling?
Feeling good. Excited for tonight. We should have a good show lined up.
Oh yeah.
Waiting on our guests to arrive, but should be good.
Word, fucking Mr. Photon should be showing up any second, and we got some really interesting LED talk for tonight. But we also have Wookiee's giveaway tonight, so I hope you guys are ready for that to see who won the giveaway. Fucking dope ass giveaway. I hope I win. I did enter.
Monster.
But yeah, man, fucking in the building with SoCal 619, Blunthumb, Purple Haze, Wookiee, motherfucking High Guy. What's happening, guys?
Yeah.
Chilling. Shouts out to the chat, yeah.
Yeah, what up, Orbron Bud Man, bro? Sid Avery, Woody.
Yeah, my boy Sid Avery.
Woody. Yeah. What up, homies out there in chat? All my dogs chilling. The hell are.
You're all my friends in there. You all get a shout out.
I don't know. Is it me or is my shit like glitching? Is anybody else here glitching?
No, I think that's your shit.
All right, cool.
So I got a couple things to set up
Wookiee.
for the giveaway. So you guys want to say what's going on in your garden or something while I get this going?
Word up.
Can you guys
Want
see
to
me
take
okay?
that away? Yeah, bro.
Yo, so you guys like grow weed on this show or like? I'm just kidding. Weeds.
Got some chickens.
I don't even know what weed is.
My bonsai
Got some
tree.
exotic chickens.
Grow some dank
ElitePoultry.com.
tomatoes, though.
Yeah.
No plugs there.
No plug.
Yeah, Blunt.
But yeah, man, fucking. I guess I'll let you guys know how my garden's been since I've been lacking fucking update videos forever. Fucking garden's doing good, man. I got the brand new seedlings, the Malibu Pie from Ocean Grown, and I also have some Berry Storm and Deacon's Kush from the homie Bay Bread Genetics, and they're doing real good. I'm actually about to pull down the skunk beards and plasmas probably like within the next 48 hours, so that's dope. I can't wait to fucking smoke on that, see how that's tasting. The dark plasmas and the skunk beards looking real good. And fucking, oh yeah, I got some Method 1 PPS in the mail today, and also I got some essential oil mix from Builder Soil. I got that mix, Blunt. So, telling me, 'cause, I've heard some really, really good reviews about it, so those are going to be my 2 new IPM sprays, the Method 1 and the essential oil mix from Builder Soil. So I hit them with that. I hit them with the Method 1 today for the first time, and I got to tell you, that shit is very, very strong. It's like, it smells like mint, bro. Like, it's just straight mint. It's just, and if you get it in your eyes, bro, that shit stings. So just be careful spraying the Method 1.
It'd be interesting to see, you know, what your experience with it is, because I know I've heard from a few guys that there's some conflicting opinions about Method 1 and possibly about a little bit of hype behind it. But, you know, I think it's, you know, kind of fresh out there. So I'm excited to see.
Word. So what have you heard? I'm curious. I haven't really heard too much conflicting stuff.
Well, I mean, thinking about it from like a KNF standpoint, it seems reasonable enough to impart like those kind of companion plants that you would try and have that would release those oils naturally to deter pests in kind of a bottled form. I don't know. I'm not too familiar with it. So, but yeah, I know I've heard a lot of like a lot of support for it. And then just a few claims of snake oil. So, you know, that's what I'm saying. I just don't know what to believe yet. I feel like everybody's just now talking about it.
Word. Well, I'm hoping it works because I'm definitely not in a KNF or organic type situation to run companion plants. I wish I was, but you know,
I'm not running those kind of plants either. It's just like that's the idea. You know what I'm saying?
Got you.
I think it's definitely one part of like a broader IPM spectrum. What I've seen,
Yeah, don't put
I would say it seems like it's pretty good, but don't put all your eggs in that basket for sure.
Word, for sure. Yeah. So for the longest, I've only been spraying neem, bro, and you know what I'm saying. Like I've been
And
wanting.
honestly, if you were gonna put all your eggs in one basket, I would say it should be neem. But that's like a Ahimsa Indian neem oil, opposed to like the Einstein neem oil or the watered down shit that you find in the stores.
Word.
But
And
if there was one that you were going to, which I don't recommend, but I would say neem because neem is really good.
I have a question. What about neem compared to like some of the cheaper stuff in the stores that's more watered down? Because the watered down stuff you can spray more frequent without you know, clogging your stomatas and shit with neem oil. Like you can't really spray neem oil every couple of days.
I do.
Really?
If I need to. I mean, I usually
at low dose.
every 6 to 9 days.
Yeah, 9 days,
tablespoon per gallon. Well, it depends. Usually every 6 days is my regimen because every 3 days I spray, and I either, depending on what I'm doing, it's either 2 sprays that I rotate between or 3. But yeah, like I've never seen any problem personally with stomatas clogging or anything like that on my plants when I spray neem oil. I've never seen any negative effects of neem oil.
Oh, I burnt the shit out of my plants with neem, bro. Fucking burnt them.
When the lights were on, or
Nah, hell nah. Fucking.
or did you spray too high a dosage?
Yeah, probably.
Here, smell this. Nah, but this is that EM5 I was telling you about. I don't know if you can tell. It's kind of.
That's some different neem oil.
No, this has no neem oil.
No.
You can put neem seed meal in here, but this is a ferment, and this is the stuff that has like the pepper and like I threw like Bacardi in here.
What?
Yeah, it's to make acetic acid, which
dope.
is like it's not like poisonous to bugs, but it's an irritant to like their digestive tract that makes them like sick, I guess. But yeah, no, and then this plus mites and the BT Bacillus thuringiensis or whatever the fuck wiped out a fungus gnat for me. So,
Fuck yeah.
and I can't say that like this killed fungus gnats because I don't know, but it worked, I guess. So that's an alternative.
And that
That's what's
one
up.
input from the KNF lineup, the liquid chitosan, which is the charred crustacean meal or charred crab shell meal soaked in acetic acid. That will provide chitosan to the plants, which will make the plants exude DNA, which will also help with IPM.
I know this is probably because insect frass is kind of more like
Insect frass is another place of chitin where the plant would have that same reaction where it would produce chitinase.
Yeah, no, but it's like because it's poop, but it's also like wood shavings or whatever, like the base mixes or whatever with it was, right? So I don't think that's necessarily fermentable, but maybe like you can obviously bubble it and get like a foliar like that.
Yeah, but the making the liquid chitosan is really simple. Or say on a what? Go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just saying like because I have insect frass. I was like, oh, I have chitin.
Oh,
right
yeah,
there in the bag, but
yeah.
Sorry for cutting you off, dude.
No, it's all good. But yeah, just charring that and putting that into the acetic acid. That'll take care of it. Any organic vinegar is good for acetic acid.
Nice. My fucking cat's being crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, bros, fucking other than that, just about to flip this other flower room and get shit going again. But yeah, that's pretty much what's going on over here.
Faded wants to know what insect frass is. Insect frass is basically bug shit. It's compost from bug excrement.
And that's the stuff that makes the caterpillars eat each other, right?
I've never heard that claim. I don't know anything about
around
that.
our outdoor garden. I think it was insect frass, and it makes like the fucking caterpillars, or I mean, not the caterpillars, the crickets and shit like that, and the fucking the crickets and the other ones that fucking eat that saw the plants off.
I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
What's the other bug? The fucking looks like a cricket.
Locust?
Something like that, yeah.
Well,
But I
yeah,
think
locust in your garden, bro. You got a bigger problem.
around your outdoor garden, or somebody in the chat might know what I'm talking about. I don't really know the name of the product, but I think it is insect frass. I think it makes the locusts eat each other.
I doubt that the insect is a locust, because locusts are like swarm insects in like Africa.
Yeah, locusts are cicadas.
Oh, they're in Africa or something,
No,
bro. That
locusts
looks like
are
a
here
fucking
too.
locust.
Locust
Fucking
and
cricket.
Crickets.
Cicadas are locusts. And we have cicadas here. But I'm zoning out. That was the only thing I heard you
I
say.
feel like if you put enough crickets together for long enough, it's something about the way that they rub together and then they frenzy. Pretty terrifying.
Yep. We're on a cricket tangent right now, aren't we?
Save it. Oh, I fucking hate cricket. For real. They're annoying.
Guys, if you're not worried about your cricket radiation level for your DIY LEDs, you're not doing it right, okay? It's just plain and simple.
Hey, Wookiee. Red Eye
Yo.
wants to know if you could still get in on the contest.
The contest entries for the contest are closed at this time. Actually, I planned on closing them at 5 p.m. and I decided to let it go up to the show, which starts at 8 p.m. Pacific. But it didn't look like I even got any entries for it to matter, so it is closed at this time. It's been open for a week, so. But I got it all ready to go here. I guess we might as well get it going. I could tell you, or I'll tell you what's going on in my garden real quick. I'm at, I think day 21. Yeah, day 21 on my dark plasma right now. Everything's looking really good, really healthy. You know, buds are starting to form pretty good. I should have a video I'll be posting probably tonight or tomorrow on my channel. But you know, I'm fighting the dark plasma stretch right now, and you know, basically at my max limit. I think they've stopped though. I think I'm gonna be all right. But yeah, I'm basically, you know, as high as they can possibly go. So you know, heads up to anybody popping dark plasma seeds. Just be prepared. There's a couple stretchy phenos in there for sure. But yeah, anyways, let's get this giveaway going real quick. So we ended up with like somewhere in between 150, 200 entries, something like that. So appreciate everybody entering in that, man. Got everything right here. We'll be shipping it out to you as soon as we get in contact. But let's go ahead and get this. Let me get my screen share going. We'll get a random number generator. So we had the numbers between 1 and 5,000. I'm gonna pop up the generator here and we'll get a random number going, and then it's going to take me a few minutes to probably sift through and find out who the winner is, so be patient, but hopefully they're in chat. That'd be dope. So between 1, can you guys see my screen share?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, word. So yeah, let's get a drum roll. Here we go. Ready? Oh, low number. Holy shit. Damn, 242 is the number.
Well, that's me.
Word. So 242. It's right here live. That's a really fucking low number. There's gonna be a lot of pissed off people, but hey, it is what it is. I'm gonna start sifting. I'm gonna start sifting through the entries right now, find out who won. But word.
Now, is that Price is Right rules?
Yeah, that's closest to that number. So
just in any direction.
In any direction. I don't think, between 1 and 5,000 and 100. If there's two guys that are, if I gotta, let me just sift through and find out, and then we'll figure out what we're gonna do after that. But I don't think there's gonna be multiple winners, so we'll see.
Word. Word up. So what else is going on?
So who?
Well, just zip tying.
You guys got me fucking looking at the product.
Right here. Big old thing of zip ties. Zip ties and duct tape.
Build a house with duct tape, bro.
Oh, here it is. It's called Nolo bait for grasshoppers and cricket control. The Nolo bait fucking makes the grasshoppers eat each other. That's what it was, not fucking insect breath. My bad.
Yeah, that's some whole other shit. Fucking cannibalism. Faded wants to know what's up with an East Coast Cup. When's that Rhode Island Cup? Anybody know?
September 3rd, I think, or 4th or 5th or some shit.
We're definitely in there.
Don't wait on me, guys. Keep going down the line or something. It's gonna take me a little bit.
Word. Yeah, I'll definitely be out at that Rhode Island Cup. That's for sure.
Are there gonna be any summer cups? Because there's the one I think it's in June. The one
There's a NorCal Cup.
NorCal Cup, June.
NorCal Cup is in June too.
Michigan. June.
I'm gonna try to go to that one.
I'm talking August. Maybe July.
Isn't there usually a second?
July is a very easy month.
Is there a second Michigan Cup this year again?
They always announce it when they don't ever announce it before the first one.
True. The fucking Chalice is July 10th.
Where's that?
California, someplace.
Huh. All right.
I think LA. Just outside of LA. Rhode Island is legal, so you don't need reciprocity.
Yeah, but what if
it's gonna be the first full all-out cup where you don't have to have any fucking cards and shit to medicate and shit like that, right?
Rhode Island is popping, dog. Hit me up, and
what I'm curious about though is as a medical patient and not wanting to pay rec prices, you know what I mean? Shit gets expensive. 3rd to 24th is the New England Cannabis Convention in Boston. Not a cannabis cup, but Dagnugs Grow Labs will be there. I'll have to check that out. I want to go to the next business summit that comes, because there was one that came to San Diego, and I didn't go because I was like, "Oh, it sounds lame," and then I got more into this and realized that cups are a little bit more for everybody else rather than the actual industry side of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your cat's awesome. It's just chilling with you and shit.
Can you see him?
This is dope.
Yeah.
We have an unofficial winner. I'm sure it's the winner, but I want to I'll double check after the stream just to make sure. But I'm almost positive this is the winner here. So I'll go ahead and announce it for you guys. Very stoked to say that the winner came from the Trichome Chaser stream last week. Everybody that got that second entry from submitting a number on the stream that we did last week, that's where the winning number came from. So the winning number was 240, and it belongs to Mr. PC Grows.
PC Grows.
Grows.
We're done.
you are the winner. So that's dope, bro. So we'll I'll try to get in touch with you. Hopefully you're in the chat. If you are and you want to make yourself known, that'd be dope. But his number was 420, and or no, not 420, 240. Sorry, I got 420 in my mind. 240. So 240 is the winning number, and that was Mr. PC Grows. So congratulations, bro.
Faded in the chat. That's fucking weak. Word. Shouts out PC Grows. That's dope.
Yes, definitely. Shout out to Grows.
It's a hell of a care package.
Congrats,
That
man.
nice, bro.
Yeah, it's a good win for sure.
PC bro.
Shout outs, PC.
Damn, Blunt, these things are tight as fuck.
Yeah, it's a good thing that 420 was not the winning number because there was like 20 fucking 420 entries.
Those Wago connectors, the ideal connectors, rather, you mean?
Yeah, like as the tips of these wires coming off the drivers are tinned, so they're not flexible. And I was like, I don't know if this is gonna fit. I had to fucking shove it in there.
Wait, they're what?
Then
They're
they're
10
good.
gauge, you said?
No, they're tinned.
Oh, 10, yeah. Oh, yeah, I just cut the tin end off of them, actually, I think. I don't remember,
I mean,
but I think I did.
I could have, but I wanted to
Pretty
Hulk
sure I
through it, so I did.
Yeah, either way. But yeah, those are nice. And they
So-
hold like a motherfucker.
Travis in chat, Travis is asking what the prize was. And I see Red Eyes answered and told him it was a bunch of beans. Incorrect. It's not any beans, but it was. So it's right here. There's smart pots. There's an EC meter, some blunt wraps, some papers, and then this little rig right here. So that's all going to be getting out here to PC Grows. You know, short of me making a terrible mistake right now, I'm missing a number, but I don't believe I did.
Word up.
That's nice.
Yeah, I'm salty right now. No, I'm just playing. Shout out to PC Grows, man. You're gonna enjoy that shit, bro.
Does he have a YouTube channel? Or?
Legal.
I hope he's not growing in a PC case because I don't think these smart pots are going to fit in there.
I see PC box grower.
No, I don't think that's him. I think it was.
Yeah,
his
PC
YouTube.
Grows has a YouTube channel. Everybody
Oh,
sub up to PC Grows.
Does he have a YouTube channel? I didn't even
Yep,
check.
I'm subbed up now. I just subbed up to his channel, PC Grows.
PC Grows. Shout out to PC Grows. I'm going to check out his channel. I'm not subbed up. Oh, he doesn't
I don't
have
think
any,
he has
no, he doesn't have any
He got
videos.
like 20 subscribers already.
Yeah. It looks like he liked, maybe he's watching Subcool right
Oh,
now.
one word.
I see Subcool streaming right now too, so maybe he's up there watching Sub. Looks like he liked that video, so.
Oh, shucks. Is there a disclaimer?
That's what's
You're
up, though.
something else. You're something else.
Let's message him. Say you won something. Get over
Yeah,
it.
somebody fly over to Sub's channel and tell him the giveaway is done.
Right.
Just message PC Girls on YouTube. He'll get it.
Yeah,
Especially if he's watching.
I'll get in contact with him, but yeah, shout out, man.
Chill.
Yeah, congrats, man.
Hell yeah. Fucking that's what's up, man.
man. What y'all smoking on?
Fucking I'm smoking cookies on top of cookies.
I'm smoking what the wee man gave me, for real. Shit.
Whatever he gave you, huh?
It's some loud, but it's like, damn.
I'm smoking on like some of the cookies and some of the gooseberry pheno from the 9-pound hammer. A little bit of a mixture to that.
Word, that's that fire.
Actually, it was
Wait, you said it's loud, but it's like, damn, what you mean? Damn good or damn bad?
Like, damn good, but it's like, damn, can I get a name?
Oh, word.
It's like,
Some gas. That's all you need to know.
Shit.
This shit right here, this shit is death.
Word. Word. It's like,
shit is death.
Death to you. Death Kush.
What's up? Shout out to Wavy for jumping on the panel with us tonight, man. Fucking.
What's up, Wavy?
Yeah, what up,
Yeah.
homie?
So what's going on in your garden, Wavy? How's the garden doing, bro?
And that shit is chilling. I got some ice cream punch, banner crossed with strawberry, OG made by OG Gong. You can follow my IG. I got Bubba's gift. I got some glue that I chopped down yesterday. Well, what was yesterday? Friday? Thursday. And I got some fruit punch in a flower tent. That's about it, man. Nothing crazy on this stuff. I think so. Yeah. But all this shit I grow is fire. So yeah, holla at me.
Yeah, you got some flavors over there, Wavy.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Sounds Baskin and Robbins, 31 flavors over in that motherfucker.
Yeah, that shit.
I'm trying to figure this shit out, man. What I like, you know what I'm saying? My favorite shit is the Bubba's gift right now, but I like the sour. You know what I'm saying? I can't find no real sour D out here. There ain't no real sour D. So it's like I gotta figure this shit out myself and just grow it, and then from there, you know what I'm saying? Like damn,
We got one.
That real
one,
sour.
bro. I could get it to you.
Word,
I could get the one we got to you, but I don't know if you're gonna like it or not. I know it's not like the old school original sour, but
New York City D. That's what I want.
yeah, this one is going up there. It's good up there all day. You know what I'm saying? It's good up there.
I'll take that, fam. You already know how we do, man. You ship that shit out to me. I'll show you what I could do with it.
I didn't even know you was looking for sour, bro. You should have been said that. We would have been got that to you.
I found a couple. I did what I did with it, and I ain't like it. So I was like, you know what? I don't even know if anybody can find this shit. Like the real. But I know you the quadruple, triple G of this shit. So
we got to keep at least one sour around. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I got those original ones if you want.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
My team won't say this, man. We live.
I still gotta dig into some more sour shit because I'm not all the way like 100% satisfied with the one that I have. It's good enough, but I want that one that everybody makes hash with. The good return is like fucking 28% on solventless, bro. You know what I'm saying? The one you see Nicka T, the one that Nicka T always running, that it come out real dark and amber looking.
Word. That original shit.
Yep, that's the one I want. The greasy one.
I just love that taste, man. That's why I go for that taste, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's all about that taste.
That's what's up, man. Fucking Blunt, what's going on in your garden, dog?
Shit. Got the one room just about ready to flip now with the shit, what's in there? There's a Deep Chunk, Skywalker OG, few Band-Aid Haze Durbans, Purple Wookiee, Ghost Train Haze, Bubba's Gift, and Band-Aid Haze crossed to Chem DD. And then the other room is on day like 33 or something. And yeah, shit's going good. I just need to get up this new set of lights on the second room before I flip, or second week of flip, something like that, like I did on the other room. And yeah, it'll be good to go. These fucking damn near about to be way too big already. They're gonna stretch like a motherfucker when I flip them. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Those are just testers. It's the first time running with them, so we'll see how that is. But yeah, should be interesting.
Hell yeah, man. That's what's up. That's what's up, man.
So what's going on with you, SoCal?
Not a lot. I'm still running some Jelly Bean right now. I got the cookies going again. I always run the Jelly Bean for my girl and a lot of her friends. They like that girl. I mean, I like it too, but they seem to like the more uppity high, not so much knock your ass out high. The cookies, I got that going again. I got some triple cheese coming up. I want to check out a couple of those phenos and maybe make some oil out of the heavy indica ones. What else do I got coming up? I just got through putting some tomato cages. I'm going tomato cages this time instead of scrognet. Although if they come up out of the tomato cages, I'll probably scrognet them still. But I just want to kind of be able to move them around a little bit this time. And I'm just about to flip. I like to put my veg plants underneath my bloom light for about a week or two before I flip them to bloom. So I got about another probably like 5 or 6 days before I do that, and I'm going to be cutting some clones. And I also have a giveaway coming up. So I'm at 5,000 subscribers. I'm going to be giving away an LED and like a whole seedling setup that consists of LED light, cloning gel, root riots, or and I'm not really sure what the lighting is going to be exactly, but we have someone on the panel that I think no, they're not on the panel yet, but somebody might build it for me, or I might just order it. We'll see how it goes, but there's going to be a whole seedling setup so you can get started with an LED light, and the whole. I might even throw some seeds too if I can.
That's what's up right there. Fuck yeah.
I can't wait to see that, man, for real. You about to kill it.
Fuck
Yeah,
yeah.
so there's probably like 55 more subscribers until it goes down. So
Everybody in chat, sub up. Sub up.
Yeah, get over there, sub up to SoCal. Let's get this fucking giveaway popping. I'm trying to win me a fucking light, some seeds.
yeah. Wookiee's gonna be set. Wookiee's gonna be setting up. He's got a thing I guess it's called Gleam or something like that. And the more you do, the more entries you can get. So you sub up to each person's channel, and you can get more entries in there. And I think Wookiee can probably tell you a little better than I can.
Yeah, so a lot of you guys are probably pretty familiar with it. We're gonna use the Gleam.io. That's what Grow Mouse uses. If you guys have been in any of his giveaways, but the reason we're gonna use that is just because SoCal expressed that he wanted to have a couple of requirements for his entries, and it's just an easier way not only to track that everybody's meeting the requirements, but also to protect all you guys out there, in the entry from, some, Russian hacker dudes just trying to fucking swoop on this light that don't even grow. So we don't want that. We want it to get out to somebody that is going to use it and hopefully is active here in the community. So, word.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't want to see it on eBay. It sucks.
Word.
It'll be a good little starting place, for somebody to start. And I thought it was proper to bring it up during this one since it is an LED deal.
Dude, Blunt, is there like a trick to these connectors or something? Because they keep like smashing my wire up when I try and push them in.
Are you using single strand wire or are you using braided wire?
Braided.
Are you twisting it?
Yes, I'm twisting it.
What gauge are you using? Is it the right gauge for the connectors that you have?
Yeah, it's like 12 to 20 gauge, 18 gauge wire. It's like there's
I don't know. You gotta just shove them in.
the first time I've heard that.
Yeah, they can be a little tricky, but when you let me pull one up. When you look at them, you'll eventually see them start to go in, and from this side you'll see easier. Them like up here towards the front, and then once they hit up to this tip, that's when they're fully in, and you'll be good.
No, I'm like, it's not even advancing past the spoon. You know what I mean? Like the spoon is too tight. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck.
How far do you have it stripped far enough?
Yeah, half inch.
Then
I don't know.
I really don't know.
Maybe it's. Yeah, I'll just try a few different ones.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just end up having to tin them.
Yeah, worst case scenario, that would help.
Fucking that. Fucking that.
Coño.
I just hear shit going off everywhere. I don't
know,
even know what's
Jesus.
going on.
How the hell you shut that off? Ding ding. Gonna play a tune.
Word. Well, I guess we might as well say cheers to that.
Word up.
Shout out again to
Yeah,
PC Pros for winning fucking Wookiees contest, man.
Yeah, that's cool. I
man.
subbed up to him too. So I'll be checking him out.
Yeah, I was checking out his channel. It doesn't look like he has any videos. It's just like a generic probably Google account. But what I can tell is he's super active in the community. You know, he's liking everybody. You know, a lot of familiar faces that he watches.
Oh
So
yeah.
that's dope. And I did confirm he is subscriber, and he is definitely the winner. So shout out, man. Congrats, bro.
That's what's up.
Word up.
Hell yeah.
Joe.
So, shouts, do we dive into the LEDs a little bit?
Oh, well,
Or
he's
we got
going by
another
subscriber,
topic to touch on before then?
I think.
Yeah, just so everybody knows, in the chat too,
boy.
Photon Phantom is coming. Just talked to him, and he's got just a little hold up, but he should be here soon.
Word up.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and if you guys aren't following him on Instagram and YouTube, definitely do it. That dude got a wealth of knowledge, and he's sharing.
Yeah, he's only got
Some
like I think he's got two. He's relatively new to YouTube. He's got like 2 videos on YouTube. But I'll tell you right now, go watch the 2 videos he's got, and
Mhm.
you're gonna fucking learn something. This dude is a wealth of knowledge, man. He knows the shit.
Sweet.
Especially his Instagram.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess let's kick it off with some LED talk then.
Sorry if I'm like
So-
inattentive. I'm trying to conquer this connector.
Word, no problem. So yeah, to start, I use the DIY LEDs. Ty Guy's building his. You've done them before though, right? Right,
Yeah.
Ty Guy.
This is my second light.
Word. So Kyle, you said you were thinking of transferring over to the LEDs, right?
Yeah, I have a small box, veg box, that I want to be doing some seed popping and some clones and stuff, and I'd like to put LED in there because I'm having a heat issue with my T5.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shitty T5, first of all, but so yeah, I think LED would be the best way to go.
Word. And then THC Wavy and Wookiee, you guys are both looking at it too, right?
Yeah, hell yeah, man. I've been running that Mars bullshit. I'm trying
Oh,
to
yeah?
cop, man. Yeah. I
So what you think of the Mars? Let's start there. That's a good
it's
place to
cool
start.
for beginners. You know what I'm saying? That's coming out in the game, but I mean, if you want that weight, you gotta step it up.
So I have a couple. I mean, obviously there's data on the Mars and other specific, you know, the blurple LEDs everybody calls them. Or I actually run some blurples right now. I run these Bipar Spectras. It's a fucking Amazon grow light. Anybody can get them. They're like for the 300 watts, which actually only pull like 150, 130 to 150 watts. They're like maybe $90. I have 4 of them. So I can tell you, you know, obviously you're gonna be a lot better off with, you know, cobs and, you know, more wattage. But if you're a beginning grower, you know what I'm saying, you're on a budget and you can't afford to fork out $600, $700, $800 for a DIY light, or you don't have the knowledge, or you know what I'm saying, you just want to get your feet wet, man. I'll tell you what, it grows the dank, bro. You know what I'm saying? I got a couple harvests in with these lights already. I have no burnt out diodes. They're running strong. They don't run too hot. I'm able to run them in my tent, no problem, with 4 of these. And I've been very satisfied with what I've done with them. You know what I'm saying? So just don't just blow them off under the rug like it's not. They're not CFLs. They're not. They are high intensity LED lights, and they grow the dank for sure.
Nah, he's telling the truth on that one though. They do grow it, but I don't know, man. I got a lot of fluffy shit, and the trichomes are there, everything's there, but it's not, the weight's not there. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I can give you a little bit. I can give you a little.
2 little bullshit ones. My bad. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I could give you a little bit of data. I mean, I don't have test results for the bud that I've grown underneath them, but my last grow was I grew some Platinum Bubba Kush. It was a 3x3 scrog, 4 plants. And I ended up I had to pull the plants a little bit early, so there might have been some more weight had I let them go. I think I pulled them at like 7.5 weeks, actually because of some mildew issues. And I had I was fighting it, and I had a break where everything looked good, so I just wanted to chop them before it returned. But I ended up pulling 217.5 grams. You know what I'm saying, with 4 little Chinese lights that and I was pretty happy with that, and I can tell you it's definitely some of the dankest bud I've grown.
But that was off of how many watts now?
That was off of, I guess total it ends up being about somewhere in the 500 watt range. So you're not pulling, it's not a gram per watt by any means, but
yeah,
you know what I'm saying, the quality's there for sure.
Yeah, that I have one of the Mars Hydro reflector series lights, and like when I was growing with that, I was getting like roughly the same type of gram per watts, probably like 0.6, and like I was running the CMH and just the regular 600 watt HPS and the others.
Yeah, obviously,
Some of those were all getting much gram per watt. The cobs, we double with the same wattage as I could with the Mars, from what I've noticed. So somewhere around like 1.2 grams.
For sure.
And
That's all down to your electrical efficiency.
I personally find that with the Mars, weight, like they were saying, and it wasn't the densest by any means, for sure. It was frosty, yes, but I think that the cobs make it frostier. The cobs also give it much more of a bulbous calyxy look. And
you hyped me up, man.
Yeah,
I definitely think that the cobs are worth the money.
The cobs are worth the money, but what people need to understand, especially new growers, is that if you can't afford to go out and buy, a cob light fixture or build one, the cobs are definitely going to help you with some trichome production. They're definitely going to help dense those buds up and add some weight. But most of that, honestly, is in the genetics. And if you have bomb genetics, you're going to get some fucking dank weed. I don't care if you're growing it with a fucking Mars Hydro or, I'm saying, the baddest fucking cob rig out there. Most of that, I mean, you're not going to see a dramatic something, anything that to me is noticeable just by the eye, by the average new grower's eye, just by adding that extra.
I personally would disagree with that.
Yeah, I would too, because
from what I've seen,
it was like from my second to my third grow, I went from a crappy UFO LED to 6 Vero 29s, and it's night and day.
Same strain?
Yeah.
Same
strain.
It's
yeah, I did it the same way,
yeah.
basically.
Yeah. It was a bagged seed Girl Scout. Same bag.
Fair enough.
Yeah. It's I don't know how to describe it.
I'm about to do that with the.
Well, I mean, I can tell you right now.
It's mostly because of the electrical efficiency that those chips are running at inside of those fixtures.
How many watts were you running with the Mars?
It wasn't a Mars. It was a Apollo. Yeah,
An Apollo, fair enough. How many watts?
like 109.
How many watts were you running with Veros?
A lot more.
I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. Is it's not.
But
I'm not saying that one.
My environment was different for the first grow because it was in a much more confined space. So actually, it
Sure.
had
So I mean,
similar photon flux density.
I get what you're saying, but all I'm trying to say is that in my opinion, from my personal experience, I feel like 500 watts from a Mars, 500 watts at the wall from a Mars, not their the Chinese LED rating system, however they figure that out, but actual 500 watts from a Mars and 500 watts from a Cobb. You know what I'm saying? I would like to put two buds side by side and see who could tell.
If somebody sends me a 500 watt Mars fixture, this is going to be like, I could dim this down to 500 watts, respectively.
I mean, I'll have data on it soon, to be honest with you, because I've been talking to Blunt. I'm putting together a fixture here soon. It's going to be probably 600 watts, so about 70 to 50 watts more than what I'm running right now, and we're going to swap them out. And I'm going to use those on the next grow, so we'll see how it goes. It's going to be the same strain, clones for everything. So.
And I want to throw something else out there.
Word.
My Mars Hydro reflector.
Yeah, no, I just. Fuck, I wish I wasn't building my life.
So his mic's super low.
Yeah, I was trying to talk and my mic was way low. I want to throw out there that with the Mars Hydro, over 2 years that I had it, 1/8 of the diodes went out.
That's the other thing I have to mention. I can't speak. I keep saying Mars because that's kind of like the industry standard for blurple lights, but I cannot speak to Mars. I've never owned a Mars light. What I own is the Bipar Spectras, and I have had no diodes go out, and they've been running. I've been nothing but happy with how they've been running. Obviously, I want a little more juice, and I'm jumping on the hype train, going with the Cobbs and see how they do. But like I said, I've been growing the dank with these lights, and I've been pretty happy with them.
What about as far as going from veg to flower with an LED from LED to HPS?
What do you mean?
Is there any kind of like stressing or anything like that, or
like transitioning from an HPS light to an LED light?
Other way around, from an LED and veg to an HPS and bloom?
I've never personally done that, so I don't know, but I have gone from LED to HPS and veg, and I didn't see any shock.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as the photon flux is, scaled up at an appropriate level. Like if you're going from like 100 watts to 1,000 watts, it's probably going to stress on you. But if you wrap it up correctly, the photons, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, because you're obviously way less wattage than an LED, so yeah, okay, that makes sense. Keep that light way far away. Once you switch it to bloom.
With an LED, or with HPS?
Which is HPS. Once you go from that LED to that HPS, it's probably just a good idea to keep that light backed way off, and then, like you said, gradually get closer.
It's not about wattage though; it's about the PPFD. So if there's similar PPFDs that you're going into, then you're good.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the stuff we need. We're waiting for Phantom to dive into that stuff. Like photon flux densities at different heights, and like why a Gavita has to run at 3 feet or whatever, as opposed to being able to drop your low current LED drives down to like 6 inches in some extremes to get just a much deeper penetration with your LEDs. And just the way that LEDs make light as a way opposed to like an HPS or like a ceramic metal halide makes light. Because like even the weird thing, like these, you could see how they're like kind of this off yellow color, but with white LEDs, it's a blue LED because blue light is the easiest to create because you can create it more efficiently because it's of a high wavelength and because science. But it's a phosphor coating on here to turn the white light. So you get like losses and stuff there. And it's all a different conversion factor. There's spreadsheets. I have lots of spreadsheets. Blunt has lots of spreadsheets.
Photon Phantom probably has more spreadsheets than both of us combined, and then some.
Yeah, I'm watching chat a little bit, and I'm not trying to make any like outrageous claims here or anything. I'm just telling you, my personal experience and what I've seen, and I can only speak on what I've used. But like I said, man, I mean, the plants are happy. You know what I'm saying? They're cheap lights, beginner grower. I see no reason to recommend they build a $600-700 light on their first grow.
No, and the cool thing, like if you pick up like a Mars off of eBay for like $70 or something stupid like that, you can get, good like Vero chips or Cree chips or whatever. And once you learn how to match them up to drivers, you can just slap a cob or two on the existing drivers in that existing fixture. You have a kick-ass new light, and then whenever those drivers burn out, you just slap those chips on a heatsink in your new light when you're ready.
Or just slap new drivers on the back of that fixture and just rock with those old heat sinks even still.
Yeah, like just scrounge up like an old laptop.
You're running at the same heat.
Do all kinds of crazy stuff with it.
Yeah, I've seen Grow Mouse has that pretty badass little video on converting the Mars over to a cob fixture.
Here, hold on, I'll grab it.
Was that Vero 29s or?
In Grow Mouse's video?
Yeah.
I believe they were.
I was trying to figure out.
I think they were Cree CXPs.
Yeah, I've only seen him use Cree until this last build, that I remember at least.
Right. I think I've seen him use some Citizens. I could be mistaken, but I think on his
that was this last build.
Yeah, he had some Citizens in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to talk to Photon Phantom about heat sinks and shit, because I was looking at those new 1212s from Citizen, the version 6, and I really got to say, those are quite interesting. The price point and the efficiency that they put off, it's like really appealing. It's like $10 for a chip that can throw down up over 170 ppf, 170 lumens per watt at 1400 milliamps. That's pretty good.
Pop me up on the main screen.
Word.
Why can't I see chat? Yeah?
It's attached to the trash can lid, but this is like the old Apollo fixtures, the back of it, and then on the inside, it's just like two Chinese LEDs I got off eBay, and then you ready, everyone? Go on to
Ghetto reflector. Oof. Yeah.
Yeah, it's bright. And I got these chips for $5 each. Light it runs at like 30 volts at 0.6 amps, so that's like 16 watts each, so 32 watts of power. And at like inside the trash can, it's like 100,000 lux at canopy. So the plant in there is kind of grumpy, but I built it.
Fucking trash can grow. That's crazy.
It's funny as hell. Oh shit.
I tell my friends that Mr. Grouch lives in there.
Oh God. That's pretty nifty, I gotta say.
Hey, so do you guys know what
Yeah,
the
I
unit?
got a. What was that?
I was gonna say, do you know what are lux? Like, is that the same thing as like micromoles per time, or like what are lux exactly? Do you know?
Lux is with candlefoots, right?
Yeah, it's based off of lumens, which is based off of 555 nanometer wavelength or something like that. So it's the intensity of light at that given point. So the density of light at that given point against the lumen scale. And then once Phantom gets in here, I have a spreadsheet to theoretically and roughly convert some of the numbers that you can pull off of like a Bridge Lux or a Cree or a Citizen data sheet and convert it and get your QER and LER values and calculate out your efficiency and your photon flux and
But isn't lux like the doesn't it have something to do with being measuring only what's like visible wavelengths of light or something like that?
The lux is the SI unit of illuminance and luminous emittance, measuring luminous flux per unit area. It is equal to 1 lumen per square meter.
And I'm not super versed on the technology inside of the crappy lux meters, but I know that they do have a conversion factor, so there's still a conversion from that sensor to whatever data output you're getting.
Crappy lux meter. Example A.
Hold on.
I think I still got you on the screen. Do that.
Here,
whatever. Anyway, continue. There you go.
So yeah, it's got like the sensor probe right here. You just pop it on and then set it. So like right here it says there's like 24,000 lux, or wait, no, 2,400. Fuck, hold on. Yeah, 2,500 lux from these two little CFLs right here. And you normally want close to like 75,000. And oh wait, no, like 75,000 in flower. And then like if you're in veg, you want like 25. I don't know. There's like all kinds of forms out there on it. It's easier to talk in photon flux than it is to talk in lux.
Right.
Lux
I was
just,
like,
yeah, it's easier. Like the lux meter, because like a par meter for a cheap decent one is like $400, and this thing's like 15. Yeah, so if I know the quality of the emitted light that is already being emitted, then I can just kind of guess at.
I could be mistaken, but I thought I remembered something to do with lux is like what human eye visible light or something like that.
Yeah, and that's
lumens is adjusted for human what the human eye can
what the human eye can
yes.
see. Right? Yeah. Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but the meter is still seeing the light. It may not be seeing all of the light, but for whatever light is hitting the sensor at whatever point, because it's not an integrating sphere where it can pick up every single photon in a given space.
Sure.
But at that point, if I know what kind of photons at what energy and what wavelength are being pushed out of my lights, I can guess like, okay, I'm at 50,000 lux in the corner. I'm going to drop my light and bring it up to like 60. And that will bring my photon flux density up because I know that I have a solid photon flux density. And this is only because we're working with industry lights and not horticultural lights. So they don't care. In case people didn't know, these LEDs are designed for like warehouse lighting and then, bridges or bridge lights.
And for like fucking street lights and stuff.
Yeah, I think they use them in a lot of like work.
Which is funny because that's where HPS came from.
I think a lot of warehouses and stuff use those to set up their lighting and stuff.
Yeah. Jay Keefe in the chat was asking about a recommendation for a 5x5 tent I personally am running 900 watts of Citizen 1812s in a 5x5 tent right now, and it's doing wonderful. So that'd be my suggestion. The heat with constant venting gets to roughly 82 degrees. Yeah, if I had more, like, if I didn't have the other tent there and could have the other vent open on the tent, then it would probably be somewhere around 78 and be real good. But I could deal with 82.
Yeah, I think you want to be in the right around in the range of like what 40 watts per square foot.
Yeah, somewhere between 35 to 45
Yeah,
seems
I
to be a good number.
900 watts puts you
Well,
right in the vicinity of 36.
Here,
watts
what I
per square
saw Gromouse saying the other day was a good number to go for is roughly 20 par watts per square foot. So that would be, say, somewhere closer to about 50 to 55 watts of like HPS lighting in terms of like double-ended Gavita or CMH, and closer to like 40 to 35 on the LEDs.
Right, I remember him saying that.
Or on the Cobb LEDs, that is.
For sure.
And on like the quantum boards and stuff like that, the high efficiency LEDs, not like the Mars Hydros. Those are down where like the HPS is, if not lower.
For sure.
Yeah, real numbers that you're kind of looking for in a good baseline, and like I said, we'll get into it later. It's your joules per watt, and that's just the base energy that we measure a photon in is a joule. And for however many, so like a Gavita, I think is like 1.7 joules per watt, and theoretically with the Cobb, we can get over 2 joules per watt. So that's kind of the, like when you're calculating out your efficiency with the weird equation, that's kind of like what you're shooting for. Like if you're thinking of, pushing a chip really hard to get some extra light out of it, you do the math on it. And it's pretty much my baseline when I do my calcs is if I'm beating a Gavita, it's good. And then
if you have good chips, then that ain't too hard to do.
Yeah, it's just you'd be surprised though when you start pushing them over like 2.1 amps that your efficiency just starts to plummet.
That's with what, 36 volt chips or?
Yeah, and then even with like the 72 volt chips that Vero came out with, like they're not bad numbers, but they're definitely hovering a little bit below the 50% efficiency.
And now, in terms of lumens per watt, what's it pushing?
I'd have to look at the sheet.
Okay. Because I know that some of the citizens
like
at that rate are still hovering somewhere around the 150 range.
Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, I don't know. Because the test current for the 72 volt chips, I think, is like 1800 milliamps. They're weird.
Holy Grail asked if he can run it at 48 inches over the canopy like a Gavita. I'm assuming he's asking about LEDs. Creating a 3-foot tall sweet spot. I don't know what you mean by that, if you mean that that's where it's going to stretch up into or not. Yeah, when I started flowering, I probably had mine close to 3 feet above the canopy. And like I dropped my plants down another foot, so by the time they were done stretching, they would have been 4 feet from where the plant started at. So if you're looking at it like that, sure. But if you're saying 4 feet over the finished stretch canopy, I'd say that's pretty high.
Can't find my solder again.
Cheers,
Hey,
bro.
Hey, bro, I think you have the camera locked.
Do I? Yeah.
Damn right now.
2. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 96. 97. 98. 99. 100. 101. 102. 103. 104. 105. 106. 107. 108. 109. 110. 111. 112. 113. 114. 115. 116. 117. 118 Where do I want this?
Shout out to chat. We got 60 people watching right now.
Hell yeah. Hey, have you heard anything from Phantom or no?
Chat, hit that thumbs up,
Yeah,
man.
he should be here shortly.
Got his business going on. Dude. Fuck, I really my solder.
I'll be right back. I need a water.
It's under the cat.
So I know Hi Guy's got a build going on. Who else has got a build going on?
I'm going to be starting to build here shortly. I should be ordering components here within, I would say, Monday at the latest. So I'll be doing a build here shortly, and I'm going to document the whole thing on YouTube. So if you guys want to check that out, sub up.
Yeah, that's what's up.
That's what's up. Yeah, I'm thinking about building something myself for my little veg area, a little 4x4. I was gonna buy a 600 watt high pressure sodium, but I'm thinking I might as well, since everybody's building fucking LEDs, I might as well build one too. Fuck it.
I see we got Crazy Dago in the chat. Shout out to Crazy Dago. What's up, bro?
What's that name, Dago?
Shout out Dago. Fuck.
Candace Shiva is asking, I don't know if he's talking to me, asking what I was building, but I haven't decided yet. It's going to be 600 watts, probably about 600 watts. I haven't decided if I'm going to go with Krees or Veros yet.
All right. So before Photon Phantom hops in and shit, before we get into I guess I'll touch on my build a little bit, or my first build rather. I have these down right now. Just so on this first build, I went with the 1818s from Citizen. These were still the version 5. Between the version 5 and the version 6, there was about somewhere around 2.3%, I think, increase in efficiency. So it's nice. Not enough to justify going out and replacing all of the old version 5s, I don't think. But and it's like $1 cheaper per chip, so that's cool. But I'll get those into the next builds, but I'm not going to go and replace these. But I just rocked with the BJB holders. I have someplace.
Oh shit! What's up, Bro Mouse?
What's up, Bro Mouse?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just
Looking at this fucking space shuttle this motherfucker's got right here, dog. What the fuck is this shit I'm looking at?
I hope I hope you guys don't mind. I just saw your link came through on Instagram, man, a couple hours ago. So sorry about that. I definitely wanted to swing in and say what's up. Shout out to the Chasers.
What's up, Mouse? How you be, man?
Comment, bro.
Yeah, for sure, man. You guys are talking DIY. Anybody's talking DIY, I'm down to get in on it. Yeah, man.
We're waiting on the Photon Phantom to join us. He should be here pretty soon.
Oh, very cool, man. You already shouted him out on IG and everything because he's getting into some science, man.
Hey, man, we had a good little talk with him the other night. We did a little video session, and I'm thoroughly impressed, dude. This guy knows this shit. I mean, he's got some crazy shit coming out.
Is he an engineer? Is he an electrical engineer, software designer, programmer, something like that? Like, he's got a background, doesn't he?
Something like that. I'll let him
yeah, I believe he's in that.
Yeah, he's into something like that.
Yeah, the other thing. Sorry, I don't know if you guys can. I'm on my phone right now. I hope you guys don't mind. I just can't do another couple hours behind the computer this weekend. I got to get to work. But yeah, he's he's got access to a really powerful, probably one of the most powerful engineering computer programs around called SolidWorks. And, you know, it'll run you about $4,000 to get a license for SolidWorks. And that's what he uses. And, you know, you guys have probably seen his thermodynamic simulations and airflow, aerodynamic simulation, all that shit. I mean, so he's kind of taken things like a level beyond, you know, what I'm capable of, you know, with the tools and software I have. So it's really cool for somebody else to be like stepping up in the game and, you know, and bringing some real science with a spectrometer, you know, that he just picked up and all that. So
Right.
I guess we should stop talking him up until he gets on here, right?
Perfect. Yeah, man. I can't come here, man.
Yeah,
Well,
shout out.
showing us some shit in our chat, man. He's fucking, bro. He's got the whole like, man. His shit looks like the inside of a spaceship or something. Like where he built his LEDs is crazy.
Yeah, he's got, you know, he's taken, as a lot of you guys probably know, you know, he started out with a little different approach, you know, taking components that are a lot more affordable, a lot more economical, you know, like those cobs you see on Amazon and the multi-chip on boards and all that. And, you know, and just running them real soft, you know, and now he obviously is breaking into some of the Cree and the Vero and all that good stuff. So I think what a lot of us want to know is like, what's the real data? You know, is it really worth it to buy a 35 or $25, $35, $40 chip, or can you know, a bunch of $3 or $4 chips kind of do the same thing? And I don't know. I think what he's found, you know, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but there's definitely some value to the Veros, the Citizens, the Crees, in terms of having less overall cobs and having a product that's, you know, manufactured with a warranty and a bin code and all that stuff. But yeah, it's just exciting to see somebody else's approach to, you know, air cooling LEDs and right. You know, like we talked about last night in the roundtable, you know, BTUs and cooling and all that. Well, we do the best we can, but without a SolidWorks, you know, taking measurements, doing thermodynamic simulations on the computer, how do we really know, you know, as LED users, how much heat is getting pumped into our room, you know?
Sure, he's got some really interesting findings with his thermodynamic simulations that I was seeing when we talked with him the other night, and like you said, he's taking a lot of the guesswork out of you know, cooling these lights.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And some of it was really counterintuitive too.
Yeah, does he have a YouTube channel? I think he started one, right?
He does. He only has like 2 videos out right now, but I think his first video, if you go watch that, he was doing some talk about reflectors and you know, the different angles and all that stuff. It's really good stuff.
Really cool. How's that high guy light coming along? I'm sorry, I don't know what you guys have been talking about earlier in the show. You know,
man, I can't find my solder.
That's problematic.
I know. I was like just using it the other night, and now it's fucking gone.
Mm-hmm.
But it's going good. Just working on wiring it right now. Actually, I have a question for you, really quick.
Cool.
So I'm just using 2 APV 2512s to power essentially 11 computer fans, but I want to hook up this one of them to be powered when either one of 2 switches is turned on. So the 2 switches will control the individual 2.1 or the 2100B drivers, but I want it so that like if one of the banks is turned on, like one of the drivers is turned on, all the fans will be turned on. You know what I mean? Rather than having to have one of the channels turned on. So what I'm wondering is if I wire that driver into both switches, will it try and pull 240 volts?
If you wire that driver into both switches, what you could do, one solution would be obviously on the APVs, they have a blue and a brown AC in wire, you know, and their universal voltage. If you were to take one of those wires, like the brown wire, and put it to one switch, you know, corresponding to the hot or black, and the other wire, the blue, corresponding to the white or neutral on the other side, it would require both switches to be turned on to power that APV or that DC supply. Is that, I don't know if that fits your goal. I'm a visual guy, so
yeah, no, think opposite of that. So I don't want it. I want it so that this driver will be powered regardless of whether either switch is turned on. So they could both be on, or only one of them can be on. I would like the driver to still turn on.
I've got a better solution for you, and I think it might be helpful to the people watching, the people in chat. Go on to DigiKey and pick yourself up a thermal switch. They come in normally closed, which would mean power's running through it if it's cool. And then they have what's called a normally open, which means, you know, it's like a switch that's off until it heats up. What you would get is a normally closed thermal switch, and install it, you know, somewhere on the metal near one of the boards or whatever, and temperature would automatically cycle on, you know, individual fans or multiple fans or whatever. And then you don't have to worry about, you know, switching it on or anything like that. It's automatic based on temp. That's sort of the best solution I can provide you without a drawing of what you're trying to do.
No, I understand. Would you need to put one of those on every single like heatsink, or just maybe on at least on one in the same driver series?
Yeah. I would say like one on each driver series would probably be a good idea. You know, that way you get it would be just like a soil moisture meter, right? If you just use one, you can only tell what that one plant is doing. But if you use a couple, 2 or 3, you can get an indication of the heat here and the heat here and the heat there, and switch your fans on. But yeah, you know, that'd be a $4 or $5 solution for you to kind of like automate the cooling of the unit. And with you know, since you're using Arctic Alpine 11s, which each have their own fan, if you were in a situation where you were dimming, you know, when you were running these cobs at a very low current, if each individual fan had its own thermal switch, the fans might not even come on, you know, while you're dimming, if you're running a controller or whatever. So this is kind of getting to an advanced topic, but I'll probably, maybe I'll throw some thermal switches on this build.
Like, let's take it there. I think that's the point of this stream. My question would be, would you, since they're all run in parallel, would you just run that thermal switch on every single parallel line, and then that's how it would just cut the power when it wasn't hot, and then when it heated up, it would supply power to its own fan?
Yeah, like you could put it. Let's say you had you know, 2 wires coming out of the APV. You could put the thermal switch. You know, you could put the thermal switch interrupting the negative side coming out of the APV, and then when that switch is triggered, all the fans come on. Or you could, you know, you could put one here, one here, one here, one here for independent fan control. You said you were pretty budget limited on your project, so I would probably think just 1 or 2 that kind of controls each bank. You know, that way you're not spending $40 or $50 on thermal switches that really probably aren't, you know, necessary for your build.
No, for sure. And then I could just wire those straight into the AC hot side and just bypass the switches.
I usually like to put thermal switches on the DC side of things. You can put it on the AC side. You know,
what I meant is I have all of my AC power coming from the plug going straight into switches.
Right.
All the banks, so I could just tap straight the APV straight into the hot wires. And then absolutely. On the side, okay, yeah. That would make it super not having to wire it up in between switches.
I've started to really like having a switch, like especially on a multi-driver setup, having independent switching, you know, outside of just plugging and unplugging, because there are times where you want to flip a channel off to film or something like that, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's I mean, because the 2100Bs are pushing to the Gen 7 52 volt or whatever's. So it'll be, you know, over 400 watts just on those 4 chips. And
oh, hell yeah.
I won't ever really run them independent of each other, but just because of the fact that they're on 2 different power sources, I want to be able to kill one if I need to. You know what I mean? Rather than having to kill everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I could dig it.
And then eventually, you know, when I get more money, you know, this is modular, of course. So I'll put like a Hurricane X or whatever in here or maybe just, you know, integrate this into Arduino or something for environmental control.
Yeah, Arduino definitely a good way to go. And there's a lot of sketches out there, and for people that don't know what a sketch is, just like the computer program or microprocessor program. There's a lot of sketches that are open source. You know, like I believe the Hurricane X is an open source sketch. So, you know, if you didn't want to spend $60 on a 16 channel controller and you just wanted to use like a little Arduino gem or something that's $8, you know, you could get the free sketch for it. Do it pretty cheap.
Nice. Yeah, I'll look into, after I finish the light, I'll look into that.
Yeah, you got to get the light working, and that's kind of that's where I'm at right now. Like, it's technically a piece of metal with LEDs on it. It's not really a light yet until it creates light, right?
Exactly. By the way, everyone, I found my solder. It was in this box of bolts. That's annoying.
Cool. What else do you guys got going on?
I mean, I was going to say shout out to THC Titan, Grandmaster level. I see both you guys in chat, man.
Yeah, I'm just chopping it up with the fellas, man, trying to learn the basics of basically building an LED. I think I'm gonna try to build one here pretty soon. So I'm just soaking it all up, trying to take it in, basically.
Yeah, they're really easy to build, you know. It's just, I think it's the frame that really kind of sets most people back, you know, because then now you got to run to Home Depot and get raped, you know, for like freaking 18, 20 bucks a stick for angled aluminum, or you got to go to a specialty metal shop and, you know, get that and then hacksaw it down and get yourself a basic frame set up. And I think that, you know, Timber, who you guys are probably pretty familiar with, you know, they kind of stepped up the game by starting to build frames. And, you know, it's not as cheap as just the components, but it's built and it's done. And it's a considerable savings over buying a case and a fully manufactured product, you know. But last year, 2016, was the year of the kit. Right, like the whole thing about, well, how does an HLG go with the CPD and a DGC? What, you know, like you can't, you got to figure out the current, the voltage, all that shit. All that stuff's over, man. You know, if you're just getting into this thing, you order one of like 6, 7, 8 different kits that are on the market now, but you still got to build the frame. And so I think 2017 is going to be the year of the frame. You know, I know Cutter Electronics has had these little brackets that have been out for a while. I could see, you know, maybe Timber going into a situation where they're popping out frames. You know, Northern Grow Lights is already popping out frames. Hell, I think I might have even seen, y'all know Six String on Instagram and Roll It Up, and he's, you know, he hangs out in the streams and stuff.
Doesn't Rapid have some like heatsink case integration kind of going on, but because it's for like aquarium setups, but it's got like a long strip heatsink and then a little case around it.
Yeah, Rapid's got some cool stuff, you know, like they've been doing the fish tank stuff for several years now. And you know, it all started like they commented on my Canopy 10 build video. So I was like, oh shit, I didn't even know these dudes, you know, knew about growing weed. So you know, I reached out and we started a little dialogue. I went down and visited them when I was in Northern California for the Emerald Cup. They're right there by the SFO airport. And I stopped in on them, and you know, I saw a bunch of cool shit for aquariums. You know, like you were saying, like ready to go heatsink profiles with those little T-nut screws, all this crazy stuff. And I said, you know, Mike, you know, the guy that owns it, I was like, dude, you got to get into this horticulture game. Like, make it easier for us. Give us heat sinks that are pre-tacked. Give us cases and stuff. So Rapid would definitely be somebody to keep an eye on 2017 for like that, like some extrusion bars with brackets that you just take the cob or pin heat sinks and bolt them on, you know.
And those solderless systems for the XPs and those discrete diodes.
Yeah, the solderless systems, you know, I solder. Hell, dude, I got my freaking my soldering iron. You know what? You said solder. I better turn off my soldering iron real quick. I have to flip this bitch so I don't knock it and burn myself.
So I got a question from Harry Webb. He says he has some LED drivers, 40 to 60 volt, 1200 mAh. Can you recommend a good cob that would work?
40 to 60 volt, 1200 milliamps. I'd go with any of the 50 volt or 52 volt Veros or Citizen, which would be, you know, like the 18 denotes a 50 volt. So it'd be like a 048, 1812, Citizen 048, 1818, Citizen 058, you know, you get the picture, right? Or the 50 volt, which I think is called the B version Veros, or maybe it's D. Any of the 50 volts would rock out on those drivers, dude. You know, but you want to use your, if a driver has 40 to 60 volts, you want to try to use up, you know, minimum of 90%, but driver utilization at 95% or even up as high as 98% is pretty important for whole system efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a solderless system that works with any LED. I showed this a couple times, you know, but this is a BJB 20 millimeter star holder, and it allows you to just like a Chinese finger trap, you know, you just slide the wire in, soldering over, unplug your soldering iron, throw it away. You know, you can do that kind of shit. In fact, this whole build's solderless. You know, the quantum boards, they have the Molex little finger bites. These Cree XPG3 little pads, 3-up boards, you know, they're coming solderless. So soldering, you know, is that big intimidation factor for a lot of people wanting to get into this, like Monster. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to go out and buy a fucking soldering iron and lose your solder, and, you know, no, you'll spend an extra $20-$30 to go solderless and just poke it in, right?
Hell yeah,
Sure.
for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to speak for you, man. Maybe you just always wanted to learn to solder your whole life.
That shit's clutch, bro. That's clutch. That's next level.
My first build, I did the soldering and everything, and the second build, I did just the solderless connections, and I gotta say, solderless connections are totally worth it.
Yeah, they're nice. They're nice, and the connection's good. You know, it's a solid connection. It's you'd have to yank on it pretty hard for it to. You'd break the connector by yanking on the wire before it would fail. So I'm pretty confident in it. You know, and now I'm finally getting to the point where, you know, I got about 1.5 years in some of this tech, and some of it's still running upstairs. So that insecurity, you know, that you feel when you build something, especially when you wire something electrical, that insecurity that it might blow up or catch on fire or something, it starts to go away, you know, after you've done 2 or 3 projects and they didn't catch on fire. You know,
that's one of my biggest, you know, fears in going into building a light is that, you know, I have a home with my family in it, and I don't want to fucking burn it down. So yeah, that's one of my biggest setbacks.
Well, that's pretty important, right? Because we're just building these things. I mean, why are we why are you guys DIYing?
Because I'm stubborn.
You're stubborn, okay?
I think for most people, you know, the DIY is attractive because of the price point.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna spend the money that some of the like better units were going for, and I really saw the quality that the LEDs were putting out, so I really wanted it, but that type of money just wasn't gonna.
Sure, because what do you got to drop for a 4x4? Like 15, 16, 1700, right?
Build that for 500 to 600 myself, you know.
Right, you build 2.5 lights.
Boom.
Yeah.
Word.
Hey, Grown Mouse, somebody was asking in chat if you wouldn't mind giving us a basic rundown of your quantum canopy that you got in front of you there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I build, before I do that, you know, I just want to say, like, obviously money's great. I fucking love it. I use it every day, you know, and saving money is amazing. But one of the things that a lot of the LED manufacturers are just kind of failing at is giving us like a big fixture, you know, at any price point. You know, get like Fluence, you know, they have those big bars, and you know, obviously, like there's a lot of modular solutions out in the market. Obviously, you know, GG has been doing that kind of stuff. But you know, when you want a big ass fixture, you kind of have to build it yourself. Like, what if you wanted to build a 4 foot by 4 foot fixture for a 4x4? There's nothing like you just can't buy it, you know. So anyway, that's one of the big reasons for me, and obviously the money. But yeah, so well, shit, you asked a question, I already flipped it over. Gosh dang it. Let me flip it over. So yeah, so the basic rundown is you know, the quantum boards that you guys have probably been pretty familiar with on Roll It Up and stuff from Northern Grow Lights. They've been out, you know, they've been out for like 4 months now, but I'm just getting around to using them. And they will go to 1600 milliamps. So that puts you at oh god, I mean, it's damn near 180 watt board or higher if you want to max it out. But the boards will run, you know, they'll run great at 100 watts, 120 watts, and that's kind of where I'm going to be running them. I'm using a 2800 milliamp driver, the HLG 320, 2800, and it's just everything's parallel. So, you have positive, negative come out of the driver, and it like just basically splits into 3 pairs of wires and just parallel. So positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative. All the positives tie together, all the negatives tie together. So it splits that 2800 milliamps divided by 3, which is like 933 milliamps. So that it'll run these boards a little bit harder. I didn't quite want to go for the 1050 build that I've seen guys doing on Roll It Up. So 933 milliamps per board, possibly dimmed a little bit. And then these, so there's 6 of those. There's 16 of these Cree XPG 3, 4000 Kelvin, but in a 90 CRI. And each board has 3 diodes. So there's like 48 total diodes. And these are kind of the new hotness coming out of Cree. They did the horticultural reference design versus a Gavita with these diodes. And I just wanted to check them out. To be honest with you, I might not even run them. They might not even be on that often. Or maybe I'll run them like 6 hours a day or something. But just an excuse to put them into the build. And there's all kinds of cool and interesting optics that you can get that are just kind of glue on, kind of press fit optics. So there's an optic Carlco. Ripple optic you can get for it. So it's pretty cool. And then there's just going to be a mix of 20 millimeter stars and all the different spectra that you want to mess around with, like deep red, far red. I've even got some infrared in here. I've got about 6 infrared because I'm very happy with my results, with LED. But Monster, you hear it and you see it, right? Like there's something about HPS that grows the plant different. Maybe better, maybe worse, but it's just different, right? And that comes from like the IR, because we can dial in an LED spectrum to be very similar to an HPS spectrum, with 2700K or even 2200 Kelvin, but we can't really get a lot of IR out of our normal white chips. So I just want to put some IR into this build and just fool around with it and just kind of see what happens, to the plant morphology. So yeah, there's about 28 other diodes. So whatever 6 plus 28 plus 16 is, that's how many total diodes are in it. And it's a 3x3, and it's just mounted on a flat panel. And that's the benefit to the quantum boards over a cob, is that you don't really need a lot of heat sinking, because the diodes are spread out over basically about a half a square foot, versus a cob where you've got 50 millimeters, all the diodes are packaged in there. So that's the concept. Whether it performs and grows cannabis as good as cobs will remain to be seen. But a lot of people in my videos are like they're asking me like it's like a Democrat or Republican, vegetarian or meat eater, like I have to be one or the other, on or off, black or white. And it's like, no, man, that's not what it's about. Building your own lights is about trying things out, and if it doesn't work out, you unplug it and you pull those components and you put them in a new build, right?
Yep.
Somebody was asking, are those 3000 Kelvin boards?
These are the 3K boards. I have a couple 4 and 5K boards that kind of just became available, but this will be a pretty warm light, but that's why I added the 4Ks to kind of balance that out on the red side. Because when you take 3K and you add a lot of red to it, that weights you down pretty heavy on that end. And I like to have like a 3K and 4K mixture if I'm going to add a bunch of red, 660s or whatever.
For sure. Yeah. Shout out to Loki Grow. I don't know if anybody follows Loki Grow on Instagram. He just built a couple quantum fixtures as well. Came out looking pretty dope.
Yeah, I saw that.
I think that was basically the same as your build. The 3 in parallel on each side on each 2800.
And there are, it was a great build, and I talked to him privately about that build, and Northern Grow Lights and myself, we both have confidence in running these boards in parallel like that. And I've talked sort of negatively about running LEDs in parallel on the DIY side, because series is just a little bit safer, because it's the current that you know, kills your LEDs. But this board already is 8 separate channels in parallel, right? So if a channel goes down, you know, that's still 7 channels splitting the current coming in from the connectors. But one thing I will tell you, in the way I did on this build, if you notice, both sides have something connected to it. So if, let's say hypothetically, you were running a 2800 milliamp driver, running 3 boards, and a board got disconnected, that would mean 1800 milliamps is getting split between the remaining, or no, excuse me, 1400 milliamps is getting split between the remaining. So what I like to do is, you know, power the positive and negative of each board, you know, separately, but then tie the back sides together. Tie all these negatives together. That way, if a connector fails, you've got a backup. So you're basically running it parallel from both sides. And that because these connectors, you know, they're good connectors. They're made by Molex, but you know, they're like pressure connectors, so they can fail. And so that's what I've done on this build. That's why there's so much wire. Is each board's kind of double connected to prevent failure.
Interesting. Yeah, my first build, I ran the just 2 cobs off of a 120H48A, and I ran them in parallel. But on the side that either cob could handle the full amount that this driver could put, so even if one did go out, the other would be fine.
Yeah, exactly. And if you design it like that, you know, and you select the driver properly, then if there is a failure, you know, you just check the wiring, and you don't have to build the whole thing or replace components. And so, yeah, with the 2800 milliamp driver, you could have a board, one connection fail, and these boards will handle the load split between 2. If 2 boards fail, you're fucked. But, you know, the chances of that are a lot less than 1 board or 1 connector failing. So we'll try it, you know. I like to run everything in the garden and actually grow cannabis with it before I you know, start talking too much about it. Although, you know, it's been hard to avoid because the boards are cool.
Hey, Grow Mouse, I got a quick question for you.
Sure.
I'm gonna be doing a giveaway here pretty soon, and I just need to know. I want to make it like a whole seed package, you know. And so I don't want to get some. Maybe you could give like 2 answers, more like an affordable answer, and then one where if you were just like completely deck the whole thing out. But I just want something like small, just for like seed sprouting.
Okay.
Like what's your take on that?
Okay. So like a seed sprouting LED for yourself?
Not for a winner, but yeah, whoever wins it, I'll send it to them. It's going to be like the Rapid Rooters, you know, cloning gel, an LED light, just all geared toward something real small for like a real small box.
Okay, gotcha. Something really small. Man, I you know, they don't need a lot. They don't need a lot at that stage. I was thinking, and I don't have a specific product right now, but I think I remember HTG Supply selling like a 14-inch, or maybe it was an 18-inch LED that's like a mixture. You know, you can get a white and blue mixture or whatever. That would be cool. Another thing that works really well for seed sprouting is a mixture of warm white LEDs and 450 nanometer blues. It gives you like a really nice range and some good photons and in the red range to sprout seeds. Because when you sprout seeds under like super blue light, which I've done in the past, even seedlings need a little bit of red light to know where to orient, you know, which direction to grow and stuff. So yeah, I would check maybe HTG Supply. I mean, you just need a little bar. Pretty much anything would work.
Right.
But I honestly, you're kind of putting me on the spot because I haven't like looked into a 14-inch. There is a guy on Instagram. I think it's called Luminati LED Solutions. He sells a dome, like, you know, a standard National Garden wholesale dome that you put on a 10 by 20 inch, you know, clone tray, and it's got the LEDs integrated into it.
Yeah, I saw those. That was cool.
Have you seen that? Yeah, it's a cool idea, you know.
What was the name of that? It's the Luminati, you say?
I think it was Illuminati LED Solutions. There's a few kind of mom and pop startup LED companies hanging around Instagram. I think that was one of them. But that would actually be kind of cool. Be a little different.
Yeah, that is very cool, actually. Yeah, because I was thinking about the dome, putting the dome in with it, but that would put it all together.
Hell, man, maybe you know how people are on IG. Maybe he'd sponsor it. You never know.
Yeah, absolutely.
What was that rapid LED kit that you have? How would that work for something like that?
Well, that's a 4-foot kit, you know. So like you'd have to chop it down into 2 or 3 pieces, and that would be like if you let's say you took a 48-inch heatsink and chopped it down into 3 equal length pieces, like 3 16-inch pieces, and then you put like you could just do 9 LEDs instead of the 10 it comes with and run 9 LEDs for about 45 watts. Yeah, that'd be good. You'd have to lift it up fairly high off the clone dome until they got all rooted and everything. But that would work as well. I just don't want to like come on Chasers and start plugging all my shit. But yeah, that worked great for $100, But you'd have to build it, right?
Yeah, I'm a little pressed for time. I think it's going to be, I probably have about a week, so I was just kind of don't think building's going to be in the question.
No, ask High Guy, man. He's been building his light for freaking what, 3 weeks now or a month? It takes a long time, dude. I've been working on this one the same 3 or 4 weeks. So
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, I've been checking in.
I gotta say, just for like the listening, that like there's definitely levels to the shit. The types of builds that they're doing versus like the type of build that I showed a minute ago are 2 completely different levels. And like I built my whole 4x4 fixture, 3 bars of 4 cobs each, which were the 1812s, and I probably spent 3 to 4 hours building it at most, and most of that was like Home Depot trips. So like there are ways to do it in very small amounts of time, especially if you know what you're doing and have all the shit organized and together in one place already. So
yeah, Grimhouse was spot on earlier about the frame thing, because that, I mean, you're like, oh, I'll take my Dremel to it, but like 8 saw blades later, and you're like, fuck, man, like, can I just get a pair of like big scissors or something?
The metal work takes a lot of time. When you're building a frame with 4, 8, 12 cobs, once you've got the stuff, you're right, it goes together really fast. So don't be scared off by that. And I think there's probably a marketplace, and this would be a business that anybody could like jump in, assuming they could get their name out and get promoted. But like, you go buy a bunch of angled aluminum from a metal supplier, like a legit metal supplier. You get a wholesale account, and you just get 3/4 inch angled aluminum, 1/8 inch thick, and you just set up a template. You can do it with a chop saw with a blade that has enough teeth. You just set up a template or a jig, and you just start chopping 3-foot pieces. Just start chopping them, right? And then you chop the little 4-inch pieces that go in between to build the frame. And you set up another jig and drill the holes. And then you sell people, you double or triple the price of the metal, and you sell people a kit, a frame kit. You include the screws for a couple pennies or whatever they cost. And when you pull this box, you get this box in the mail, you pull it out, and you just grab a screwdriver and a crescent wrench and you screw it together. I think, man, if anybody that's listening to this is strapped for cash and can put together a few hundred, yeah, dude, that would be be it. And what you do is you just go. Oh, he is? Oh, cool.
Wait, repeat that again, Girl Mouse. My audio just cut out.
Oh, I was saying if you're going to start a frame business, you go to Rapid, you go to Cutter, you go to Cobb Kits, Northern Grill Lights, and just ask them for the measurements of their heatsink, and you do a frame that fits the most common. So like I think that 140 millimeter heatsink with the flat edges on the side, that's pretty common, and you could just make it for the one sink, and there you go. Hell, you probably got about $8 worth of metal.
Anybody there?
Can
anybody hear me?
I can.
Yeah.
What happened to my audio?
Anyway, I'm just tinfoil hatting right now. One of the many ideas that I'll never have time to launch. You know what I'm saying?
No, for sure. I do have a question for you though.
Audio, guys.
We hear you, bro.
I think if we keep talking until he hears us, and then he'll be happy. But no, about grounding each of these drivers, I can just ground them like underneath a screw that runs through the casing, and then just ground the main earth ground from the AC side to the case, and then everything's kumbaya.
Yeah, I don't know if you see this little screw head sticking up here, but it's a 632 screw. And what you'd get is a ring terminal, you know, like from AutoZone or Home Depot, and you would just attach a green ground wire on a ring terminal, bolt it to the metal, and then you would tie that earth in with everything, and then everything's earthed. You know, if this DC connection comes out, it's gonna hit the metal, and it's gonna hit earth, and it's gonna flip your breaker. Instead of you like grabbing onto your fixture, and then you're like, you know, freaking getting shocked. So yeah, grounding, earthing your fixtures, pretty important. Hopefully you'll never need it.
Wait,
No, yeah, absolutely. My question is though, I have spade connectors, like not the ring connectors, just the ones that you can like slide around a bolt. Is that's
the ones that are like a fork?
Yeah.
Yeah, a fork, you know, forked spade or ring. It doesn't matter as long as it's in good contact with the metal. You know, you're all good.
For sure.
Yeah.
My strippers go. Damn it. Oh, they're right in front of me. I lost my wire strippers. Phantom's having problems again.
oh yeah, he dropped out.
You getting your dad game strong yet, Grandmas?
What's that?
I got my audio back. Sorry, guys.
What's up?
All right.
This is the Photon Phantom. Right here.
Hey, buddy.
What's up, Grandmas?
What up, man?
What's up, Photon Phantom?
Kicking it. My bitch-ass dog got out like an hour ago, so I've been running around my neighborhood trying to find her in the fucking rain. It's like half snow outside.
Damn. Well, welcome,
I just had the
dude.
worst 2 hours. I went to go water my plants and then forgot to shut off the water because I was like cleaning up down here. So I went out to my garage and could see the water dripping down from the fucking ceiling. I was like, oh shit. I ran outside to grab my shop vac and left the back door open when I went to go grab it. And when I was done shop vacuuming in the grow room, my fucking dog was gone. So I just fucking took off, went to go find her.
Damn.
And I just got back.
The hits keep coming,
So,
man.
Yep. But yeah, I guess we could talk about some grow light things. And if anybody, I don't know how to see questions from anybody that's watching this, but if anybody wants to know anything specific, I'll have an answer for you.
The YouTube chat, and then watch the live chat.
Yeah, sorry guys, I had to step away for a second, but I'll be all over chat. Field questions chat. Go ahead and shoot them out for Photon or anybody else.
Yeah, sorry if I'm being like I said, inattentive, and I've already burned myself a few times. So,
What are you looking up right here, Gromhouse? Looks like you got like 6 quantum boards and some. Are those 660 nanometer reds or what?
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Well, you were tracking down your dog, walking both ways up and downhill in the snow, man. Both ways.
I was actually skating. I was on my longboard.
Oh, nice. Yeah, 6 quantum boards. Got about 17 660 nanometers. We got six deep reds, I think.
Yep.
And then 6. No, excuse me. It's I think I went with
far red.
Yeah, I went with 7 far reds, and I went with some infrared. You know, because I always like to go back and read the very limited amount of white papers that actually deal with terrestrial plants that are kind of in the category of cannabis, and just like read their findings. You know, a lot of it's with algae.
Yep.
You know, Phantom, you read a lot of those studies. You link them on IG.
Yep.
But a lot of those studies are with algae, you know, and it's thought provoking, but it's not a terrestrial plant. And so I just want to like get some real life in the grow room, kind of research done on Emerson effect and ratios of that, you know, that red spectra mixing. And so it kind of brought me to the thought, and this might be a decent topic to talk about, because you use a lot of different color diodes, you know, with your whites and stuff, ratios, you know, mixing ratios. Like what's your philosophy on that?
Basically, actually, I had the same idea that Cree did as far as using a high color temp white with a with backup on the red end. And the reasoning for that is that blue diodes are more efficient than red diodes. So if you're going to back up with anything, you might as well. No, wait. If you're going to use a white phosphor to shoot off, or a yellow phosphor to shoot off some white from your blue diode, you're better off photon flux density wise using red diodes, because per watt they're going to shoot off twice as many photons, or 2.5 times as many photons, and that's just due to the energy of the photon itself. So I want to say actually I have a spreadsheet pulled up here. So a 400 nanometer photon is 3 thousandths of an electron volt, and a 660 nanometer photon is 18 thousandths of an electron volt. So that's roughly half of the power from each photon at 660 nanometers versus 400 nanometers. So if you wanted to skew your PAR results, you could easily do that by just having a shit ton of red diodes in there. And, you know, I don't want to say that Vivid Grow is our shitty lights or anything, but if you look at their new spectrum, it's pretty fucking heavy in the red, and they're putting out really high PAR measurements at lower wattages, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good spectrum.
Yeah, PAR numbers aren't everything, man. You know, you can pack a shitload of reds in a fixture, and the numbers will be awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you can also stuff a pair of socks in your pants, but that doesn't mean that it's you know, that it's going to be any better for you. But you know, I did the white cob builds early on because, like you said, a blue diode most efficient. You know, cover it with some phosphor and it makes white, and you're going to get really good efficiency. But now it seems like just in the last probably the last 3 to 6 months, you know, Cree has stepped up their bins. You know, now they're making the XPE high efficiency. So now, you know, now you can add reds and you can bump up the Kelvin and all that good stuff, and get a really efficient build that has good PAR numbers. And I think when we talk about efficiency, I think it's important for people to understand the difference between efficiency and efficacy.
Yeah.
You know, because a lot of times we quote, oh, how efficient your LED, how efficient your build. Well, you know, you can have an LED that frickin' emits brown light or something, right? And it's super efficient, right? It puts very little heat into the heat sink, and most of that energy is light. So, you know, that's the ratio of photons to heat. That's efficiency. But Photon Phantom, like, why don't you school them on, you know, on the wall plate efficiency versus the efficacy and the photons? Because I feel like I've been talking too much.
Well, yeah, I guess efficacy, you're talking about actual like photon efficacy versus wall plug efficiency for photosynthesis, or what?
Sure, right. Like micromoles per joule, you know, in the PAR range versus total photon count, some of which may be outside the PAR range, or maybe in an area of the PAR range that is not high up on McCree's action curve or something, you know.
Yeah, let me put some pictures in a folder here. There you guys. I was more prepared for this. Details. Videos. Where's this data?
Where's my nose?
This. Where is this?
Hey, while he's pulling that up, and also got a couple questions if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah. Shoot.
Yeah, always. I can't see the chat, you know, because I'm on my phone and
Sure.
in Google. But yeah, I'm happy, dude. Yeah, I'm happy to answer questions, of course.
Sure. So we can share if we can share if you want to. Asks, what driver can I use to drive 3 cobs efficiently with the least amount of watts?
Efficiently with the least amount of watts. So when someone, you know, asks a question like that, I'm gonna just assume they're talking about a 36 volt chip on board of some type, you know, Citizen. Now Vero's got the 36 or Cree. So if we're talking 36, you know, that's 108 volts. That's an HLG. You know, the standard answer is HLG 120 C1400, which will run 3 cobs. And I think the efficiency is pretty good. You know, total system efficiency and LED efficiency is very respectable. You know, anything over, you know, around 50% is good. But, you know, now we're talking about 150 watts DC, 165 watts at the wall. If you want to go lower than that, I'd honestly I'd probably look towards the quantum boards. Because the quantum boards are nice because you can get into, let's say you went on Northern Grow Lights and you bought their single kit, right? It's $149. It comes with 1 board, 1 heatsink, 1 driver, and all the hanging shit that you need. So you're in it for 150, and you're getting a pretty good efficiency at 100 watts, right? Then later, you know, your money game comes along. You know, you get a paycheck, you rob a Taco Bell, whatever. Then you can run additional boards off of that single driver in parallel. You don't increase your wattage, but you increase your spread and you increase your efficiency. Their website publishes lumen per watt, so you know, you can look at the lumen per watt, you know, gains. And I think that's a good starter system for people to get into that that want to expand later and want to keep a low wattage. You know, you're always going to, if you're running these boards in parallel off a 100-watt driver, it's always going to be a 100-watt system. In fact, the wattage actually drops by 2 or 3 watts every board you put down because the softer you, blanket statement, the softer you run an LED, the lower its forward voltage.
That's true.
And then watts is just volts times amps. So yeah, so that would be my answer. You know, that would be my answer.
Yeah. What's your opinion, Grow Mouse, on just running things in parallel in general? You know, because people always talk about thermal runaway of LEDs. I've never actually seen that happen. And basically a cob is just a bunch of series and parallel strings, right? So there's no like circuitry protecting that from thermal runaway, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if there was a current limiting resistor inside of a cob in between hits, we'd see it, right? It'd be this big,
I would
side of this white chip. You got a great point. And I think like when I made my DIY Basics series, I didn't expect some of those videos to get like 50,000 fucking views, you know? So I thought it'd be like 1,000 or 2,000 views, you know? So like my whole take on parallel wiring in that video a year ago has changed because I've done some parallel setups and I have not run into a thermal runaway situation. So that sort of scare tactic sort of statement I made back on that video that, you know, that a bunch of people
I've
saw.
never seen that, but yeah, I've seen other like people talking about thermal runaway and I never wire LEDs in parallel. And I have a particular fixture. I don't know if I could share let me share my screen here. How do I share my screen? I'm new to this shit.
There should be like a green square top left of your
screen.
There
it is. Yeah. Screen share, entire screen. So here it is. So this actually is a 240 watt fixture. This was like the first LED panel I made. It's got, I forget how many rows down here, but each one of these is in parallel. So it's got 10 LEDs. There's 4 to 1, red to blue. times, I think it's 16. So it's got 160 discrete diodes that I wired in by hand, soldered in by hand. And I attached these to a Meanwell HLG 240 24 volt constant voltage power supply because I didn't know constant current versus constant voltage. And this thing, I'm still running this thing up in my tent right now. And I built this in 2014. So I don't really see thermal runaway as being, maybe it's just the law of averages. Like, I'm running 10 in series here. So this one might only be 3.2 and this one might be 3.4, but since they're all mixed in together, they all come out to about the same voltage as at the end. That's kind of my theory behind it. But
no, that's actually you touched on. Well, okay, thermal runaway, it might happen. I haven't seen it. Obviously, that fixture's been bulletproof for a long time. So thermal runaway is like eating before you swim, right? I mean, yeah, you might get cramped up and drown, but you probably won't. I think the bigger issue is like what you said, the voltage of the string being slightly different and having different brightness, right?
Yeah.
Which we could give a shit about in the grow room. All we want is the light.
I don't care.
But in a hotel or a restaurant or some some industry product, that's a big deal. And since a lot of our grow light LED information comes from originally came from LED lighting manufacturers and LED lighting industry people, that was a big no-no for them because a contract will have to go back to a job and fix it, right?
Yeah, well, I still wouldn't want like any of my strings to be brighter than the other ones because that means they're using more current and actually getting hotter, and that is thermal runaway happening.
Sure.
You can see I've lost a couple strings over the years here. I think that's just from a shitty diode going out. These were the worst diodes I could have bought in 2014, so I think I paid like 50 cents a piece for these 3-watt diodes, back in the day. And I'm running them at like 1.6 watts, I think it comes out to.
So you're being pretty conservative with it, but
I think that's the key too. Like if you're not pushing them to their limit, then even if one string does pop, you've got all these other ones to distribute that current against.
Right. Yeah,
and
I
then
think that's important.
Even these lights here, my 300 watt tubes. So these were kind of my second generation tubes here. This one's 300 watts. So each one of these 5x6 arrays is 100 watts. And so that puts them at 3.3 watts a piece. They're 10-watt cob. And these were the ones actually, Grow Mouse, that you called me out on. You're like, there's no way those are even close to as efficient as a CXB 3590. And I was like, well, this white paper right here says that they're close to the maximum efficiency of a white LED with phosphorescence color mixing. And then I looked at that Wikipedia source and it didn't even fucking talk about white LEDs. So I don't know where they pulled that number out of. But then, I went out and bought my own CXBs and proved myself wrong. So,
thing about being an asshole to somebody you don't know on the internet is that nothing positive is gained by it, but occasionally you'll make a friend.
Yeah, right.
So although our first interaction was like two lighting guys kind of like going at it a little
I was
bit.
like, hey, fuck this guy,
Fuck this guy, yeah. So, but no, like it's all good. We kind of like discovered each other, and and now it caused us both to kind of look, look at our information, look at our sources, and scrutinize and take our own data, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Like you've spent some money to take your own data.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry for being a dick to you. The first comment I ever left on your channel.
I was like, man, fuck. Like I didn't even know about like you or anybody else in the DIY community too. So that was like my introduction to like everybody out here that was also doing kind of the same shit I'm doing, that I don't have to repeat, what other people have already done. So, I got to thank you for that too. I was just
welcome to the
I was just out here doing my own shit, trying to figure out what the fuck works.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what we're all trying to do, right? I mean, we just want to grow the plant, man.
What do you mean you don't?
But just wrapping up real quick, wrapping up that parallel conversation, you know, that we're having. This is a thermal switch. This one happens to be from Steve's LED, you know, another aquarium guy, and he charges about $3 for them. And I know that, hell, man, if you want to wade through DigiKey or Mouser, I'm sure you could probably get these a lot cheaper. But sometimes there's value in just knowing that this thing's gonna work for you, and you pay the $3. But $3, you can bolt it with some thermal paste, or you can just thermal epoxy this side down to, you know, near the heatsink. On a quantum board or something, you know, ideally it would be right here, but there's no spot on the board. So I would probably pick, you know, like this position here near the center or something like that. And Phantom, I don't know if you have any preference. I prefer to interrupt the negative side. So, you know, the juice is coming in, DC positive, DC negatives coming into the board. Right. And what I would prefer to do is interrupt the negative side, so that this thing is a normally closed, so under, you know, ambient temperature operation, 50 centigrade, whatever, it's just gonna let you run. You won't even know it's there. But when this thing hits, you know, 86, 87 centigrade, this switch opens and interrupts the current supply here. Now that could be a problem in a parallel setup, if you have like different size heat sinks, or there's monos around that are heating one setup over another, because then if this thing shuts off, that current gets split, divided by 2 versus divided by 3. So there are some problems with using these in parallel setups. But yep. Another option that's probably better is maybe a fuse, right? Yeah. So like, yeah, each of these are getting 933 milliamps. I would put, you know, like if the board can take 1600 milliamps, I'd see if I could get a 1.5 amp fuse and put that in line. Yeah. You know, that's probably better. But these are still great for your cob builds, you know, your series constant current cob builds. They're great.
Yeah. Hey, so I do have a question for that in regards to my build specifically. If I were to slap those and have the 52 volts that are running at 2.1 amps, because that's over 100 watts a chip, and how often are those fans going to be switching on and off essentially?
That's a good question. You know, those little Arctic Alpine 11s, those fans will, if you had thermal switches, they would be on all the time, because that's a very small heat sink for a passive deal. You know, so they need to be actively cooled, and they'll be on all the time. But, you know, if you were in a situation where you were dimming, the fans would turn off. So, you know, it's kind of just a suggestion.
No, because I have 3 dimmers. I have full dimming control over the channels, so that it does appeal to me.
Okay. I do want to mention, I want to go back and say, now that I've thought about it for an additional like minute and a half, I probably don't think I'm going to put these thermal switches on the DC side, because if one goes out or 2 go out, then I get 2800 milliamps going to one board, and it's just going to blow the board. I just looked at the bottom of this switch. It's rated for 250 volts, 10 amps. So I can now put this on the AC side of my driver, meaning that if the heatsink heats up, it'll kill the AC to the entire driver, shutting all 3 down simultaneously. And I think that's how I will run the chip.
That is a way better way to do that.
Yeah, way better.
I definitely agree with that.
So Phantom, you know, you're a big fan of, obviously you've got some epis. You know, you started your kind of career with epis. Yeah. You know, Blunthumb, I don't know, dude, like, you want to talk about Chinese grow lights? You want to talk about epi LEDs and, you know, why you get what you pay for, or do you get what you pay for? I mean, that would be, because people ask me every day, is platinum good? We
were just talking about
we were talking about those earlier, Gromas. We'd like to hear your take on some of the more popular brands, you know, the Mars, the Platinum.
I got epis coming out my asshole here.
Yeah, why don't you, Photon Phantom? Why don't you kick it, dog? Because you've been running building with epi LEDs for a long time now.
Yeah. I didn't even really know they were epi LEDs. I just figured, honestly, I just thought an LED was an LED. You You know, I didn't know that there was like higher quality shit that you could buy. I had no idea what Cree was before you commented on it. And, you know, so I was just buying the cheapest cobs I could find. And I knew that LEDs get less efficient with more current, and they also get less efficient with higher temperatures independently of each other. So if you run them at higher current, you're going to have higher temperatures. So I figured I'd just buy the most efficient, or the kind of the best bang for my buck cobs I could find, and then run them at the lowest amperage I could run them at, which is what I did with my 300 watt tubes that I'm running right now. So I've got 100 watts pushing 30 10 watt cobs. So it's a 10 watt cob running at 3.3 watts. And even that, a Cree 36 or 3590 is 35% more efficient than the Epi LEDs I was running at the low amperage. So
oh wow,
that was the one, because after you commented on my shit, I was like, well, fuck, this guy might be right, you know? So I went out and bought a couple of CXP 3590s and then wired up a switch and put my lux meter right above them, and there's a 35% difference. And it wasn't even like a single cob that I tested for the Epi LEDs. I really gave them a chance and tested the actual array. So I tested one 3590 against an array of 9 cobs, so they'd be at the same wattage, and I think it was 36 watts. I just ran 1 amp through the Cree and 1 amp, it might not have been an amp, but the wattage came out to be the same, and there was a 35% difference in the luminous intensity. That was before I had my spectroradiometer, but I'm sure they would also shit on them there. So
so another way to say it is, you know, you got some Epistars and you got some Cree, and you're running the same amount of juice from the wall.
Yeah.
Yet you're getting 35% more light.
Yeah.
Damn. Well, just to give folks a baseline, you know, maybe people don't know what an Epi LED is, or a bridge lux or whatever. Just to like kick it back, this is an Epi LED, but it very well could be a bridge lux. And what it's called is my camera coming through pretty well?
That's all right.
Like it's okay. Okay, so this design of LED is what's called an active slug base, and so that means that you know, the heat sink for the diode itself, like the thermal pad for the LED is exposed right here, and then the solder points are over here on each side, and each one's individually lensed. And from a manufacturing standpoint, these are really nice because the footprint for an active slug base LED is incredibly common, and it's been the most common footprint since like 1999. And this is 1999 technology. And there have been, you know, obviously some advancements by Philips and licensing deals and other people advancing the technology in terms of the diode that's inside. But in terms of the package, it's still an active slug-based package. And what that requires is, you know, thermal management is like the life and death of LED, regardless of the quality. Yep. And these just don't have very good thermal management because at the factory in China or here on my coffee table, I need to apply a thermal paste or thermal interface material and make sure that, you know, enough pressure is supplied between the interface of the printed circuit board and the LED, while simultaneously, you know, tinning and or soldering these LEDs to the board. Yeah. And that's all done by pick and place machines and computers in factories in China, et cetera. But the quality control is just not very good.
Yep.
And so even diodes in the same color can be seated differently on the heatsink. And like Photon Phantom just mentioned, if the diodes are seated slightly different, one is 1/10 of a millimeter higher or has a little more thermal paste, the LED that's running at a higher temperature will have a higher voltage and will be running at a higher wattage. And so that's why on those Mars boards and Platinum boards and oh God, what's the other one? Kind, you see burnt out LEDs. It's not that the companies are bad, it's that the footprint and the platform isn't great. Additionally, you know, because they are lensed with a material that's kind of like a plastic or polycarbonate acrylic material, it is prone to cracking. On the other side, you've got a Cree LED, and this, you probably haven't seen them like this because this is tape and reel LEDs. that are fed into a machine. But
the first kind of LEDs I bought, and I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? You know?
It's not at home friendly at all, is it? Right. This is pick and place type stuff, just the same as these. And these diodes, the way the thermal vias are set up and in the bottom, they're a much more direct contact. They're a much lower thermal resistance, meaning they'll transfer heat into the PCB or into the heatsink much more faster, much more easily.
The square Samsung diodes.
Either the square Samsungs, or these are just some Cree XPEs that I have in my hand. And additionally, the lens material that's above the diode is a much more sophisticated material that has a higher light transmittance than this plastic. So what does that mean to you, the LED buyer from eBay or Amazon? It means that and I'm not knocking on these guys, I'm not knocking their hustle, but when you buy a Kind, a Kush, a Platinum, an Apollo, a Mars, basically anything that sounds like it's from outer space, you're getting an active slug base diode. And, they're fine. It's a good bang for the buck, but you're missing out on, 30 or 30, whatever, Photon Phantom said, 30, 35% light output at that same wattage. So it's a video I've been meaning to, I'll shut up now, but it's a video I've been meaning to make, and I'm glad we're getting it out here on the stream, just kind of educating people on what's inside their meat.
Yeah,
and I'm on 1% battery, so if I cut out, I'll join it on the computer. If I cut out,
okay.
Sorry.
And
okay, I'll shut up
now.
now.
It really applies to like the Epi LED 10 watt cobs here, but these are just like the ones you buy on Amazon. They're $15.99 for 20 of them, which seems like a good deal until you actually test them, and they're 35% less efficient at the same wattage.
Yeah.
Let me think here. Does anybody want to see any particular diode on the spectroradiometer? I got my whole shit set up right here. I got 3500K Cree CXB 3590. Got a 3070 at 5000K, I think. Vero 29s, XML2s with different lenses. I've got blue cobs, I've got red cobs, I've got blue and red cobs. So anybody want to see anything particular?
XML, dude.
Dude, honestly, the XMLs I am highly impressed with. I took data actually before I had my spectroradiometer. At 12 inches, I got 1500 lux, which is brighter than your average room, but not like plant growing bright. But then I put the 15-degree lens over it, and I got 36,000 lux, which is more than which was more than the Vero 29 with a 90-degree reflector, running at 36 volts. And this was only running, or I guess 36 watts, and the XML2 was only running at like 2.5 watts.
Damn,
so,
son.
But also you got to, that's a 90-degree reflector on the Vero 29 versus a 10 or 15-degree reflector. So it's really a spotlight. Like I have 10-foot ceilings in here. I could show you how narrow. It's like a 3-foot diameter spotlight on the ceiling when I put that on there. But it's bright as shit. So I think I was telling Growmouse this last week on Instagram. I'm gonna make a XML2 fixture that is kind of like the rim of my pots, and then face it up at like 15 degrees and use really narrow optics, like a 5 or 10 degree optic on it, and just shoot it like sideways through the canopy. And I'm basing that on a white paper that says, what does it say? So the red and blue light gets absorbed by the chloroplasts at the shallow top and bottom part of the leaves. but the green light gets absorbed by the chloroplast kind of in the center of the leaves, and light applied to the underside of the leaf is 70 to 80% as efficient as light applied to the top side of the leaf. And since we're running so much power, light intensity, whatever you want to call it, we're already saturating the red and blue chloroplast up at the top side of the leaf, and probably, since we're running white cobs, we're probably saturating chloroplasts that accept the green light in the middle of the leaves. But I don't really see anybody hitting the back side of the leaf with any light, so I'm going to try that, see how it works.
Yeah, that sounds really cool. And a lot of times
Oh,
So there.
there he goes.
I think it lost him.
God, what a scrub not showing up. All right.
No, it's all good, bro.
No, I'm kidding, because I was late an hour and a half.
No, yeah. How did that meeting go?
Good. I don't have those lights to show off anymore because they're at a 502 warehouse now. But
Nice, dude.
yeah, it went really well. They really like that Vero 29 fixture that I think Wookiee's gonna get.
The alarm clock.
Yeah, yeah, my alarm clock one. Dude, I have such a hard time waking up in the morning. I'd wake up at 4:30 for work, and I'd fucking stay up late because I had a great idea that one night for this fixture. So I was up till like 11:45, and I was
Nice.
like, usually my alarm clock is 460 watt floodlights, LED floodlights, and my phone and my alarm clock, and I can't hear anything when I'm asleep. Like, I grew up in Kansas, so I just slept through thunderstorms and tornadoes and shit. And so sound just doesn't wake me up, but the light definitely just wakes me up immediately.
Hey, Photon, why don't you tell everybody about that reflector that you're rolling a blunt?
Oh yeah, so this is actually just a bowl I bought from Costco the other day. I'm gonna cut out the bottom so I can mount this to a heat sink. Gonna find a heat sink that's big enough for the diameter of this, but this is an extremely large cob. There's a Vero 29 at. So this is a Vero 29 right here.
Close.
And this is this 6-inch cob that I got off AliExpress. They're about $30, I think. It's called the Big Sun cob. It's actually interesting. It's a 12-volt cob, and it'll take 15 amps, which is fucking ridiculous. I only have no power on my benchtop power supply here, around 5 amps. So I can run it at 60 watts, and it's fucking bright. At 36 watts, I think the total photon flux photosynthetic photon flux, I bet it's about the same as a Cree 3590, but the energy density is so much lower. Like, I can hold this thing in my hand at 36 watts, no problem. But if I tried that with a CXB, it would fucking burn the shit out of my hand within seconds. So you don't have to really actively cool this. I think I could just mount this for like an 1/8-inch aluminum sheet, and that would probably be good enough for the cooling.
It's fucking
really
dope. Just because of the larger like surface area on the bottom. To
yeah,
pump all
it's basically a round quantum board. Pretty much.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I'm sure they have shitty diodes in here, but on the subject of quantum boards, I have a factory ready to make quantum boards, well, quantum-ish boards for me. Quantum boards, I think, have 304 diodes. Is that right? Does anyone know?
No, I don't know off the top of my head.
All right, well, I have 304 Samsung 561C diodes. And this company, I could make bigger quantum boards, or whatever you want to call them, bigger PCBs. But there's like standard, without me having to pay for a bunch of engineering, was 12 by 20. So it's got 240 diodes, and I had to tell them to put the Samsung 561Cs in there. And I could probably get those out for $40 to $50 a piece plus shipping. Start selling those for $40 or $50 a piece. They're like ready to pull the trigger on it. They've hit me up like 3 times in the last 3 days.
Badass.
Just waiting for me to give them the go ahead.
So I have a question for you, Photon. I mean, for somebody that's looking to get into, maybe do their first DIY light, or somebody that's just looking to get into LEDs in general, I mean, is the technology, kind of like everything else, where it's moving so fast that as soon as we buy, we build ourselves a 3590 cob build, and the next thing's going to be, is it going to quantums, or quantum's the next big thing, or is it just, is there going to be something else in 6 months? Kind of where do you see the technology going?
I see quantums having their place, but unless somebody comes out with a good reflector for them, you're going to have to buy a lot of quantums to flower good plants in, or to have any kind of depth to your canopy. The advantage to big cobs is that it's a big point source light. You can put a reflector on it and get a lot more penetration through the canopy. The advantage for a quantum board or a more distributed light source is that, one, you don't have to cool it as much, but two, you could put them really close to your plants and run them at really low wattages, and essentially it's the same as running a high wattage cob at far away from your plants. So they're like quantum boards. If you ever seen like a commercial lettuce vertical growing operation, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
With like, they have like 8-inch shelves and their hydroponic lettuce, and then a light panel above it, and then the next shelf.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen those, bro. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, those will run at really low wattage, and that's just because the lettuce is only like 4 inches tall, so they don't need the type of depth of light that we do, because one, we don't want to have to adjust our lights every day, and two, we want more than a 4-inch tall canopy. So the I'll explain that. The reflectors actually on cobs, I highly recommend to anybody using cobs, put reflectors on them. It'll double your PPFD. It'll make your spread less, but most people aren't running 100-foot by 100-foot grow rooms. I got this 200-watt Vero 29 fixture with 8 Vero 29s that will cover a 4x4 tent, no problem. I think Wookiee's got a 3x3 application for it. And I'm stoked to see how that actually works out. I'll probably put it in one of my tents for a little bit, just to make sure it actually grows plants, but I don't really have any doubts about it.
And now on that build, what type
I mean, one thing I remember hearing Grow Mouse talking about before was how I think Cree has been kind of promising a new cob for some time now, and it hasn't come yet. I mean, is that technology, is it going to keep advancing, or is it kind of plateaued?
I think we're getting near a plateau. But then again, in 2009, the theoretical limit was 43.9%, and we're way past that now. But it's got to plateau at some point, I don't think anybody's going to make an LED that's past 80% in the next 5 years. But that being said, I've been working around with hey, Grow Mouse, are you there?
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. The phone kind of died out on me.
I've been working, I've been working with them. I don't know if I have them here, but with thermoelectric generators. So basically recycling the heat off the back side of your LEDs back into DC current, and then using that to run further LEDs or a fan or, you know, whatever. And then, you know, you run 3 or 4 of those in series or parallel, power another cob, then put a thermoelectric generator on the back of that one. And I think you could run like 3 generations of cobs that are also producing DC current for your next cobs down the line. And I found one the other day. It was like $50, and you had to have, they only listed at 1 temperature differential, but they had a 120 degree temperature differential, and it was producing 10 watts of power, which I thought was really, that's far beyond any other thermoelectric generator I've ever seen. So you could have one of those in the back of every cob, and the cooling power from it was 192 watts, which I also thought was phenomenal. So whatever you hook it up to is taking that heat and turning it, well, I guess the Peltier device, the thermoelectric generator, creates the DC current, but whatever you have it hooked up to is going to be sucking more AC or DC current, and that's what actually cools your cob. So the hot side that your cob is hooked up to essentially turns into the cool side of the thermoelectric generator, and you just put a heat sink on the other side. And I think we could get up into the 80% range as far as efficiency goes by recycling that heat.
That's a really interesting comment or idea. Yeah, for sure. And for those folks that don't know what a Peltier or a thermoelectric generator is, did you explain what that is, or did I miss that?
No, I didn't explain that at all. So
okay.
They've been using them actually for I don't know how many years, but probably since the 50s on wood stoves. So basically a Peltier device works kind of similar to a Stirling engine, where you can put DC current into it and it'll cool one side of, I might have some right here. Hold up. But it's just a white, it kind of actually looks like a cob, so I guess I can just use one. But you put DC current into it and it gets one side really hot. It just moves energy around. So it gets one side really hot and one side really cold. But you have to keep applying heat to the cold side in order for it to actually transfer anything. And you have to keep the cool side cool in order for it to keep transferring heat. They use them for CPUs mainly to cool like really high wattage CPUs.
Small chillers and stuff.
Yeah, thermoelectric chiller or thermoelectric cooler. But it's like if you rewire the circuitry inside of a thermoelectric cooler, a thermoelectric cooler actually will do the same thing as a thermoelectric generator. They're just a lot less efficient at generating power. So the first time I bought them, of course, I was like, oh, thermoelectric, whatever. So I bought like 24 thermoelectric coolers, and they don't work that well for generating electricity. But they burn myself pretty easily. I got burns all over my fingers from them. And they work well for what they're designed for, but that's not what I'm looking for, because I have to run them at like 50 watts. So like an extra 50 watts per cob just to cool that cob. And then I have to dissipate that heat somehow anyways, so I might as well just use a big heat sink.
You know, if the numbers don't work out, you go back to what's easy, right? Big heat sink or water cooling even.
Yeah, no, I've definitely thought about water cooling, and I think water cooling would be best in an application where like you hang your cob down, into the canopy, and then they have the aluminum chillers that have the nipples or the orifices coming out the top. So you could just hang that down in your canopy. I wouldn't even put a reflector over it. And you could get it like really low inside your canopy. You could flip it upside down. You could put it, you know, I mean, there's a lot of options there.
Sure, water block, right? Isn't that what the CPU gaming guys call them? It's water blocks.
Yeah, water blocks. They use water blocks and thermoelectric coolers usually.
I did want to, if you don't mind, dude, I did want to comment to what Wookiee asked. You know, about the plateauing and stuff. You know, I think you're pretty close. I think you're pretty much right on. The whole comment about the next generation chip, you know, that was supposed to come after a CXB 3590. That came from Jerry at Kingbright. You know, he sent out an email to thousands of people that have done orders from him, and he was the only one saying that, you know, and he was the only one giving those timelines. So while a new chip, you know, that the successor to the CXB is possible, the only person giving a timeline for it was Jerry. And my suspicion is that he caught an early sample or early prototype or beta type product, and you know, he put his hands physically on something, so he was kind of calling his shot, and then it didn't happen, and we don't know if that project got shit canned or whatever. But in terms of plateauing and stuff like that, the way Cree makes their cobs is solid. It's good, but they still use something called wire bond technology, you know, to bond the LEDs together. And, you know, and there are limitations there, you know, in terms of current transfer and thermal management. And I think until they move to maybe a different technology past wire bond, like the flip chip opto, you know, their patents are in the way that they electrically connect their chips inside of the cob, you know. So I think that's a barrier maybe, but I don't think I think that in the end of 2015, you know, buying like CXAs and stuff like that, like a lot of people like myself spent thousands, and then 6 months later had to turn around and buy CXB. And I thought long and hard, should I buy CXB 3070s or should I just go for it and get the 3590? That was back when chips were $60 a piece. Now they're 33, 35. I think that the CXB 3590 is a very safe bet for the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, I would say so.
And I think you'd be in good hands there. I think quantum boards are going to shake up the game. I don't think they're going to be game changing.
No.
You know, they're good and the diodes are efficient. It's a different strategy, you know, and there are, like, as far as thermal management, there are definitely advantages to a quantum board over a cob, but you're still going to grow the dank with either, you know. And then in terms of
boards will be better. You're going to see those more a lot in bedrooms where you don't have to have such a long canopy or such a tall canopy, you know, because they'd be great to run at low wattage, you know, for seedlings and clones where you only need 8 inches or so, or say 4 inches of usable light vertically. But cobs just shit on them as far as having, you know, a 1 foot or 2 foot or 3 foot thick canopy that has light going all the way through it, you know.
Yeah, you mentioned optics, and you're absolutely right. The optics are incredibly limited for the quantum boards. They are, for those of you guys out there that don't know, there's a compliance book for LED lighting professionals called Zaga, ZHAGA. And it's basically like a lighting designers union sort of thing that says, hey, look, if you want to make a board, you know, Photon Phantom, you want to make a board that you want to sell to people, make sure, you know, it's Zaga compliant. And then if you work within these design parameters, it will fit these cob holders and these reflectors and this wire style, et cetera, et cetera. So quantum boards are Zaga Book 7 compliant, which means that standard Zaga Book 7 optics work. Unfortunately, there's only one optic line that works with that particular profile, and it's made by Luddle, you know, which makes our 90-degree cob reflectors, and it's called the Florence line, and it's only available in 3 flavors: 60-degree, 90-degree, and then they have a really interesting 90-15, which emits light at kind of a 90-degree angle, but it also emits a sharp beam at 15 degrees, but at a slight angle. It's like a really weird optic, but it could be incredibly valuable for like lighting a canopy perfectly and not having any of that light fall off into the walkway or the.
Yeah, that sounds awesome, actually.
Yeah, it could be dope. Could be dope. So I'll be running the Florence optics on this right out of the gate.
Sweet.
You know, and checking that out, and we'll see. You know, we'll all see together because I don't own stock in Northern Grow Lights. I think Robin's a cool ass bro, but you know, I'm not getting paid. So if they suck, they suck. If they're great, they're great. So I'm ready to rock, man. I got 9 plants ready to go. I should stop talking and build this fucking light and start growing. But we're ready to go. A few days, I'll launch that. You know, we'll see what's up.
I feel that. Let's see what I got here.
Hey, Growmouse, is there another source for those boards other than Northern Grow Lights?
Well, you know, I looked. I think.
I have a company ready to make my own version of that using the exact same diodes. It's a 12 by 20 array. So it's got 240 diodes versus I think the Quantum boards have 304 diodes. But I can get them. I forget the actual price. I think I said like $40 to $50, something like that. And if I look up the specs on it, I mean, I'm using the same Samsung 561C diodes. So, and if there seems to be a lot of interest in them, so I think I'm just going to pull the trigger on like 40 units, and then see where it goes from there.
Great minds, man. Great minds. When the Quantum boards first came out in November, you know, I had no interest in going to market with them and competing with Northern Grow Lights. But, you know, I think the $75 price point on them, I think it's a fair price.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think it's rape, but it's not hard to go to DigiKey and, you know, go through their database and say, okay, Samsung, yes. LM series, yes. 561 series, yes. B or C. Okay, C is the newest generation. The C is like CXB. The old 561Bs, that was like CXA, right? So it's another kind of another generation. And inside of that generation, they have the flux bin, you know. So I looked at all that, and my cost to have them made here in the US on a PCB was going to be $57.76.
Mm-hmm.
And that was with the S5 flux bin, which means that, you know, it's not top bin, but it's one right below. And so I thought, man, am I going to shell out for a minimum of 100 boards, you know, which is $5,700 of my own money to save $18, or am I just going to buy these fucking things? So I just bought them. But now the S6 flux bin, a whole nother step up bin, which I think is something like 9% more efficient, could be 8. So don't quote me, but now those are starting to hit the streets. And the guys that are getting those, and I'm not trying to like shit on your parade, but the guys that are getting the S6 flux bins are people that ordered 3 million chips 3 months ago when it was announced. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think to compete, I would seriously look at the S6, you know, but then that puts you into a 19 cents per diode, and 19 cents times 304. Yeah, it's like $58. So I don't know.
It's not bad.
It's not bad. Yeah, you could get in there and compete, and you know, maybe you should.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do on that. I also have a buddy who runs a PCB like customization business here in America. Actually, one of my best friends, and I didn't even know about it till like a few weeks ago. So he's kind of been dragging his feet on that. I told him like, hey, I need a PCB design with LEDs on it. And we're supposed to be talking tomorrow about that. But yeah, I think, I mean, as far as using a 561C diode, I'll have to check. You say S4, S6 bin?
S6 is the newest, highest bin. But yeah, you know, I guess my point in the whole thing was not to like get overly technical with the product code, but it was just to say that, you know, I think that, you know, if Northern Grow Lights, if the LEDs grow good cannabis, you know, and people start seeing it on Instagram and YouTube and stuff like that, they'll be more interested in the boards. They'll sell more boards. And rather than these like 200 board orders that are selling out in 72 hours, or hell, this last one was pre-sold, you know, they'll do 1,000 board orders. You know, it's a $50,000 order, and then the price will drop. It won't be 75. It'll be 69. Yeah. And then, you know, and then it'll get a little lower, and I think it'll be more affordable.
Let me see what because my minimum order quantity was supposed to be 100 for those, but I didn't want to buy 100 of something that I've never tested before, so I told them I'd buy like 40 of them. But then I had to pay like extra for the you know, their setup. So let me see what it is with no setup cost here. If I just ordered enough of them, which shouldn't be too bad.
Sure, yeah, and that's the thing that people have to understand, you know, about lighting products and other, you know, startups and stuff like that is, you know, products come onto the market and some guy, some dude, me, Photon, Phantom, whatever, you know, we had to pay for, you know, injection molds. We had to pay for a silk screening template, a tinning template for the PCB, you know, the PCB design fee. For, you know, there's a lot of shit that goes into this. So, you know, when people, and I do it too, but when we add up the component parts of a light fixture and we say, bro, there's only $700 worth of shit in there and you're selling it for, you know, $1,500, you know, you got to think about that stuff. You got to think of the injection molding costs. You got to think of all that stuff.
Yeah, you got to think about our time to put that shit together too. Like I make,
you know, to say they're doing it to make
$35 an hour at work. I could just go to work instead of making LEDs. And you know, if it takes me 10 hours to put an LED together, that's $300 and something that I'm missing out on if I just went to work. You know, so
that's why I don't sell my lights, man, because I put so many hours into them. I'd be better off flipping burgers than building lights. You know, like straight up, man. Burger flippers getting like $12.50 an hour. You know, and when
Seattle, you're making 15.
Yeah, 15. Shit, yeah, man.
So I actually was looking at the somebody brought up last night. We were chatting about the Citizen lights. Who I think it was High Guy. Who?
No, I think Blunt's the Citizen guy.
Yeah, it's probably Blunt.
Is he here?
Yeah.
So yeah, the Citizen CLU 058s. I looked at them on DigiKey. These are like, are they seriously $75 a piece?
For what?
For the Citizen CLU 058, 3000K, 3500K, C4.
Is that what you're looking on DigiKey?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're expensive on DigiKey. I think Blunt was looking on CDI Web.
They're supposed to be in the $42 to $48 range. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that
like,
seems a lot more reasonable.
CXB 3590s were $108 on DigiKey for like the better part of a year. You know, they're a little bit out of touch sometimes.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay, yeah, that's a lot more reasonable. I was like, damn, I could fucking undercut DigiKey by $10 and just make a shit ton of money. But no, yeah, $40 to $45 seems pretty reasonable for those. And then I think somebody was talking about the CLU 48s too. And yeah, those would be like $13, $14 a piece for the M2K1.
Is my mic okay? Now my mic's working. Cool.
Is that Blunt?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what was going on, but I'm pretty sure on CDI Web, I'm looking right now, the 1825s are 35 a piece, somewhere in that range, 35, 37 a piece. And the 1812s are, I mean the 1212s rather, are 1058 a piece. And the 1211s are 980 something a piece. And then the 1812s are 15 and change a piece, and the 1818s are 21 a piece.
Okay.
And I was just looking earlier at the CXB 3590 compared to the 1212s, and the DB beats out the the what's the top end? CD. It beats out the
1212.
1212 just a little bit on. Let me double check. I believe it was only at the 85 °C ambient temperature rating.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Citizens, you know, after installing them in that giveaway light and measuring the light output in the PAR and all that good stuff. I was really impressed with them, you know, for a $14 chip, like holy fucking shit, right? You know, $14, like I can get almost 3 of them for the same price as a CXB 3590, which means I can choose to run them 3 times as soft. But the Citizens really, you know, they don't excel in the same way as a Cree at 500 milliamps. You know, they do well, but the Citizen really, their happy zone, well, Cree's happy zone is between 33 and 60% of the total max current.
Yeah.
Citizen's happy zone is like 50 to 75%, right? So it's a different strategy in designing a Citizen light versus a Cree light. And I think that's what stopped me from building a lot of Citizen lights is, you know, I get off on like fucking massive efficiency, you know, and stuff like that. And if I bought 100 CLU 048s and ran them at like 500 milliamps, I'd be kind of right where I am with my Crees at 1050 milliamps. So that's why I never went like whole hog on them. And the other thing,
what type of lumen per watts are you hitting with the 1050 on the CXBs?
I don't know how many lumens per watt, but I did a whole video to music basically, and the video is called CXB 3590 at 1050 milliamp PAR measurements. Like super interesting title, but you know, anyone that's listening is welcome to go check that out. And it's just, you know, it's just a chill video, 5, 6, 7 minutes of just like every measurement you could want on a light mover with a PAR meter under that setup. But I'm getting 1150 micromoles, you know, per second per meter squared. In the you know, kind of central areas of that fixture, and that fixture performs pretty well. I think I measured it at like it ended up being like 22 inches. So, you know, pretty far.
Yeah.
You know, it's still getting, and that's with the 80-degree glass lenses, which are super heavy.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I had a point that oh yeah. Well, my point is, you know, Blunt, you did a sort of a build list for Wookiee about a light, and I think it'd be kind of interesting, you know, to talk about, you know, Wookiee Kush, the big grand prize blue nutrient winner, you know, that's rocking like a fucking badass room, dude, super healthy, you know, just rocking it, putting out the videos, but like some of the shittiest fucking LEDs I've ever seen. No offense, Wook. so what's the deal, man? What's the game plan, brother?
Was my game plan?
Yeah, dude, hit us.
Shit, that's what I'm taking notes right now. This is what my game plan is, brother. I'm trying to build a light and step it up here. But
well, what are you doing now? Because you're doing a good job with some very basic lights, right?
Right.
We'll keep trying to get this 8 Vero fixture that I just made.
Yeah, I've been talking to Photon. He's about that Vero fixture, and I want to use that for veg. It's kind of in the works, but you know, I'd like to build a 600 watt light for the flower, and but I mean, like I said, when we were talking about this earlier before you guys popped on, but I mean, you know, when I started out and you know, my first time using LEDs, I didn't know shit about LEDs. I just knew that I didn't want to deal with the heat of an HPS in my tent, in my house. You know what I'm saying? So I went and tried a couple of these LEDs. I bought one. I bought another one. You know, they're like $80 a pop. And I turned out a really good fucking harvest with them. And I was very impressed. And you know, and then I kind of started following some of you guys, found Grow Mouse. I found you know, Green Jeans, and you know, started to learn about some more things. I'm like, why the fuck you know, is everybody you know, shitting on these lights that I'm using? And I'm you know, I'm seeing pretty good results.
No, you're killing it with them, man. You're killing it. It's great.
Well, the thing is, you can put them so close to your plants that, you know, the inverse square law helps you, and you can get really, really high intensities at low wattages or with shitty LEDs, you know, your total efficiency isn't there, but it doesn't matter because all your light's being absorbed by your plants when you get them that low, you know.
Did you ever do that video explaining the inverse square law and photons and what happens and how they behave?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
Let me see if I can. Well, actually, I did do a pretty extensive video on it.
Okay, I'll have to check that out. But Wookiee, how many watts are you have? 4 of those little LEDs, right?
Yeah, so I got 4. They're pulling. I haven't tested them, but just from reading and you know talking to a couple other people, I'm pretty sure they're pulling between 130 and 150 watts a piece. So I'm looking at somewhere between 500 and 550 in all 4 lights, I believe,
Okay.
if I remember correctly. But
the eBay link says it's a 200 watt grow light, right?
300 watt.
Oh, it's a 300 watt. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm running 1200 watts in my 4x4, bro.
Yeah, man. I think that's important, and I won't take up a lot of time saying it, but when you're looking at eBay and you're looking at Amazon and you see a 300, 500, 700 watt light, whatever it is, they're basing that off of the maximum theoretical wattage that the diode could put out if you were pushing it at 99.99% right before it fucking catches on fire, right? Yeah. So that's what that means, you know, and it's really misleading. It's horrible for the industry, et cetera, et cetera. So if you're pulling 500 watts ish, did you pull a pound out of that tent the first go round?
No, it was at a 3x3. So there was less space than what I'm working with now, and it was, you know, it's shorter height as well. So I kind of scrogged it and kept it down, but I ended up pulling just right around a half pound.
Okay, so you got about a half a gram per watt, roughly, something like
Correct.
that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you know, so that's the difference, right? Like you bought some products off of Amazon or eBay that you could afford with your budget at the time. You grew some healthy plants. You did a great harvest, but you know the weight it just didn't quite weigh out. In a 3x3 under 500 watts of anything we've been talking about tonight, Cree, Vero, Citizen, whatever, I would expect something like 1.5 pounds. Triple the amount of weight I would expect for myself. You know, another grower might pull a pound, another might pull 1.25 pounds. And I think that's the big draw is that it's not just me now that's putting out videos. It's other people that are like, shit, man, I'm brand new. This is my second grow. And I pull 1.25 grams per watt with Citizen Cobs or Vero Cobs or Cree or whatever. And so that's what, you know, that's what people are seeing because that, you know, you don't have to be a rocket surgeon to do the math. You know, like I spent $800 on my grow light and I pulled a half pound. I spent $1,600 on this other grow light and I pulled 1.5 pounds and the light just got paid for, you know, 1.5 times over. So where I'm going with this is like $1 per watt for LED. You know, Wookiee, you want 600 watts. You want to pay $600, right?
Correct.
And I think that's kind of like where we are. You know, I mean, once you add the wire and the connectors and the metal and stuff, you're more like at $700. But like, I think people are comfortable with spending $1 per watt. But to do that and to attain that, you have to DIY. Yeah. You know, because the fixture costs you $2 a watt. You know, for any of the popular fixtures. So, you know, that's the whole game.
Well, you can get pretty close. I mean, and that's why I had talked to. You know, I think I reached out to you and Blunt and even Photon a little bit, and I was curious about, you know, some of these, you know, like these Vero fixtures that like timber selling, you know, like you got the 600 watt, you know, Vero fixture that's supposed to cover a 4x4, and I think it's going somewhere around like $950, which is a little bit better price point than, you know, what you're going to find with like a Cree fixture, you know, and I kind of was weighing, you know, what's going to be better, you know, $1.50 per watt, you know, to have somebody build it, or $1, you know, to build it yourself.
Yeah, you're paying like God bless Timber. You know, Timber's my boys. Dan, holler, shout out, whatever, man. You're doing it, brother. You're changing the game. But it's still a $300 premium to you know, to snap together some angled aluminum and do some wiring, and that's cool. A lot of people don't want to fuck with that, and I get that, and that's, you know, shit, man. Like $350 to have somebody else build it, that's great. But yeah, man, I think you could do it. I know Blunt. So Blunt, you know, you're recommending the Citizen for him. But what do you think about a Vero 29 build? You know, we're talking a couple percent, right?
Yeah. I don't know enough about the Veros, to be honest.
Okay. I reached out. I haven't.
Well, you convinced me to go buy some Citizens. I got a quote today. So yeah, I'm gonna order those. I should have them in the next few days. So I'll be able to measure those directly against the Vero 29 fixture. I'll put the same power supplies in it, running the same wattage, so can run those back to back.
Yeah, that's what I'm really wanting to see is the side by side between the Citizen, the Veros, and the Kree.
I'd love to see Citizen or Vero, you know, in Wookiee's room because his updates are so frequent. You know, like it really, as a viewer, you know, because I watch your videos, Wookiee, not always the day they come out, but usually within 72 hours. And as a viewer of your channel, I really get a feel and a sense for how the grow's going. Like, oh, you know, hey, I was getting a little lockout here. I did this, and you know, and I see it. And maybe I'm just interested because it's plasma, and I can't grow plasma because I'm not good enough, and you are, with cheaper lights and in a tent. But I'd love to see how the Veros perform for you. But I know a lot of people want to see the Citizen. So here's the deal. I reached out to Mike over at Rapid LED, and I told him about you. I told him about the, you know, Trichome chasers, et cetera, et cetera. And you know, he told me that going through me, you know, he'd send me some heat sinks, some 140 millimeter pin heat sinks, and some Veros. We can't get you the whole way, but you know, we can get you 3 or 4 of them, you know, kind of on the house. That'll kind of help out with the build. But the heat sinks don't come in for 1 to 2 weeks. So that, you know, that's kind of the downside. We got to wait for the heat sinks to come from China. But if you wanted to do a Vero build, both myself and you know, and Rapid LED with them backing you, we could help out with that a little bit.
I'm all about it, brother. I appreciate that.
It's still going to cost you some cheese, man. And you know, it's going to be like well into, because you're what, 2 weeks in on the plasma, right?
Yeah, no, and even if it, you know, with the lag time on the parts and, you know, the build, it being my first build, even if it comes down to, I think it'll probably time out right to where they're going to end up, you know, over the top of these clones that I took from these plasma.
There is one catch though.
What's that?
Use the use the discount code GROWMOUSE. That's GROWMAU5 at checkout at Rapid LED for 5% off. I have to get my plug in. I have to.
Word.
Okay. Hey, tell the guys
on eBay.
Tell the guys from Rapid to hit me back on the 365 nanometer UV LEDs. They like were quoting me some shit, but then it was the Chinese holiday, and they haven't got back to me yet on that. And I really need some 365 nanometer LEDs.
Okay, well, I don't mean to get racialist here. Mike, you know, that owns Rapid, he's in San Francisco. He's in America selling, you know, American products. He does happen to be Asian. I don't know what type of Asian person he is because I'm white. And so, you know, all black people look the same and all Asian people look the same to me. But he could have been celebrating Chinese New Year at that time. So
No, yeah.
sorry to be racialist, but, you know, you got to give a brother.
He couldn't get the LEDs from his supplier because they were on the Chinese New Year.
Oh, they were on the Chinese New Year. Okay.
Chinese New Year is a big fucking deal.
I couldn't get any. Yeah, it's a huge deal over there. I couldn't get anything for like 3 weeks to a month. I was pissed actually because I bought 2 500-watt fixtures that are actually super legit. They're out of I-502 Washington Commercial Grow Op right now. I let them have those today for a test run. And like I couldn't get those for a fucking month. I was pissed. They took my order before the Chinese New Year and then went to vacation for a month. So I was out $1,000 for a month for some lights that I paid for. And, you know, I just got them the other day, and I actually had some problems. They put the wrong fucking power supplies in them. So I called them out for that, but they're turns out they have an ISO 9000 certification. I don't know if anybody here knows what that means, but the company I work for my day job is ISO 9001 certified. So I know exactly what that means. And I'm the one that takes the auditors around and, you know, make sure that we're in compliance with that. So I just ripped him a new asshole. I was like, I cannot believe this happened, you know, for an ISO 9001 certified company. How are you guys keeping track of your material? Blah, blah, blah. because that should have been caught. You know, you're putting the wrong fucking power supplies in a light. If you have any kind of inventory, you would know that. That had to have been a management decision. And, you know, so I wasn't very happy about that. I was up all night Friday going back and forth with those guys. So I didn't sleep Friday. No, that was Thursday night. Didn't sleep Thursday night because that's when China does business. And so I was like emailing them back and forth, but they're sending me the right power supplies and I'm just going to install them, take pictures, send them back to them, and they'll verify that it was done right. So it shouldn't affect the warranty of the lights. But yeah, it was quite a hassle. But they've been independently tested by the DLC, which is what the commercial grows need. They need the DLC listing certification to get the utility rebates. So it's like I sell them the lights and then they get 80% of that cost back through the utility rebates. And these lights aren't certified with the power supplies they came with. So, you know, I've really went into them on that, you know, you guys are violating my state's rules and these are not the certified lights that I paid for. So I was pretty mad about that.
But on the bright side though, bro, you are rocking those Hanes socks from 1984. I used to rock those.
See,
those are dope as fuck, man. I used
to pimping all over the world. See the dude with the white socks? Not pimping.
I love it.
Honestly, I don't know if you guys can see my dog here. Where's my
look in the reflector?
Yeah, this asshole right here. He has an obsession with socks, and so I have to buy like 3 or 4 packs of socks at Costco a month.
Costco, man.
Look at that guy.
You got a whole roll of socks by him.
Wookiee's dog. He probably wants to be up here anyways. Come here, boy. Come on, bud. Come here. He doesn't like things that are bigger than him or in his way, so come here, bud.
Got such a dog face.
Come here. Come on.
No, but seriously, Grow Mouse, thank you, bro. And shout out to Mike at Rapid LED. I mean, that's fucking awesome, bro. I'm fucking stoked.
Yeah, it'll be cool. You know, I talked to Mike on the phone. Fuck, what was it yesterday? I don't know. Yesterday was a weird long day. You know, we did like 7 hours. You know, we did like 2.5. Well, we did 30 minutes of pre-show, 2.5 hours on the show, and then we stayed and just like talked for freaking 4 hours. But I think I talked to Mike, yesterday morning. And, you know, Mike's a cool guy, you know, like he's in business to make money, you know, that's why he has his company, but he's really interested, you know, in our community, in our DIY, cannabis growing community and, you know, seeing different people use the technology, you know, from him and showcase it on YouTube and stuff like that. And he's just down to help out. So I talked to him. I was like, man, you know, a lot of people are real interested in far red LEDs, 730 to 740 nanometer, and either, you know, putting the plants to sleep, you know, which is how we kind of traditionally talk about far red being used, or mixing far red in with the flowering 12-hour flowering cycle and mixing that in to trigger the Emerson effect. A lot of people misquote the Emerson effect, and I did too when I was first reading up on it. The making the plants go to sleep at night, that's not the Emerson effect. That's just phytochrome state switching, if you want to get technical. The Emerson effect is that mixing deep red and far red together, the photosynthetic rate is greater than the sum of its parts. So you have a photosynthetic rate under 660, you have a photosynthetic rate under 740. Combined together, the photosynthetic rate is higher than double. Right? It's like 4 times higher, 5 times, whatever that is. So I was talking to him. I was like, man, we need a far red thingy because I did a couple of videos on it. And at the end of the day, you still got to pull out a soldering iron and go buy metal and cut it and go buy wire and buy a driver and all this bullshit. So keep your eyes peeled on Rapid. I'm developing a far red puck for them. And it's not just for LED people. it's for anybody. You got a metal halide, a ceramic, a HPS, whatever it is. I'm developing a little puck, and it literally sticks onto something, some surface, some metal surface, whatever that is, and you just power it with a wall wart, like a little 12-volt plug-in thingy that comes on like an old phone, or like a 12-volt charging. Is that a dongle, right? Or a wart? What do y'all call that? I call it a wall wart.
I just call it phone
block.
Wall charger.
Power strip.
Yeah, it's just a block.
I keep a bunch of those around just to like test LEDs real quick,
Sure, because they come with everything, right? Like every device you buy comes with one of these little things. And so the device will be powered by that. So you supply your own little wall wart or whatever, or you can buy them from him. And the price of it's going to be really fair, and it'll allow people to kind of just screw around with the far red, because I think it's a really powerful spectrum that doesn't get utilized a lot.
Is that kind of similar to the light that Dago has that he was showing on the roundtable last night?
Yeah, real similar. About half the wattage, but a lot smaller because it's an integrated, custom-made PCB. All that stuff. It's like a professionally made little circuit board. So everyone keep your eyes peeled. I'll do a video on it when it comes out, in a few weeks or a month or 2 months, whatever it is. But that'll be kind of cool. But the point in the whole thing was not another plug for Rapid. It was just to say that he's interested in working with us, and professionally building the kind of stuff that we kind of want to do without having to solder 300 epi LEDs together to make a light,
Word.
Yeah.
So it's cool. 2017 is going to be dope for DIY, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Hell yeah.
I'm excited.
Girl Mouse, I don't think you weren't here to see this Vero picture last night. This Vero picture I got is putting out roughly the same par numbers as the PLC 400 watt. I forget if it's the C420 or something like that.
Yeah.
But at 32 inches, I'm getting roughly the same numbers they are at 24 inches. And I'm pulling, let's see here, 220 watts total.
Damn. Yeah, it's bright. It's pretty bright.
Yeah. So this is the one that Wookiee wants, but honestly, this was pretty fucking simple to make. It's got a new active cooled heatsink design that I've never tried before.
Show them the heatsink. Fucking dope.
So what I did, actually, it'd probably be easier just to show you guys that on like SolidWorks. Let me screen share here. Screen share.
And that Grow Mouse, that's what I'm wanting for the veg.
I'm interested in this heatsink.
It's fucking dope.
Am I sharing my screen right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess.
And how'd you get SolidWorks, dude? You didn't drop 4G's cash for that, did you? Does your work pay for the license? I'm sorry, that's kind of like rude to ask, but
no, yeah, I actually paid for my own SolidWorks license.
Holy shit!
It was a lot more than 4Gs. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, once you add all the plugins and all that stuff, yeah, man.
Yeah, this right here, yeah. This is a $25,000 module.
Jesus.
So, yeah. I was telling the guys last night, in like 2011, I was going to buy some acid off the Silk Road, so I bought a bunch of Bitcoin at 11 cents a piece. And then in 2013, I cashed out a lot of that at $1,300 a piece. So I kind of just had some money to play with. And I still hold a lot of Bitcoin, but I'm kind of waiting.
Is the moral of the story do or do not buy acid off the Silk Road?
Plan to and then don't.
Fair enough.
Because acid will find you if it's meant to be.
Yep.
I don't know about that, man. The universe is kind of, not been hooking me up lately then. I don't know.
It's not meant to be.
I don't. God damn it. Show me that.
I took a trip down to San Diego recently, and I have a 10 strip that I was going to bring with me And I remembered like halfway to the airport, which is only like 5 minutes. I was like, shit, should I turn around and get that? And then I was like, no, acid's going to find me, you know, if it's meant to be. And I was actually going down there for work, but there was a music festival at the same time that a bunch of my buddies were going to. Mm-hmm. So after my work shit was done, I just scheduled my flight for like the next day and then went to this festival with my friends. And yeah, I brought some ketamine down there. And
Grow Mouse, I think you need to hit him with one of your quick talking disclaimers here.
Oh, I usually have to have this ready.
What's that?
No, go ahead. Keep going.
Oh, okay. So, disclaimer: this is a completely made-up story.
Yeah, you got to use terms like allegedly and hypothetically, man. That's how.
Yeah. So hypothetically,
someone I met.
Somebody gave me some ketamine, and I just gave some to this guy that was clearly a user of psychedelics, and he's like, "Yeah, you want some acid?" And I was like, "Allegedly, sure." And I was all twisted or fucked up or whatever, and I thought he meant it was like in a vial, and so this dropper that I allegedly used, I thought he meant it was like one hit per dropper, like it was like a 5 millimeter vial dropper, but it turns out he meant one hit per drop. And I took 2 droppers of it, so it came out to like 80 hits of acid.
Dun, dun, dun.
And like I was allegedly still tripping balls in the plane on the way back home the next day. But yeah, acid found me. I'll tell you that much.
Didn't you come up with some pretty dope LED concepts during that?
Oh yeah, that was actually where am I still sharing my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, that was actually where I came up with this design right here, the squish tube. And I will stop sharing my screen so I can show you guys kind of how I made that, or at least Grow Mouse, because he wasn't here yesterday.
What about that? Hold on, about that heat sink on the Vero before we get sidetracked.
Oh, heat sink on the Vero.
Before we get sidetracked, that's like the definition.
Yeah, so yeah, I came up with these on that acid trip, but let's see here. I haven't actually made a model of this, so you guys are gonna get to see me model some shit up. My full screen right now. Can you guys see my SolidWorks?
Yep.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Gotta measure my Vero.
Oh.
Yeah, the reason I dropped so much on the spectroradiometer is actually because I need it for 49 millimeters. I change my units here. Is because I run an inspection agency, and I have to certify that my lights meet UV criteria between 365 and 370 nanometers, and I need 1,500 microwatts per square inch at 15 inches away from the light surface. And then I have to have like transmittance data on the filters and shit like that. So I had to buy a customized, really nice spectrometer. There's only actually 2 companies in the world that are certifying lights to this new spec that everybody has to certify lights to. And I looked up one of them, and the spectrometer they use doesn't even have the required sensitivity. So it's pretty much a wide open market right now, and a certified light with the right amount of paperwork behind it is like the highest powered one I could find is 36 watts, and it's like $6,400. So that's why I'm trying to get those 365 nanometer LEDs from Rapid, because the ones I bought off Amazon that are supposed to be 365 nanometers are like 373 nanometers, so I can't certify them. So let me finish up this drawing here. Yeah, no problem. Units. But yeah, I do have SolidWorks at work too. This is just my home version. Units.
I get a lot of my best ideas when I'm on weed.
On weed, is that what I heard?
On weed. I came up with an idea a couple months ago, and I was watching. I don't even remember what I was watching a bunch of things. The History Channel. I think I was watching like Mythbusters and like $1 Million Invention or something. And I came up with this idea, and I ended up cutting it out of wood, but I never cut it out of metal to actually make the light. But a lot of people put lights on light movers. You know, I think there's a lot of value to light movers, and I think there is with traditional light sources, single point source illumination lights, right?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I see what you're saying.
When you get into LEDs and the bigger LEDs you get into, I think the value of a light mover becomes less and less, you know, because the whole idea behind a light mover is that when you have a single HID bulb that's static, or 2 or 3 of them, the incident rays of light are fixed. You know, there's a lot of them, but it's fixed. And when you put them on a light mover, you know, you get light into areas of the plant that it normally wouldn't get to. Another one of the great benefits of DIY LED. But I thought, why, you know, hanging a light on a light mover, it's not hard, but there are challenges, right? Like keeping the cords from binding up from the bulb to the ballast, etc. So I came up with this concept, and I was pretty high as balls. And I went to sleep on the couch immediately after watching the History Channel, all these other shows. And I came up with a concept of a light that actually, you know, is fixed, but the light moves. You know, and with cobs or quantum boards or whatever, the LEDs move within the fixture, and it uses a single motor, you know, a single $10 DC eBay motor, and it's based off of a World War I fighter jet engine and the way that engine works. And I'll have to show. It won't be impressive, but I'll show the wooden cutouts because I prototype a lot of stuff in wood before I go to metal, because High Guy will tell you, metal's not super easy to work with. You can't cut it with scissors and, you know, a hacksaw that easily.
You can cut aluminum with a hacksaw or a table saw or anything like that, just in case anybody was wondering.
Yeah, like if I had like like not my living room to work in, it would be so much better.
Yeah, like I cut most of my aluminum on a miter saw, just with a wood blade. So
yeah, but the point, and I swear to God, I was driving towards a point. The point is, regardless of if you are a DIY LED guy or whatever you are, write down your ideas. You know, when you're high, when it comes to grow room technology, and if a pencil and paper is not handy, which it often isn't to me, record it. You know, record it with the voice recorder on your iPhone or your Galaxy Note or whatever. And go back and listen to it when you're not high and write that shit down, because there's gold in them there pages, or there's gold in those memos. I'll never release these to the public because I'm like, who is this idiot? But I listen back to my shit and I write my ideas down, and some of them lead to things like Canopy 10, you know, and that bracket system that I thought up when I was high.
So I wanted to just give my opinion on UV and IR LEDs. I don't know a whole lot about it. I don't claim to be an expert in botany or shit like that. But so much UV and IR gets absorbed by the atmosphere and by the ocean, which is essentially where all plants came from. You know, they all came from the ocean. That I don't think it would drive photosynthesis pretty much at all. I've heard / read, but you know, I don't know a whole lot about it, that plants can kind of split photons and use the energy they need and then emit what they can't use, which would be emitted as IR radiation and heat up the plant because it would get reabsorbed on its way back out. So I think like the huge debate for IR and UV radiation is it changes your VPD because your VPD is based on your leaf temperature versus your ambient temperature. And so for some guys, it works really well because it changes their VPD in such a way that's beneficial to them. And then they tell their buddy about it who already has a perfect VPD, and it fucks up their VPD as soon as they put, IR or UV LEDs in there.
That's a great point. And that's kind of how I plan on using IR is as more of an environmental control. To, like you said, control the internal leaf temperature environment through lighting, so
pretty much agree with that. Yeah.
And I'd be interested to see what I'm most interested in. The reason why I added IR LEDs to this quantum build is that once stretch is over, once you get through that first 14, 17, 20 days and the plants have stopped growing vertically, in an HPS garden, I feel like that spectrum of light, the whole spectrum with the IR and everything that it has to offer, I feel like in some ways it might provide I don't want to use the term looser structure, a more open structure of the plant to stack on weight on those bud sites. And I feel like LED grows, or the grows I've done with cobs, are a very compact structure. The buds aren't as big as I used to grow under HPS. They weigh more, they're more dense, but they aren't as big. And it's not about the glamour shots of donkey dicks and big buds. It's more about, providing the plant with the structure it needs to pack on weight. So my first experiment's going to be hitting them with IR light from days, as soon as stretch stops, day 17 or 18 through day 30, and then killing the IR completely, providing it with this bigger structure to grow denser nugs. I feel like
are you trying to limit stretch, or do you want them to stretch a lot more?
I don't necessarily want the stretch in terms of height, so that's why I won't be running the IR until the first 2 weeks or whatever. But after that,
I thought you said you were going to run it up like through the first 2 or 3 weeks. But yeah, no, after that I could totally see. In short, I think I'll try running the IR weeks 3 and 4, and then killing them after that, and just kind of see what that effect is. Good idea.
But when you're running a single grow room, it can take 6, 7, 8, 9 months to do the kind of research you want to do. IR all the way through, IR at the beginning, and IR just in the middle. So, yeah, it'll take some time.
Should maybe see if you can get that guy who won your light on the contest to push some of his data.
Yeah, Eric. So the interesting thing about that is that my first email to him, letting him know that he won the light and everything, he was like, "Oh, cool, man. I never win anything. Here's my address." And I was like, "Okay, cool." And I was like, "Well, let me get it packaged up." I had to order a custom box and stuff like that. And then he hit me with the fact that his space wasn't really big enough to handle that much juice. And I said, well, you can just run it at like 400 watts or whatever. So I think he was a little slow out of the gate, to get it going. And I don't even know if it's actually hung up right now or whatever. But I'm very interested. I know a lot of people are interested in the light and how it's going to perform and the citizens and all that stuff. So, yeah.
Wait, he didn't hawk it?
No.
Oh, I had heard a rumor that he hawked it or something.
No. I think I mentioned this. I might have mentioned it publicly, but I think what he was going to do was he has a really close friend that he was going to partner up with and set it up at their house, and grow at their house because the space was more suited to use that kind of wattage. So we'll see. I'll keep you guys posted. I want to know how it's going to perform.
No, yeah. I was waiting for that light.
Yeah,
at least for your build specs on it for quite a while. So
the build specs?
Yeah, like when you put up the wiring and the frame videos.
Oh, yeah.
A while after the teaser.
Wiring was a nightmare, man.
I feel like such an amateur, compared to Grow Mouse. What I do at work is real crude, I'm the first step in manufacturing, so my shit doesn't have to be pretty. So I've always been bad at finishing details and stuff, but the structure, of what I do is there. But you know, I'm just missing like I don't have dimmers on my lights and shit like that. I've never been a nerd about like electrical or computer stuff. I've been more hands-on building big structures my whole life, so I'm kind of just now getting into that, and you know, I'll probably be looking for some advice on dimming and shit like that here in the near future.
Yeah, I think, you know, my builds, they work the same as your builds, and you know, and High Guy's build's gonna work. It works the same. It's just you know, it's just like it's just for show. You know what I'm saying? Like I know I'm gonna make a video about it. So when I'm building something and I'm doing the wiring, I'm like, okay, I could take these two drivers and just like literally screw them down with self-tapping screws into some metal, and it's gonna function. It's gonna be safe. It's gonna be perfect. But you know, you take the measuring tape, you mark it, you make sure they're equally spaced, and it just looks better on camera. And that's the whole reason, you know.
Well, I mean, I make sure everything's equally spaced. Like what I usually do is print out a full size drawing of whatever I'm doing in CAD, and then just like Super 77 spray that to my aluminum, and then just drill according to that, or I'll just put it up on a Bridgeport and really get it accurate if I need to.
Yeah, I used a carpenter's angle, 90-degree angle, and just did a fuck ton of measurements.
I don't think enough people are utilizing the large format printers at FedEx Kinko's and the free software Autodesk Fusion.
I was using Fusion. Just I didn't want to spend the time figuring out how to get like the structure of it correct and then get it exported as like a DXF and printed correctly. I was like, I could either spend the time doing that or spend the time doing measurements, and then after my measurements are done, I can drill. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just wasn't prepared with the correct knowledge set to use the CAD software to its full potential.
Yeah, there's a learning curve. It is pretty quick, but there's a learning curve. But yeah, once you can get that CAD software down, you know, going down to Kinko's and printing out a 4-foot by 4-foot piece of paper, it does cost about $20, you know, to do that. But then you've got this template that's like perfect, and you, like you said, Super 77 or any spray adhesive, spray it to, you know, glue it to a piece of metal, smooth it out, and then you just drill through the paper, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly what we do at the shop I work at. I mean, aerospace manufacturing, that's about as good as it gets. Besides,
that's rocket surgery, bro. You're a rocket surgeon.
Yeah, I literally, actually, I just turned down a job for a rocket surgeon. I guess it would be a surgeon. Because
Elon, bro.
What's that?
You don't want to go work for Elon, bro?
It was actually one of Elon's competitors, but yeah.
Oh man, Elon's the truth.
Yeah.
He's gonna save us all.
Yeah, well, I mean, they wanted me for I'm a level 3 inspector for a lot of different processes, and they wanted me as an inspector. But where I'm at right now, I'm the lead inspector, so I don't actually have to inspect that much shit. And I like my job because I don't have to spend all day inspecting things. You know, I write procedures and deal with customers and stuff like that, and I just have a lot more room. It'd be a lot more rigid at this other company that I got an offer at. So.
No, yeah, for sure. I'd just like to point out that I'm a level 3 bud inspector.
Oh yeah,
I got that going. That's pretty chill.
Does that go like 3, 2, 1 is the highest, or is like 3 like the highest?
You don't know. We're not allowed to talk about it.
It works like the DEF CON system, man. Nobody knows if DEF CON 1 is the highest level or the lowest level. It's just a mystery. We just know that DEF CON is a thing.
Yeah.
Some dude runs in says to go to another one, and you do it.
We're at danger code magenta right now.
Phantom, what strains do you grow?
What's that?
What strains do you grow, man?
Right now I've got platinum cookies, lemon sour diesel, blue dream.
I love lemon sour diesel.
Yeah, mine didn't dense up how I would have liked it to. I don't know if that's just the strain. This is the first time I've run it, but it was also kind of like in the corner of my grow tent and wasn't getting as much light as my platinum cookies. I've never seen platinum cookies chunk up like this most recent batch I did with my new lights. So I'm pretty stoked about that. Usually you just get like the little golf balls and they stretch quite a bit, but these stayed really short, and I was getting like a quarter gram nugs off each top cola. So quarter ounce nugs off each top cola.
Damn, dude.
But yeah, I haven't even really trimmed the lemon sour diesel yet.
I don't want to go tangent here, but normally I'm like up in the chat talking with like Woody and Grandmaster and all those boys out there. I'm sorry I'm not talking to you guys tonight. I've been slacking on this light. I gotta work. I'll work, no play.
Now
Man,
you get
something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to give a big shout out to Tony Baloney, man, holding it down, kicking some of these trolls out, bro. Really appreciate it.
Word.
Yeah, Tony Baloney keeps it pretty real. He's hopping in and out of streams left and right, showing the love all over town, man. Big shout out to Tony Baloney.
How do I get to like the Trichome chaser? Are people like able to ask questions of us right now?
Yeah, absolutely.
By the way, Girl Mouse, I'm a huge Dead Mouse fan. I don't know if you realize that, but
hey, me too.
I actually have the intro to The World the Children Made.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've seen that music video, but it's actually based on a story written by my great uncle. So I got the intro to that tattooed on my lat on my side.
Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah.
I used to go to Dead Mouse concerts, and I would actually travel sometimes if it was within driving range. And I built a Dead Mouse head and would wear it to the concerts and stuff, and it was cool. And that's kind of how I came up with this concept. I just thought, well, I got to pick a name. I had a YouTube channel back in 2010, 2011. I had about 500 subs or something, and my YouTube channel was called Kid Sunlight. But I didn't grow in the sun. I grew artificially under HPS, and I don't expect anyone to remember because it was, it's 500 subs, which is great. I felt great about that. But I ended up partnering with a couple guys, investors, and going into some warehouses, and they didn't feel comfortable having me on YouTube when we were growing in warehouses. Or 7 years ago. So yeah,
definitely.
I didn't have any idea that that I would break 1,000 subs ever on the Grow Mouse channel. So, I'm just waiting for that cease and desist letter from Dead Mouse. It's like, bro, that's kind of the holdup on selling merchandise, because I don't sell anything and I don't make any money off my channel, from like selling merchandise or using the Grow Mouse name. So he loves suing people, but I don't know if he could sue me.
Did you say you went through all this shit though, and you thought you were pretty good?
Yeah, there's a commenter, a guy named Chris Fuller here on YouTube. He leaves me a lot of great comments. He's always commenting on my videos and other people's. And he sent me a link to a Disney lawsuit with Dead Mouse. And then I found the name of Dead Mouse's holding company, which is something weird I can't even remember. So I did a trademark search, patent search, all that stuff, which is, it's all just .gov websites. You can read through it. It's super dry. So I downloaded it, on my iPhone to iBooks, and then, from Hawaii, 6-hour flight or 5-hour flight, just pretty much read everything I could understand, and he doesn't have the MAU5 specifically trademarked. It's more the shape of the face and the ears and stuff like that. So I think I'm in the clear. I think I'm good.
That's why the Disney lawsuit happened.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out right now if the who makes these, the ideal 50-2300 AN reflector connectors, if they fit on CLU 058.
I did that on the Canopy 12 build. I didn't have the correct connectors, right, or cob holders, and so I kind of rigged it up And what I did was I used the screw holes on the cob, which is great about Citizen, right? Like when you're doing a big build,
I hate Crees because they don't have
they don't have the hole.
I really hate that.
Why isn't there a hole? There's no reason not to be. Cob holders cost, like, for all practical purposes, $3, right? They're $2.40, $2.60.
Yeah.
Shipped $3. When you're doing a 40 cob build, bro, that's $120 freaking dollars on metal. And when that can be avoided, that's great. So for the 058 Citizens, I screwed through the hole. I soldered to the solder points. And what I did with that 2300 AN reflector adapter was the inside. I felt like the light emitting surface would burn it. It was so close that I just kind of used 220 grit sandpaper and sanded it out a little bit, and it worked great. It worked perfectly, and the holes fit with the Northern Grow Lights pin heat sinks that they sent me, the SSTX.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they should work if they're meant for the CXP 3590s, right?
The ones that I have here pulled up for the ideal ones for the 48 or for any CLU 4X series, 502204 CT.
5022.
That's the one that I used.
That's a ideal reflector, or is that
that's the holder. You mean the reflector itself that goes with that? You're looking for the.
Oh yeah, so I'm looking at a 502203 CR. This is for a CXP though.
The holder that I used would be the 502204 CT, and the adapter for the Angelina for that would be the 502100 AN. Or the 502100 LN, alternatively.
502100. So I measured the 502100 has a light emitting, or has a diameter that's smaller than the light emitting surface of an 052. So I don't think I could use that.
For 052?
Or
I don't know
058.
anything about the 058. That is
Citizen.
Surface 38 millimeters.
Yeah, 38 by 38 square. So let me finish this up. I don't know.
You're asking for the 058s or the 048s?
058s.
058s? Let me look.
Fuck. I'm running really low on memory here. Good, yeah, so. I guess I could explain some of this shit. Okay.
Hey man, 70 people still rocking in chat, almost 4 hours in.
Damn. Yeah, I had.
Hell
I'm just gonna be a Valadian, so.
And now we just put him to sleep talking about Ideal's code system with the fucking numbers.
Sorry about that.
No, dude. It's a second language, and I'm really cognizant of the fact that, like, in my videos, like, people aren't gonna understand the terminology and stuff like that. What I should really do is link up that part 1 of the DIY basics, where I'm like, what is a LED? It's a light emitting diode. What is a cob? It's a chip on board LED. Just so people get the lingo, because when I go into these Korean natural farming and and no-till discussions that I'm very interested in learning, it can be, when you know that shit, it can be really hard to realize a guy like me coming in that's like, what's an FFJ? What's a lab? I don't really know any of the other acronyms, but I have a legend now that I should print out just to get the acronyms, because you guys could be, you or anyone else could be doing a 20-minute talk on FFJs, and I'm sitting there, or a new viewer to that style of growing, is like, what the fuck is an FFJ? Let me Google it. And you look up, and you're like, oh, fermented fruit juice. Okay, cool. So those kind of things, those kind of things are kind of important.
Yep.
But if you care enough, you'll figure it out, you know.
Yeah, exactly. It's all out there.
Yeah, but I definitely get that aspect of the lingo thing though, because with the streams, like, yeah, it's nice to go and be able to read off a forum, but to be able to interact with people and to, you know, have a graph, at least have like a legend, you know, like scroll to the bottom and here's a legend of all of the gibberish we're speaking.
Yeah, exactly. Like I can see, you know, I'm looking there and you have APVs. So like for us on the panel, we're like, oh, APV, you know, and people might not know that it's just, you know, a DC supply, you know, yeah. So I don't know where I was going with that, but
it's like, yeah, like, and even just trying to explain the nuances of the lingo, people won't understand. So I think sometimes it just is what it is.
Yeah.
Just stick around and we're nice enough. We'll learn you.
2.5. Is that right? Where did this come from? Fuck this thing.
Wagos are the shit though.
Yeah. Thanks, Ed Mouse or Bro Mouse.
Wagos are the shit. And for anyone that doesn't know what a Wago is basically a quick connect wire connector that requires no tools, just your fingernails, and it can connect 2 or 5 wires together and share a common voltage or common, you know, current or whatever.
Well, I got the multi-pack on Amazon, and it was like lower profile one.
That's the 221. So that's new. The 222 Wagos are the older ones, and they're cool. But the 221s are like way more doper. They're flat. They're lower profile.
How do you mount those? Because there's like no hole to mount a Wago connector.
That's because they want you to buy the Wago proprietary mounting holders. It's like $50 for a box of them.
Fuck that.
Yeah, it's fuck that. So I buy the 3M two-way tape. It's expensive as well. It's about $15 or $19 for a roll, but a roll will last you several years. You can use the.
What does the holder actually look like?
It's orange. It's on Amazon. It's orange. It's only for the 222 Wago series, and it holds them together on DIN rails. Is that right? DIN rail? Yeah, DIN rail systems. But I just like the industrial two-way tape from 3M. It's got a red back on it, and you'll buy a roll and you'll drop $20 on it, but you'll have it for 2 or 3 years, and it is the strongest freaking tape in the world. I mean, you stick something down, if the surface is clean underneath, it will stay there forever. And I think in a DIY build, you know, having things, you know, especially wire management, wire organization, having things stuck down, it really helps your brain function, you know, because a lot of times, like, hi guy, when you're doing your build, are you working off a schematic or are you just working off your brain? Positive here, negative here.
But definitely wiring is all brain. Like I had like a rough sketch, but once you get in here, it kind of goes out the window.
Yeah, the sketch goes out the window because something changes. You know, you have to run this wire here or there. And so I feel like wire management is definitely a topic I should probably explore on my channel. And it's a balance, right? Like I don't want it to look like a video like, you know, hey, go buy all this shit from Amazon. But like I get everything from Amazon because they have all the cool shit. It's cheap. You can get 100-pack of it and then you have it for the year. And, you know, you don't have to go through Fry's and get freaking raped. Like you go to Fry's, you buy 5 little cable tie holder things, you know, and that's like $3. Or for that same $3, you can get a 50-pack, you know, 10 times more for the same price. So Amazon's a great place for wire management. Wire management really helps you pull off a build that not only looks clean when you show it on Instagram and stuff, but it helps it keep straight in your head. Because when I built Canopy 10, I accidentally ran all the wires were the same color. They're all white. So, you know, I ran a DC, AC to DC supply that gave me 36 volts DC, but I accidentally used the neutral white wire from the wall, 110 volt neutral, which is white, to power all my drivers. And I kept blowing drivers, like those little LDD meanwhile drivers. I blew about 6 of them. And finally I was like, what the fuck is going on here? And I had a wiring problem because it was this big jumbled spaghetti mess. So I think that's important, managing your wires while you're doing the build, and using a marker or a label maker to say, like, even if it like seems stupid, like writing out, this is the cob negative, like full words, writing that on a piece of masking tape, it helps you remember and pull off a build successfully.
Yeah, no, I have Sharpie marks written all over this thing.
Yeah, when I'm drilling holes for cobs and stuff, I definitely put a plus mark and a minus mark on the other side, just to keep track of that kind of shit. Because I've definitely done that where I'll like put a cob in backwards, and then I got to find out which one it is, and then I actually have some thermal epoxy, so it actually has a higher thermal conductivity than the thermal paste. But it also takes like 9 hours to fucking get any kind of dryness out of it. Like your cobs will slide right off if they're not level. Where was I going with this? Yeah, I don't remember.
That's okay. It's late enough to where you can make a statement and not necessarily have a point.
Yeah.
Anybody in the chat room and anybody that's still watching right now is probably at least a weed nerd, if not an LED nerd. And so, that's one thing I realized about my channel is like people are when it comes to this DIY LED tech, the fact that you can save 40-50 cents on the dollar and get the same or better performance out of your own DIY grow light, like people's ears start to perk up. And like, no matter what the information is, how much of it is, people just want it. And that's how I felt. I don't know about you guys. Like, hi guy, you're building a light. Like you're deep into this right now, your first build. And when you're doing research, it's your second build?
Yeah.
Oh,
I had to capitalize my first one was kind of like your cutter configs.
So yeah, just a simple
like it was wire nutted together and shit. So it was half-assed for sure.
But like your thirst for knowledge, like it's almost unquenchable when you get into this, like that's how it was for me.
That's how I feel like kind of the whole community is. There's such a lack of information out there about cannabis specifically, that I think guys like us just need to start unbiasedly publishing information, and that's kind of my motivation behind buying my spectroradiometer and just publishing what I can, and
really
being honest with it.
I really like that title you got on your Instagram, open source or get the fuck out.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm kind of a hippie man, a little bit of a free spirit. Money doesn't mean much to me anymore.
Yeah,
other than being able to survive in this world, and I think that's the right attitude. So I think you're gonna go far.
Yeah, I definitely I'll put all my models up on what's that one website?
GrabCAD?
Yeah, GrabCAD.
GrabCAD, dude, they fucked to me, man.
Yeah, what happened to your mount?
I got an email from one of the admins at GrabCAD, and they said, yeah, hey, listen, we had to pull some of your designs down. And I'm like, why? They're like, oh, because they don't have 3D models with them. I'm like, what? Like, they're like, yeah, this is a 3D CAD community. I'm like, these are AutoCAD fucking files, bro. Actually, it was a female, but they pulled some of my stuff down, and I honestly, I don't know. I feel like it might have been a little bit of a scrutiny towards grow lights and cannabis, but it very well could have been a policy of theirs. I had some drawings that were not accompanied by a 3D design, and they pulled those down. And so now I'm just kind of like, well, okay, well, now I have to go back and take those files, put those back into CAD, and do like Photon Phantom, like it takes like 30 seconds to do an extrusion to make it 3D, right?
Yeah.
But now I got like 5 or 6 files I got to go find and make sure that's the correct file. So that's why they disappeared, and that's just one more thing I got to do.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. So I was thinking, what can I use for my files? Like a Dropbox seems a little personal because it's like integrated into your computer. Do you guys know of any other file sharing where you can share an Excel or a Microsoft Word or a DXF like that's free that people can roll up to, and
You'd think a Dropbox,
I'm also
right?
interested.
You like
I'm
set
interested in this too. Sorry, go ahead.
you think a Dropbox, like an anonymous Dropbox, you know, we'd each have to have our own, or like, you know, just give the password out to people who we want dropping shit in there.
it is a solution, but you got to download Dropbox, and then everybody that wants the things got to download Dropbox and sign in. Then I got to sign out of my personal Dropbox that I share photos with my mom.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's a fucking dick pain.
And it makes it inaccessible to that guy who's Google searching, you know?
Yeah. Chat room. How can I? Okay, someone's saying Google Docs will translate .xlf, but these are .dxf. They're drawing files.
Yeah. Are those DXFs actually 3D or are they 2D?
They're just 2D. That way, the reason I did that is so that people could take them, put them over to a water jet service like Big Blue Saw or somebody, and just get a price. You know, like I like to kick tires. I like to window shop. I don't want to have to fucking contact somebody and get a quote, wait 24 hours. You know, I want to do it in my underwear at 3 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard that. But you can supply pretty much any water jet plays with a 3D model of your part. If you just give them the model, they can turn it into a 2D model pretty fucking easily.
Oh, absolutely. It's just getting the files to the people without having to individually email people, you know. The short path, I think, is just extruding it and putting them back up on GrabCAD because that's already linked in every video I have. But if anyone in chat or anyone knows of just a simple free file sharing service for, you know, any file, that'd be cool.
I can't think of one.
Okay. Well, whatever.
Yeah, but
I was looking for.
By the way,
I was looking for one too because I was trying to share all those PDFs that I have. So definitely, if anybody has anything, because fucking Dropbox has a 2 gig limit. So anything bigger than that, you got to pay for. So,
for these these random questions, like I know Grillmouse, you and I had talked about it before, and then even Phantom and I kind of bonded over Reddit a little bit, but Reddit's just kind of one of those sites where you can ask that random question like, hey everyone, where can I do this? And there's going to be someone out there who knows.
Yeah, there's some expert out there.
There's probably not some, you know, administrative nerd in the stream right now. No offense to the admin nerds out there, because Excel is extremely difficult to learn in my opinion. But, you know, they're not the huge majority of cannabis growers.
Yeah.
I dig Reddit. I'm hip to Reddit. Like you guys say on this show, I fucks with Reddit, but some motherless bastard took my grow mouse name on Reddit.
Dude, it was me. It was me. I tried to tag you on a post one time, and then I noticed you didn't have a Reddit account, and I was like, dude, if somebody like just wanted to make one and then pretend to be you, they could totally do that.
You're kidding? Are you kidding? You're fucking with me.
Is it Grow Mouse?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was me. Like within the last couple weeks.
Yeah. Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, dude, I'll DM you the password.
Okay. Well, at least the information is going to be relevant and accurate. I'm glad it's in good hands, you know?
Yeah, I was like, damn, somebody could really like, you know, pretend to be you, and it'd be hard to like prove that it wasn't you. So
they could be out on Reddit making racial comments about different races looking the same, you know, and that's not me. That's not
the fucking power of the cannabis community right there. That is fucking awesome.
That is, dude. That somebody's got your back, you know.
I tried to like tag you in a post. I was like, you Grow Mouse, and then it didn't come up, and I was like, what the fuck? He's not on Reddit. So I just made a username real quick.
I'm still like 99% sure you're being serious, but there's a 1% chance that you're fucking with me right now.
No, I'll
hey,
that's awesome.
Seems pretty serious to me, bro.
Phantom, shimmy Reddit username in the Hangouts chat really quick, please.
I think I'm just in the Hangouts chat. So it's right here. So I'm at. It's not even at. I think I'm just the. Capital X zone. The Phocon PFB.
That is the craziest thing ever. Because I was so frustrated because I was like, everybody, like, there's all these people commenting on my channel. They're like, dude, like, you got to get down with the microgrowery, you know? Like, there's a lot of cool.
Join.
There's a lot of cool stuff happening over there, you know? And I think that, you know, Roll It Up, despite the DDoS attacks and Roll It Up going down, I've gotten more emails in the last 2 weeks from people because Roll It Up is down, that it really made me realize the value of Roll It Up as an archive and as a resource for information, you know? And when that goes down, we need to have these alternative pathways to get the spreadsheets on the Vero efficiency and on the citizen studies. And they need to be on 420 mag, and they need to be on ICMag, and they need to be on LED Builder and microgrowery, so that it Roll It Up. I don't want to get like caught publicly, you know, bashing those guys, but they're pretty morally flexible when it comes to unbiased information and censorship. And basically what I'm trying to say is, if you're a sponsor, you can fucking edit or censor whatever you want. If you're not a sponsor, fuck you.
That makes sense.
Ask
I
Hyrule.
I know that there's some websites out there that you could go and it will just like cache a like file of the page at a given time, and you could like document and store all of the important pages from, say, Roll It Up or whatever that are out there.
Yeah, because there's
accessible and be able to be found.
Yeah, web archives. I really wish I could get those comments from that grow light company the other day. That I asked them if I could take some spectral radiometer data, and they violently refused.
Oh, I mean, you guys feel free to shoot me down. Put my ego in check if I speak false.
Oh no, it's not you. It's somebody else. I don't really want to say on the live stream, but because they are a like respected grow light company, but you know, my Vero 29 fixture at 200 watts is putting out roughly the same par watts or UMols per meter squared over a 3x3, 4x4 area as their 400 watt fixture. So I don't know if you saw that post, Grow Mouse, but you know, I posed the question, like, if somebody was claiming to use top bin diodes and was getting lower bin diodes at a fraction of the cost, like, how would Joe Blow know that he isn't getting the best of the best? Because I know he doesn't have the equipment that I do to measure this shit. So, and you know, so that's really been bugging me lately. And I offered to measure grow light company's lights, and because I noticed that their data was lacking on their website, and you know, I just want to like hit a benchmark or have a benchmark to hit. And yeah, they told me spectral radiometer is not a good fucking instrument to measure grow light. You need an integrating sphere. My lights have been in integrating spheres, blah blah blah. And I was like, well, where the fuck is that data then? Because you're not showing it anywhere. And
I'll show it. I'll show it right now. First, I want to say, when it comes to LED companies, when in doubt, leave it out. Because I've gotten involved in some fairly attacking posts on LED companies because I fancy myself as a crusader for the people. You know, there's a lot of hype, there's a lot of pseudoscience, and there's a lot of inaccurate data coming out on LED websites to sell Epistars and to sell a lower quality diode and market it as a perfect spectrum, even though, like you've shown with real data from high fucking expensive instrumentation, that it's 35% less light. But I put up that.
I was just gonna say there's a lot of Instagram plagiarism as well. Huh?
There's a lot of Instagram plagiarism, Wookiee. A lot of it. But you know, I called out Black Dog 2 weeks ago because on their and it took me about 20 minutes to do this, right? I went on their website and I had to dig for where they put, you know, that white light is worthless and all this stuff. White LEDs suck balls. And, you know, and then Black Dog comes out with this Phytomax 2 that has white LEDs. Now, this was a sponsored ad. I don't follow Black Dog. And the only reason I saw this was because they paid money for Instagram to sponsor the ad. I saw it. They had used some kind of Method 7 filter or a white balance to make their product look white. And I'm like, well, I get that. Okay, like you want people to be able to see it. You can't even see a blurple light, but like there are different levels of white balance. If you know anything about photography, they're making this thing. They're doing a sponsored, paid for ad to make it look like they're now marketing a white dominant LED product, which they're not. And on their website at the same time as the release of this new Fighter Max 2, they're condemning white light. And that kind of hypocrisy, whether you're selling Chevy trucks or cannabis grow lights, is not acceptable. At the very least, your marketing department needs to go through your website and make sure you're not saying, you know, conflicting stuff. So the long story short is, people pulled out the pitchforks. It brought me a lot of negative attention. I'm not looking for negative attention because I'm a positive guy. So, Phantom, we respect you that you are out looking out for us, with the products in the marketplace. But, a lot of times it's good to get the whole picture. Now, the product you were talking about, I'm not sure what it was, but I'm gonna hazard a guess to say that it might have been a, like some kind of white LED product or a cob product or whatever. So I'm not sure if I'm on the big screen, but this is Cree CXB 3590 flat plane integrating sphere data. And it came from a lighting laboratory in Washington State where Well, yeah. Okay. So there we go. If you're not familiar,
I was actually at CSA Group when Chilled LED was running their shit in their integrating sphere.
Okay. So the thing about integrating spheres is, like, obviously they're very accurate, but thermal management, and if the LED is, like, a lot of times they'll do measurement by just flashing a current. Like you would, like when you have your flashlight, you don't push that button down all the way. You just kind of hit it and it comes on for a second. So there are some margins of error, or possibly some percentage of error when you're doing these tests with a LED that's been turned on and allowed to reach operating temperature, the voltage needs to settle, etc. But this is the report. So this is a lighting laboratory report out of Washington. And here's what we're looking at here. Okay. Single CXB 3590 on a cold plate, 40-inch integrating sphere. And some of the data that's been reported about the CXB has been like 1.7 to 1.8 micromoles of photons per joule of energy. Now, a watt, for those guys out in listener land, a watt is a joule per second. Right? So a micromole per second per joule per second, if you remember anything in math class, when you're dividing two fractions, you flip the denominator and the seconds cancel out. So that is a horrible explanation of why micromoles per joule is the same as micromoles per second per watt. But anyway, long story short, we're still getting 2.0 micromoles per joule in an integrating sphere at 2.4 amps on a CXB 3590. Now, some manufacturers choose to underreport this, or maybe
I thought the chilled LEDs didn't use 3590s.
They don't. He just fucking did this thing to, like, benchmark, like you said, a benchmark.
Yeah,
you gotta have a benchmark.
Me and Vitali, isn't that the dude's name?
Yeah.
Me and him actually came up with, like, ducted LEDs at the same time, like, independently. Like, I had never seen his videos before or anything. And then when you kind of got on me for the first time for using shitty LEDs,
are you gonna bring that up again? Like, you're making me feel like a total
no, it's cool. You totally opened the door, man. Like, it's I have much respect for that. But, like, I started looking at what other people were doing, and I was like, oh shit, this guy already has a ducted LED. I have a provisional patent for that. But then I started looking into it. Patents are expensive as shit, and what the fuck am I going to do if Mars Hydro decides to make an LED that looks just like mine? I'm going to be in litigation for 5 years. I can't afford that.
Sure.
So I just decided to kind of abandon the patent design, but I did it in such a way that I posted it across multiple public forums, and then, like, didn't really promote it, but it's there. And if it's been out there for over a year, then it's unpatentable, so nobody can patent, like, my design anymore.
And that's important. Public domain technology is
Yeah, I essentially just put it in the public domain.
That's good. That's good for all of us. You know, and
Yeah.
it's good to have people that are thinking in an open source mindset, because regardless of how my channel grows, like, you know, I might start making money from like ad revenue and sponsors, but like my mission statement for starting the channel was just to like get through the mist and the bullshit of people trying to sell you LEDs and arming people with the information to be educated on what products are good, you know? So
Yes.
like, I mean, like Rapid LED, like they send me free shit, you know, and I pimp them out and I promote them. But at the end of the day, it's because they sell good shit, you know? So just touching back on this integrating sphere data, because it is pretty important, you know? A lot of the numbers that we saw about being 56% efficient at this drive current or whatever, you know, we have to start thinking about total system efficiency. That includes the driver and how much heat the driver's producing at 110 volts versus 220, et cetera, et cetera. What this document shows is that, you know, some people out there are underreporting increased performance data to be safe. Maybe they're selling a product, they don't want to get sued, so they're going to report 1.8 or 1.9 micromoles per joule. 2.0 is my threshold. I'm not going to use an LED that doesn't emit 2 micromoles of photons per watt put out. You know what I'm saying? And so that's where we are at 2.4 amps. Like, that's freaking great. Now, 1.4 is where most people, that's 1400 milliamps for you guys out there that are in listener land. 2.3 micromoles per joule. Now, that's on the LED side. That's not total system efficiency. So you got to add the driver, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But when I had my biggest yield of all time, 1.9 grams per watt, I was running at 700 milliamps, and that's at 2.5 micromoles per joule. That's higher than Affluence. That's higher than a Nextlight. That's higher than a bunch of stuff on the market. And that's how I was able to achieve that such high gram per watt, because I was getting more photons per watt, on an order of 25% more photons per watt, you know, than any other light. And so sphere data is very important, but it's also important to understand the method in which the sphere data was collected, whether it was just a quick pulse or whether it was a like leveled out stable operating temperature, because we're not pulsing our lights in the grow room. We're turning them on, we're plugging them in for 12 hours. So I think
they get up to their, you know, operating homeostasis temperature, and we need to know what that is.
Exactly. Yeah, and we need to know what that is on different heat sinks. So these numbers are subject to change on 120 millimeter heat sink versus 140 versus something beast like the SSTX big square design. So 2.5 micromoles per joule is very high. 2.1 is kind of about where the high-end grow lights are hanging out. 1.7 is a double-ended Gavita, you know, turned up to the max lumen setting. So 1.7 is the bar that an LED has to meet. And that's why I'm so critical of Mars and Epistar and Platinum and Kind and Kush and all these other lighting sources that are putting out like 1.3 micromoles per joule. It might not seem like a lot, 1.3 to 1.7, but if you divide the numbers and the percentages, it's 40%. Massive. 40 fucking percent.
Math here.
That's exactly what I measured, because I told you it was 35% more efficient with the Cree. So I mean that lines up with my measurements too.
So okay. Hold on, let me hold up this paper too. This is all my Vero calculations from and I've shown you that spreadsheet before, Grow Mouse, with the QR and LER values. But and I double and triple and quadruple checked, and I'll throw all this math eventually over to like Phantom and to you, Grow Mouse. But so this is my math. So for the 52.7, so the 52 volt Gen 7 Vero 29 chip at 2.1 amps, it produces 2.26 micromoles per joule. The 36 volt Gen 6s, which I'm going to run at 0.7 amps, so 700 milliamps, those produce 2.6 micromoles per joule. And then
what about the Gen 7s?
All right, so the Gen 7 34, well, the 36 volt run at 0.7.
Grow Mouse, you're on screen share.
produces 2.86 micromoles per joule.
Nice. Yeah,
Now imagine that's the 36 volt chip. Now imagine running like the 72 volt chip on a 220 volt system with your HLGs hooked up to the 220 volt at 1.4 amps, So you're running them, you're still getting a pretty decent amount of juice out of that 72 volt chip, but you're going to be pushing close to the 3 micromole per joule range. If that's, this is all theoretical numbers. I don't even know if this is possible.
3 micromoles per joule is possible, and it's going to be obtainable in 2017. I can tell you for a fact.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. According to these numbers, if you push that 72 volt, Vero 29, 4000 Kelvin, and that's, I like 4000 K for efficiency and for, decent peaks in the red and blue.
Yeah, it's a good spectrum for flowering and veg.
Yeah.
You just need one light.
So, imagine if you drop down to I'm sorry, this is actually for the 3000 Kelvin. It might be I don't know. It might be for the 4000 Kelvin or the 3000 Kelvin, but definitely still well within, well above that efficiency range that Grow Mouse is talking about. And even just these 52 volt chips that I'm pushing, at their nominal drive current at 2.1 amps, they're pushing out, that's like 100 and almost 110 watts each.
Yeah.
And that's still, well above the standard for an LED. So it's doable.
Well, that's where we're getting to in 2017. To achieve the efficacy and the wall plate efficiency in 2015 and 16, we had to run soft. We had to run at 1,000 milliamps. 1,400 was like the highest. And so the bang for the buck wasn't there because you had to buy a lot of chips, and then it's 4 chips per driver, and you got to buy a lot of drivers. Now we have that was back, remember? I don't know if you guys remember this, but HLG Meanwell 185 was the biggest driver up to 2015, like mid 2015. Then the 240s came out, and then boom, immediately the 320s came out. I had my hands on 320s for a month or two. And then now there's HLG 480s, which I think is kind of the theoretical maximum that you can do on a standard wall plug. But now we're getting to the point where you need less drivers because the drivers can run more chips. You can run the chips at a higher current and still have that efficiency. So you need less chips and you get the same wattage. So 2017 is going to be an exciting year. When we're sitting here a year from now, we're looking at 75 cents a watt to do something respectable.
Yeah.
Whereas right now $1 per watt is kind of where we're at. What I wanted to say, just capping off that sphere data, the sphere data that I showed you was definitely an LED flash, put a current up to it like really quick. And you can always tell that when you look at the voltage at the test current, the voltages will always be higher. And this spreadsheet that I just showed you guys, the PDF, had very high voltages, which indicates that it was a quick flash. So there is margin of error there. So I do want to mention that, I'm not saying anyone's numbers are wrong or anything. It's just their numbers are different depending on test method. So,
yeah.
But I do want to say that this year, I know for a fact that there will be technology pushing the 3 micromole per joule limit available to us in a quantum board style board, like that style PCB. And we will definitely 100% get that here in 2017.
Yeah.
Which is massive because that's 50% more light per fucking watt, which is what you pay for every month. So LED, DIY LED grow lights and LED grow lights in general, everyone, the naysayers are like, well, they're there. They're almost there. They're getting there. They're here and they will be here.
Yeah, we're going to show you. Don't worry, we'll show you.
Just wait.
Science doesn't lie.
I'm under a little bit of an unofficial NDA, non-disclosure kind of deal, so I can't. I'm not trying to be one of those people that's like a tease, but as soon as it's ready, man, I'll tell you guys about it. It's pretty exciting shit.
Nice.
This is all like really surreal for me. I've been,
So should I hold off on buying like LEDs for a while?
No. But let's build your light. build a couple lights. I'm sorry. I thought it was Wookiee. No, buy your LEDs. It's all good. When the 3 micromole per joule technology comes out, it's going to be expensive. And, the people that are fucking nerds and have the money are going to buy it. And then the other people are going to wait 6 months to a year for it to get cheaper. So that's just the way it is,
That doesn't turn light.
Yeah, and then that next generation of technology will also be at a cheaper price point, generally speaking.
Yeah, we'll be getting the ones we're getting now at a way cheaper price point.
Oh, sure. I mean, like that we were talking about the Samsung and the S6 flux bin, it's out. You got to order a lot of them directly from Samsung, and kind of have a hookup, but give that 3 months and then that becomes mainstream. And then the S5s all of a sudden go from 12 cents down to 8 cents. Right. And that's only 4 cents savings. But when you multiply that 4 cents times 304, that's a $12 savings per board. So now a $75 board is $63. So it just takes time.
So I'm trying to verify right now that the CLU 058s are going to fit on these reflectors I got. I feel like I'm drawing this wrong the whole time.
I love how you're doing a CAD drawing to verify if it would fit, whereas most of us would just grab the chip and the thing and like hold it up to a light.
Well, I don't have,
What kind of computer are you running right now?
I don't have a citizen chip, but I have their drawing. So,
Phantom, what kind of computer are you running right now? Because the last time I tried to have Fusion and Hangouts open on a stream, it fucking crashed my shit.
Dude, I'm running a like shitty Dell from 5 years ago. This is my computer in college.
I don't know. Maybe my graphics card just took a shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this might have a good graphics card in it, but yeah.
No, I have it like HDMI'd in my.
If I open up like the simulation modules, it'll just fucking slow down so hard. But right now, I'm just running regular CAD, so it's not killing it too much.
No,
have you guys ever heard of Moore's law?
Yeah.
What does it say? Sid Avery is talking about Moore's law, and I'm gonna have to Google it, but it's something about technology.
Yeah, it's basically the number of transistors we can fit on a certain area doubles every 2 years or something like that.
No,
and
yeah,
and that's got to end at some point. That can't go on forever, but it's been going on for the last like 50 years. And they actually came up with some new law, I forget the name of it, that specifically talks about LEDs and how LEDs are getting more and more efficient, and they basically follow the same pattern as Moore's law.
So Moore's law says
patterns for things.
It's not a real law. It's just an observation that somebody calls a law. So it's not like a law of physics, but
says the number of transistors per square inch on an integrated circuit has doubled every year since their invention. Moore's law predicts that the trend will continue into the foreseeable future.
Yeah. There has to be a that though, like Dell is printing individual atoms right now, like as transistors. So unless they start printing quarks or like, shit inside of atoms, there's a limit to that.
Okay, for LEDs, going further from Moore's law,
Sorry.
What? No, go ahead.
Sorry, nerd. I needed to throw out the names of some quarks to seem like I'm smart.
Up quarks, down quarks.
Oh yeah, and then strange and charm, and
Oh yeah.
So,
go ahead.
Moore's law for LEDs is called Height's law, HAITZ, and it says that predicting improvements in semiconductors, LEDs are a semiconductor. Heights' law predicts an exponential improvement in LED technology. Let's see, every decade, the cost per lumen falls by a factor of 10. And I think we've seen that, I think we've seen.
Oh, we've definitely seen that.
Yeah, but a decade's a long time.
I just wonder how much that is, how far that can continue. There's an asymptote somewhere on that.
And even there, the data collection, like in 1974, there's this outlier where like there was a big advancement, And then in 1999, it was a slow year for LEDs. You know, it's a trend line. So I feel like the end of 2016 might have been a little bit of a down year. You know, they were increasing bins of LEDs that were already on the market. But as far as a new advance in wire bond technology or thermal management or something, maybe there wasn't a massive breakthrough. And those things might not happen every year, but they certainly will happen within a 24-month period, you know?
And we could just be approaching that asymptote where, you know, we just can't get any better physically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know, and there's a lot of room, I think, in like remote phosphor LEDs, remote phosphor technology, and we have yet to see a company come out with a super efficient 450 nanometer blue chip on board that's phosphor free. Citizen, you know, had one on in their trade shows and stuff, but like a blue diode, and then you know you bolt on your own phosphor, you know, your own phosphor lens. So you want to switch from a 3K to a 4K. It's just like a lens. You pull that off. I mean, I haven't seen technology like that, but the technology's out there, you know.
Yeah, I could definitely. That seems easy to do.
I got a question for you guys, Grow Mouse and Photon. So, assuming there is a ceiling to this technology, are you hoping, or would you rather, you know, hit that ceiling in your lifetime and be there to see it, or would you rather, you know, see the continuous improvement?
I want to hit that. Fuck that. I want to see 100% of my electricity transferred into light. You know, or as high as we can go, 90%, whatever. You know, because you always lose efficiency in any transfer of energy because of entropy. So, you know, you can't have 100 watts go into an LED and then 100 watts of light come out of it. But, you know, you could have 95% maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously the laws of physics are called laws and not the theory of physics because you know, laws typically aren't broken. But we do. I mean, yeah. I mean, like we do have to keep an eye on the you know the MIT physicists you know that built that LED back 5 years ago. You know, back in 2012, MIT physicists built an LED that was 100% efficient. Electrical efficiency of 100%, but it was only 60 some odd picowatts.
Picowatts, yeah.
Like so, nano is what 1, you know, 10 to the negative 9.
Yeah, picowatts. I think is 10 to the negative 12.
10 to the negative 12. So 1/1000th of a thousandth of a thousandth of a thousandth of a watt at 100% efficient. So, but if that technology exists at it's not even 1/12 of a watt. It's 1 times 10 to the negative 12th of a watt. If that efficiency exists at that level, you know, we could see that becoming a microwatt, and then we could see that becoming a watt, and then we could see that becoming a 10 watt. You know, and I hope to be alive for about another 60 years. So you know, we could see that. We could see something similar. As long as it fits within the confines of the laws of physics.
Oh shit! I think we lost Photon.
That's
just
okay.
waiting on wormholes, bro. Just bend space, okay? It's not that
I'm trying to catch up with chat. I don't think chat gives a shit about LED nerding out. They're just having.
There's been a totally different conversation happening in chat the entire time.
The entire time.
Well, sometimes a live stream can be the kind of place where you can just go to hang out with your buddies. And when I see people in chat, you know, a lot of people's names I recognize, I feel like they're my buddies, you know, like they know me and I know them, you know, even if I haven't heard their voice on YouTube, I've seen their Instagram, I've seen their feet, what kind of socks they wear, et cetera, et cetera. So I feel, I don't know, like, do you guys feel like that? You feel like you're friends with people, you know? On Instagram,
sure,
like I do.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I talk about more with you guys than I do with pretty much anybody in my real life, you know, because in the industry I'm in, I can't talk about any of this shit. So,
yeah, exactly.
I think that's the case for a lot of us.
And it's like we all have the same hobby, and hobbies are really what bring people together. So,
Hell yeah. No, it is. It really is. And and it kind of brings up another interesting topic. Like, growing is pretty male dominated, and DIY LED lights are like fucking super male dominated. And it begs the question, our hobbies in general, like technology based hobbies, like more of a male dominated thing. And we see some gals kind of popping in and out of the round table, that are down with growing and stuff. But I don't know, man. It'd be nice to see some female. I've never seen a female DIY build. There was Main Girl Roll It Up, and she was working on a build. And I know she streams like every day. But you guys ever seen a girl build?
No. I just think girls, I mean, they have that mentality that, they can't build stuff or whatever. There's that social stigma. So, we kind of just got to get over that.
Yeah.
But, it's just the way it is. I mean, there's not many girl construction workers. There's not many girl welders. There's not many girl machinists. So you just don't see that. I mean, when I was in college for engineering, there was like 3 girls in my 300-person engineering class, So it's like girls just aren't gravitated towards that as much as other fields.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, in one of my in my thermodynamics class, right, we were studying camshafts for like 3 weeks, and I come from kind of a mechanic background, and I was a welder for 2 years before I went to college, and we were studying camshafts for like 2 weeks in my thermo class, and then my professor brought a camshaft from a Chevy 350 into the class, and like held it up and was like, "Can you tell me what this is?" And only me and one other dude who I knew like also came from a mechanic background raised our hands like, "Dude, we've been studying this shit for 3 fucking weeks. Can you not apply what we've been learning to real life? There's clearly lobes on that shaft." And I was just amazed by like what kind of disconnect a lot of the actual engineers these days have from like a fabrication standpoint.
Only an engineer could say the words "loads on a shaft" with a straight face and not chuckle. I'm sorry, I'm super immature, but I think it'd be dope if we built like pulled
BES lobes.
Oh, lobes. Okay, sorry, my mistake.
Still,
I guess this is a good time to plug.
Still pretty innuendous.
I guess this is a good time to plug. Can't wait till it's legal. He has a live stream on Thursday nights called Pillow Talk. Mm-hmm. And he's trying to bring women, women growers in to talk on Thursday nights. So
that's freaking cool, dude. So Legal's got his own stream.
Yeah, he's doing it on Thursday nights. I think is he streaming that on his channel or through Trichome Chasers?
I think on his channel. He's the one that had actually invited me to.
I don't know. Ask Blunt. Blunt's that guy. Blunt does all that.
Yeah, it was on his channel.
Okay, but yeah, so it's like you said, with how dominated this hobby is by male, and it's pretty apparent in most of these chat rooms on these live streams. It's gonna be a slow process for him to bring that to fruition, but he's working on it.
I gotta find his name, man. I'm like looking for his channel, and like YouTube's bringing up some stupid bullshit.
I'll link it in chat.
Okay, yeah, please do. I want to make sure. I think I'm subbed to him, but I'd love to check that out. That sounds like a brilliant idea. Because coming on a stream and talking about yourself is fun. My favorite person in the world is me, so I love talking about myself, and it gives you a great feeling. And I think if we can get more females out there talking about growing and doing that kind of stuff, they'll realize how addicting streaming is and being on streams. And
I think we'll get more of them. I think he's got a female guest coming on next Thursday, doesn't he, Blunt? 420 girl or something like that.
Quite possibly. I really am not too sure.
No, I think he does.
Very cool.
Very cool. She was the one female in the chat.
She
she got snagged for the stream.
We should do like some kind of community build or something for a female, you know, like we give it away to like a bona fide female grower, like a proven grower, one of the gals that's been hanging out, you know, in all the streams.
You know, like Hattie or
Sure, Hattie, 420 Girl, you know, Baby J, Owls, you know, any of those gals.
Baby.
I think you just named every single one of them, Grandmouse.
No, but I missed Chrissy, Krissi. She's always in our chat, you know, hanging out.
Yeah, I saw her on the Go To. Yeah, that's right. That's the one. You
And Shelly and 70s Mama and 80s Baby.
70s Mama won the DVD, the Mendo Dope.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
That's
she loved
dope.
it, man. Yeah, she loved that shit.
Dude, I'm sorry, by the way, Grow Mouse, that I wasn't in chat for the.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Dude, I was getting off work and it was like I was trying to sneak out and I finally got out and it was like I think you guys drew at like 8:58 and I got off at 9 and I just right when I walked hit the door somebody hit me on Instagram. They're like, "Congrats, bro! Hey, congrats, bro!" Like 3 congratulations. Like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? And then yeah, I totally forgot about the drawing because I watched probably the first hour of the show, and then I'm like, "What the fuck are these guys talking about?" And then I popped on and I heard you. I'm like, "Oh fuck! I fucking won the Blue Planet! Fuck yeah!"
No, I mean, it's all good, man. You know, when you're talking about any kind of show that's over 30 minutes, you know, an hour, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, like, you know how it is, man. You get it in where you can fit it in.
Word.
But yeah, you won. So, you know, are you going to go for the elite high yield package? Or are you going to go for the Farmer's Pride again?
I don't believe Farmer's Pride's too compatible with Flood and Drain, is it?
I doubt it. I doubt it.
So we'll go elite, nice and synthetic.
Because you're using Jax, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be cool. I think it'll be cool to have, you know, pre-mixed bottles on site because, like, Jax is easy, Jax is cheap, but there are times where, you know, if you're doing Jax properly, you've got your scale out. You're not measuring with teaspoons. You're measuring by weight. You're keeping all your components in a dry, sealed. I don't put desiccants in mine, but it might be advisable, you know, and you're weighing it out. And you're mixing up your Jax first, then you're waiting a little while, you're adding your Epsom salts, then you're waiting a good while, 30 minutes.
I had Jax and the Epsom salt at the same time, and I haven't.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. I sometimes I'll add my Epsom salt to like 4 cups of water and just get it dissolved and then pour that in. But the important part is waiting minimum 10 minutes. But I usually go downstairs and then add the cal nitrate later. But sometimes you don't have time for that or you don't feel like doing that. So the elite will be nice for you to just kind of like, you know those days you got off work 9 p.m. you just want to like water and go Netflix it out.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was gonna say, I mean, well, you know, I mean, I appreciate the, you know, winning the drawing and shit. So, you know, and I appreciate Blue Planet for doing a giveaway on your guys' show. So, you know, I think I won quartz, right?
Yeah, quartz.
So I'll probably pick up some gallons from him, you know, and give it a full run and shit, and show it on the channel.
Yeah, that'd be cool. You know, maybe like after the plasmas finish up, kind of like start it off. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yep.
But like, I mean, you know, no expectation. If it doesn't work out, you know, you drop it and go back to Jax because, like, at the end of the day, you got to pull your harvest, right?
The fucking Jax is killing it, bro. I mean, especially like with these plasma. I feel like these plasmas are really heavy feeders. They're loving this Jax, man. I'm feeding them at like 1,000 ppms, and I've seen no deficiencies, man, and it's not too much for them either.
The Jax, it's very cost effective and it's very effective. There's obviously some downsides, you know, with the ownership of the companies and corporations and stuff like that. If you you know, you care about that kind of stuff, which a lot of people do. But yeah, it's a good product. It yields. You get great quality off of it. It's simple. It's cheap.
It's really fucking cheap. I mean, I don't know if I didn't realize even when I bought it, and probably a lot of people don't realize. I was telling Purple about it, and I know he wants to run it, but I mean, you pay $35 to $40 for a 4-pound tub, and it'll last you what, Mouse? I mean,
I'll let you know when mine runs out, bro, because I still got it. Now I don't use it every day, but
and that's on the Jax. I mean, fuck, cal nitrate. I don't know when you'll run out of that. I mean,
Never.
fuck. I mean, you can't beat that price. You really can't beat that fucking price.
And Epsom salt's free.
Yeah.
Might as well be. Dig in your car seats. You can get the change, get $2.30, go down to CVS.
Yeah.
I buy the greenhouse grade stuff just because
So do I.
why not? Right. Like the difference between $3 and $11 to me is a Happy Meal. So fuck
Right.
it. But I do feel very strongly that Jack's or any other dry salt blend can benefit from humic and fulvic.
Yep.
And I do feel like an enzyme is pretty appropriate with any synthetic newt line. But those two little additions and you're good, man.
Yeah, we're cruising now, bro. We're cruising. I hear Black coughing. Dabbing over there, bro.
Yeah.
I saw Grow Mouse dabbing on Instagram the other night.
I've been doing what Grow Mouse been doing. I've been training since fucking Emerald Cup. I was fucked up, guy.
Seemed like a little hot dab there.
Yeah, a little bit.
I do like to support local businesses in my community, especially when people are giving me advice and hooking me up. But I just couldn't bring myself to drop 200. I'll drop 200 on an e-nail, but the e-nails they were selling looked like, those heating blankets you put on your back when you have a backache that you get for like $19.99 from Walmart. The fucking e-nail had a little die like that. I was like, man, there's no way. I just know too much about electronics to drop 200 on some kind of resistive Kanthal metal wrapped in a coil.
I sense an e-nail build coming from Grow Mouse.
Well,
yeah,
I would build more stuff if my time, I don't know how valuable my time is, but I value it very high. And if something's cheap enough, I'll buy it. If something's expensive enough, I'll build it. Right. And 200s, yeah, that's kind of my threshold. Like I'll drop $100 on something. Like today, I went to fucking Harbor Freight and bought an orbital, like a DA orbital polisher for $70. That's under my threshold and some polish, but like, yeah, 200 for some little piece of shit. I've been wanting to build a press, and I've got the metal and I've got all the thermocouples and all that stuff, but it's just time.
What kind of press are you gonna use?
Well, I got all hot to try. Monster shows his NY Pressco pneumatic press on his freaking kitchen counter. I have a kitchen counter in my kitchen, and I thought that'd be dope. Just to I'm looking at it right now, right next to my fridge. Just have this little tabletop unit, but that's a G, and I would build one for probably 300 if I could find the pneumatic ram. Which I can find, but the RAM's like $400 or $500, and I don't want to pay that.
I got mine at Harbor Freight, dude. I got a 20-ton press at Harbor Freight, and then made my own aluminum, press plates. Heated up with 100-watt laptop power supplies, hooked up to thermal, a resistive heater.
And I think that's a great way to build it with a hydraulic, jack with maybe an air port. But what I'm talking about is a pneumatic ram, a pneumatic cylinder.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the kind of the build I want to do, so it's compact. And I'm having a hard time finding one cheap. And I bet, and a lot of guys, Orgrown Budman in chat, a lot of guys have sent me some links to Granger and different pneumatic companies. But still, these guys that are selling these things are sourcing them from somewhere in China. Okay,
yeah.
Same. That's why they all look the same.
They're making a killing.
Somebody's getting those Rams for $100 or $150. Yeah. So I feel like I should be able to get one for $250. You know what I'm saying?
You want me to look around?
Feel free. If you can find one, that'd be great. Or I'll just do what you did. And do a 12-ton Harbor Freight.
20-ton.
20-ton is dope. But
actually,
I think.
Dude, I broke my 20-ton press. Like one of the tabs that holds the ram in place came off, and just shit went flying. I actually bent my press so much that I had to put it on a 200-ton press to flatten it and straighten it out. And then I welded on a bunch of really thick steel, so that won't happen again.
In a machine shop, where I go to this maker space, We
Yeah.
have Harbor Freight 20-ton, bearing presses, and they bend and break all the time. The Harbor Freight metal is not beefy enough to support a 20-ton. It's just not.
No, it's like 1/16 inch thick steel.
Right.
And I welded on 1/2 inch thick reinforcing plates. So
Oh, so you're good now, but
yeah.
I think a 12-ton would do me, and do 3x5 plates or something with a 2x4 pre-press, and I'd be money.
Yeah.
Those dakes are nice. I was looking at those.
The
I'm
what?
sorry, what'd you say?
The dakes.
Oh.
The dake presses.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've never heard of those.
Yeah, they're like
I heard something else.
300 some odd bucks for the 10-ton. A ton. One or the other, I don't remember.
Yeah, I'll get there. I'll get to all my projects someday. This week was like a big week for me because I actually did projects, like that. I like when I talk about shit on my videos or on the roundtable, I feel sometimes I feel cognizant of other people observing me being like, okay, bro, well, you got all this shit. Are you buying it just to display and telling us what you could do, or are you actually doing anything? Like, I don't like feeling like one of those guys on the forums that's like, well, you could do this, you could do that. And it's like all this like blue sky stuff. So like get it, I did a couple of projects this week. That was pretty cool. My goal right now is to stop being a pack rat and just ordering shit off of Amazon and letting it sit and collect dust.
Hey, bro, I dug the automated pH fucking valves, dude.
It works great, dude. I've had it running now for 3 or 4 days. I didn't mount it. I just like set it on the ground and plumbed it into my 20-gallon res, and it's solid.
That's I'll tell you right now, especially in the flood and drain, that's the one fucking thing that I come home, I go in the garden, I'm defoliating, I'm checking the buds out, I'm checking on the veg, and then I go to bed and I fucking lay down and it's 2 o'clock in the morning and I have to fucking, god damn it, I forgot to fucking pH the reservoir. So I gotta get back up in my underwear and go fucking sit there and pH these fucking reservoirs. I think it's dope, dude. I'm very interested in it.
I think the problem people had with it was like the $200 dual channel pH controller, and I don't remember spending $200 on that. But when I used to run a reef aquarium, saltwater reef tank with corals and SPS corals and stuff, I had a calcium reactor, which uses CO2 gas to dissolve, for lack of a better word, nutrients to feed the coral. Minerals is a better word. And I bought that for that purpose, and I've had it for probably 5 or 7 years sitting in a Rubbermaid down in the garage. And when I stumbled upon it a couple months ago, I was like, dude, I got to use this. I mean, it's a good pH controller. So I think people were like, dude, $200 for that. Like that's kind of a threshold. And I think, an Arduino with like a pH shield, like a BNC connector shield and a probe, you could probably do the same thing for $60 or maybe $80. But then you got to build an Arduino thing. You got to breadboard it. You got to have the sketch. You need an LCD shield if you want to do any kind of adjustment. And while I have a little experience with Arduino, and I could probably come up with a sketch and then upload it for people, I'm not ready to field the questions about, hey, my sketch won't compile. Like, can you help me? Like, I don't want to get into that right now. Arduino's not my zone.
Yeah, same here.
Excuse me for just a second, guys. I'll be right back.
Yep.
So now I'm actually setting up just a 50-watt cob blue LED. And it's kind of hard to see that. I like street.
Just blinded the dog.
The dog looks very unimpressed.
But you can kind of see my actually.
It's like, really, bro? That's all you got?
What's up? Yeah, this is a blue 440 watt. At 12 inches, I'm running it at what's 28 divided by 28 times 0.3. So, yeah, a third of 28. So yeah, this is running at 9 volts right now. my par micromoles per meter per second is right about 500. So I really think blue LEDs, no matter who you get them from, are probably going to be roughly the same efficiency. You know, I haven't really tested any Creed blue LEDs, so I couldn't tell you that, but these have pretty impressive numbers. I really think it's the phosphors that Creed's using that give them the total efficiency they get. I think this one's actually a fucking burn myself again.
I'm so confused. Was that a foreign arm petting your dog?
What's up? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, word. I was just like, what the fuck is going on right now? I had no.
Oh, yeah, my roommate just.
Word, what up, bro?
You call him Thor. Because he looks like Thor and has long hair.
Checks out.
Hi, doll.
A photon that can't hear you with the mic, apparently.
Yeah, it's probably. So this is a. Find myself here. Save. Woo.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah. Stay. Right here. There.
So what are you testing now?
This is a 50-watt, 4-to-1 red to blue LED cob that I just got off Amazon or AliExpress. And right now it's giving me, oh wow, that's impressive. 843 umoles per meter squared per second. Is that the right column? Yeah. And that's actually going down now. That's heating up. It's at 700, but I bet this thing's hotter than shit right now because I don't have a heat sink on it. I can see it smoking. And you can actually see these make their way down. So that's a cool, you know, showing how much an LED gets less efficient as they get hot. But yeah, it started out around 800 micromoles per square centimeter. I'm gonna turn this thing off so I don't fucking kill it. I've been really impressed with these like 4x4 cobs here, and also this big ass 6-inch one here. Gonna have to find out some reflectors for this, but I think these would be great. I mean, they're basically just a quantum board but smaller and not as efficient as LEDs, but
apparently they can't hear you still. Is your mic, like, can you get your mic closer?
How's that?
I hear you good, so just talk and we'll see what they say.
All right. So I've been really impressed with these like 4x4 cobs, and also this 6-inch diameter cob. Running them at much lower current than they're rated. This is rated at 200 watts. I probably wouldn't push it past 50 without some massive cooling on it. And I think these would be great for like seedlings and clones, because I know they're not going to have a very far penetration, but they will be able to give you that kind of blanket of photon flux density that you're looking for.
I think that's
for
what
short.
like SoCal's looking for right now too for his giveaway.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the guy? I think I messaged him about that earlier. So
Yeah.
I told him if
Yeah.
he had a budget in mind, I'd totally make a light for him.
Yeah. I think they said he messaged you back.
All right. Yeah, I'll have to check that in a minute. I had kind of a fucking crazy afternoon, so.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier
Yeah.
before you came on. He was asking Gromass about, what would be a good, LED configuration for specifically for seedlings and clones.
I think like a 15 watts of XML2 is what I've used in the past successfully for, standard 10 by 20 inch clone dome. Wookiee Kush, I wanted to show you what I got for you, buddy. And I'm sorry, I told you I'd follow up with you last night, but you know how it is when you have a roundtable show and stuff going on. There's
Totally
stuff.
fine, bro.
So here's what I got for you. I cut some metal several months ago, and I never bent them. But in the time it's going to take to get those heat sinks in for your build, this one's fucked up. The metal brake that I have, you have to bend it in a certain order. And this portion here needs to be bent down first before this bend is made. So this one's just trash, but it gives you kind of a basic concept of what I'm talking about. This is like a universal mounting frame that I made or that I designed. Obviously, these tabs here bend up, so you can put your ratcheting things for hanging. But I can go ahead and take this flat metal and bend you up 3 of these, and then this will fit anywhere from 3 to 5 cob heat sinks on it. So I can send you 3 of these that are bent up and ready to go, and we'll get those heat sinks from Rapid and a couple Veros, and then obviously whatever cash you'll have to kick in for the remaining components. But yeah, dude, we can hook it up. I did something like this for THC Titan, and it's worked out pretty good for his girls grow. But
yeah, man, I appreciate it, bro. That's fucking badass.
So 3 of these will work for you, man?
Hell yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I never released the design because it's basically a ripoff of the Pacific Light Concept CXP 250. And Gene and I are friends and stuff. So when he's like, "Wow, that looks a lot like my light," I was like, "Yeah, I guess you're right. Fuck." So I never went into production with these because I don't want to hurt my friend's business.
Sure.
Letting people build shit cheaper. So that's why they're not available to the public or whatever. But I think just 3 of these going to you. Showing off the grow and stuff, I think will be cool. So, yeah, dude.
I appreciate it, bro. Fuck yeah.
I got you, man. You pay for shipping, though, motherfucker.
I got you.
All right, cool. Guys, I apologize. I got to sign off here. It's getting pretty late for me, but just wanted to say thanks for having me on. Sorry I didn't get on right in time. Shit, you know how it is with a build, Blunt. You get into a build and time just starts fucking flying. But I enjoyed it, and I hope some people will get some value, out of it or whatever.
Word. Thank you very much for coming, man. We really do appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on the show.
Always a pleasure, Gromass.
All you guys, man. It's been a pleasure, just getting to know you guys a little better. And Photon Phantom, I'm really excited, to see what's going to come out of your brain and your laboratory there, because you got the tools and the instrumentation to not just rely on forum spreadsheets. You're getting your own data.
Yeah.
And I think that Roll It Up is a great place for information. But it doesn't feel like it's my home anymore, just due to the way the sites run. There's another site called ledbuilder.org that never really got off the ground. But I think that if we lead the charge, a few of us, a handful of us, and start the site's up, ledbuilder.org. But if we started posting some of our designs there, and we talked to the administrator over there, we could get some file sharing going. We could start sharing our spreadsheets. We could start, sharing our data. Keep it open source, keep it DIY, keep it for the people. And because the administrator over there is a bro and he smokes weed and he's chill, we're not going to have to deal with advertisers censoring our data and censoring our product views. So I think I haven't made the push over there yet because I just don't have the time to get involved in another forum right now. But I think it could be a good place for us all to just, post the stuff that goes beyond just talking, where you need to see the numbers, you need to see the graphs.
Yeah.
Word.
I can't. No, Adrian, he just can't stop talking. I know. Okay. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grow Mouse. Love you, bro.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Hey,
later.
before you go, Grow Mouse.
Have a good night.
Yep.
Before you go, I just wanted to, show you kind of what kind of graphs I'm producing here for my grow lights. These are actually, I think this was actually the first grow light tube I ever made. It's just a 70-watt fan cooled. This is my 110 watt CXB. I'm running 60 watts worth of CXB 3590s at 6500K, and then 50 watts worth of red LEDs, 25 watts a piece per 50 watt cob. And this was actually before I saw the Cree horticultural reference that you made a video about.
Mm-hmm.
That pretty much matched exactly what they were doing. They kind of had the same ideas as me. You move the spectrum to the right because that's more efficient, and then you got your 660 watt, which is for some reason the most efficient red LED you can buy. I'm not sure why that is. The 440 and the 660 seem to be the cheapest. But so yeah, this is kind of my newest favorite spectrum. And I got data for all my other spectrums here.
I like that previous one you showed. I liked it a lot. But and this is just tinfoil hat, but to fit McCree a little more, you see how it's like a skateboard ramp right at 620 nanometers.
Yeah.
I would love to see it just rounded out just slightly from 600 to 640, a little more energy in that area, because that is the most efficient, spectra that drives photosynthesis.
Are there
cannabis?
Any good, like, I guess, the near red?
No, the 630s are fucking like. No, I get your point. You're absolutely right. The 660s are way more efficient. But maybe like a single 4,000 Kelvin in there just to bump up that dip, and you would be
to smooth this out like a 3500 or 2700.
Just like what be dope. Yeah. But you're there though, like you're doing the kind of work that needs to be done, and then the important part is growing the cannabis. We can spreadsheet all day, like the guys online do, and talk about the perfect spectrum. But at the end of the day, someone's got to grow the bud, right? And you do that. Yep. So, keep it coming and keep us posted, not just with your spectral data, your SPDs and stuff, but like when you do these experiments with these spectra, what I would love to see, what I would fucking wet my computer chair over is imagine a bud porn like nug shot, with the spectrum behind it on Instagram. That's like, hey, I use this spectrum and here's the bud from it. That pulls it all together,
Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely.
I'm still talking. I said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, dude, I'll be following all you guys. We'll stay in touch. We'll keep it going. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, peace out, bro.
All right, peace. Later.
Yeah, definitely grew some fire ass bud with these spectrums recently. I don't know if you guys are seeing this.
And that's the thing. I feel like just those of us who are taking control over our spectrum, even just in a basic sense of it, are going to have somewhat better quality than somebody who's trying to adjust plants to an unknown spectrum. You know what I mean? But that may also just be because I've, sat here and done all the research on this, and now I understand these lights very theoretically very well. So, I could have a bias.
Yeah, these are just different. I mean, these are all the different lights I'm using right now. Just different spectrums.
All right, guys. Yeah, I think I got to get out of here too. But thanks, Photon, bro.
Yeah, we're rounding out the 5-hour mark. I think it might be about time to wrap this up anyway.
Hey, congratulations again to PC Grows. If he ends up watching this, I don't know if he will or not, but congratulations for winning my giveaway. And, I was planning on putting out a garden update tomorrow, but I was planning on filming it tonight, so that might not happen now. But check out my channel. It'll be up soon.
All right. I think I'm gonna send all you guys a price sheet for the reflectors, cobs, and shit that I can get. I can undercut DigiKey and Newark and pretty much anybody. It looks like.
Where were you 2 weeks ago?
Right here, trying to figure out suppliers to undercut those guys.
All right, guys. Peace out.
All right, then.
Later. Peace out, bro.
Yeah.
All right. Any last things anybody wants to touch on? Photon, plug yourself again. Tell everybody where to follow you, where to find your YouTube at, all that stuff.
Yeah, my YouTube is pretty much non-existent right now, but it's Photon Phantom Designs. Follow me on Instagram at Photon_Phantom_Designs, and that's the acronym is PFD, so Photon or Photon Flux Density. So it's easy to remember because Phantom is spelled with an F, not a PH. But that's pretty much all you can find me at. I'm going to be setting up a website here pretty soon, just so I can take orders better. But it seems like most of the stuff that DigiKey and Mauser and CobKits.com are out of. I don't know where they're getting them from, but I mean, I can have them in 2 or 3 days. Reflectors coming out my asshole here. These are Cree holders, adapters, Cree chips, Vero 29 holders, Vero 29s. And then plus I got the price sheet on the Citizens today, and they're at a good price. So I'll probably just make a big order and then see what sells out the fastest. I really want to make some quantum boards, but I don't know if Horticultural Lighting Group has like some kind of patent on that. I guess I'll have to look. But I mean, how can you patent? It's a PCB, right? So it shouldn't be that patentable. But you never know.
I do got one thing to say to you, Phantom, really quick. Since you're pretty, you're new, or not necessarily new, but you're new to us at the Trichome Chasers, and you definitely got the same kind of ideas that, at least I'm trying to follow. And you're definitely a lot smarter than me, and you've got an industrial IT. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, don't forget about us little guys. Like, come back, and I'm sure we got a lot of stuff to teach you, and you got a lot of stuff to teach us.
Like, you guys contacted me, and I would have no exposure to your audience if nobody contacted me. So yeah, I won't.
No, yeah, it's just I don't know. In my opinion, it just kind of seems hard to find people who have the time and the intelligence and the willingness to put themselves out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not saying I'm intelligent. I just have a cool cat.
Is that Can't Wait Till It's Legal just came on?
Yeah.
Nice. Where you been, bro?
Legal, you here?
What's up?
Hey, what up?
What up, sir?
Yeah, man, I got called back into work, bro. I had to bounce. As I was leaving, got halfway home, shit broke down. I had to turn around and go all the way the fuck back, man. Just get on.
Should have called in sick again.
I should have, man. You're right about that.
Like, I'm feeling that cough again. All
but I was trying to.
Yeah, just tell me you started drinking already. Like, I can't.
Right.
I'm inebriated.
But I was trying to. But as I was doing that, I was listening as much as I could.
Yeah.
And I think, Baloney, it was some OT, man. I really can't complain about too much OT, but man, it seemed like it was an awesome ass show, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. I was just telling the guys, I think I'm going to pull the trigger on a bunch of components here. Probably my 240 diode, the Samsung 6500C, the same ones that the quantum boards are using. I'll put in an order for those, and all these reflectors and shit that people have been asking me about. I don't know why other companies can't get them, but I can get them in a couple days. So, yeah, I just set up my PayPal account too. So I'll put out at least like a PDF with a price sheet on it, and people can email me, and we'll go from there.
That's what's up.
For sure.
Yeah. I want to show you this real quick. These things run at 12 volts a piece, so right around 20 something volts. But this is 2 watts right here that these are running. So if I turn this up, probably gonna blind somebody. This is 23 watts total. I guess I could take a quick measurement here. At 12 inches.
Yo, shout out to the 50 people still watching right now, for real.
They're real troopers. So I'm sitting at 250 micromoles per square centimeter per second at 12 inches, and that's only running 20 watts.
Holy shit.
And
It's good.
Yeah,
that fucking
so just running big ass cobs at low amperage really, I mean, put yourself at a huge advantage there. Actually,
four of those would blast a 4x4 at a mole per second.
That was the one I was just measuring. So this one is 286. So about 3. I just jumped up to well, okay, I'm going down. So at 12 inches, I got 331. So 12 inches at 331, and that's only running at 10 watts by itself. And then this 6-inch diameter warm white is running at this one's only 107. So I bet this one's got a lot bigger spread though. The warm white. But yeah, this is only running 20 watts total right now. And I think a bunch of these, and they're only 12 volts too. So, I mean, you get a 120 volt power supply. You can run 10 of these at, 700 milliamps. And these would make the perfect, like, flux density, photon flux density, like blanket just for, you couldn't grow tall spears with them, but for seedlings and shit, for 12 inches away, it's pretty fucking good.
No, yeah, hell yeah.
So these would make a great. I'll probably mount
like a giant clone room. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it'll just be like one consistent light the entire way through. Actually, I already have I'm gonna grab something real quick.
A giant clone room running on like 90 watts of power. Just imagine.
So I built these lights a long time ago, and these just use the 10 watt Epi LEDs. Just these guys, right?
Yeah.
But I built these a long time ago, and I could directly replace each one of these with one of these, running at the same power and shit. And these put out like 4 times as much light as any one of these. So that's my next move, is going to replace every one of these. I'll probably use a little better power supply, but this is only 120 watts, and I used to use it for veg, then I got a better light for it. But I think these would be a great veg light to be selling. And then I got I started bending some aluminum so I can cover my power supplies with these.
I'll tell you right now, man. You better be ready to keep up for demand, because I don't think you understand the market of people out there who really want to, like, they really want to learn this stuff, but on top of all that, they just want to have this super efficient, high-tech LED.
Yeah, exactly. I'm ready to scale up. Like,
you're gonna get bombarded. I'm telling you.
That's what I do at work. I'm good in with a bunch of water jet companies around here, so I've gotten quotes on pretty much every piece I need, and
the market's there. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I just need a little bit more seed money and, kind of get my name out there. And I know the market's there, especially because horticultural lighting can't even keep quantum boards in stock. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you know what? Like we try to keep it impartial.
Yeah,
as possible. And there's a few guys on here who plug different connections they have with different companies, but like everybody knows what YouTube is, and the content's going to be there for a while. So if, like I said earlier, we can probably, our community could probably be a big help for your marketing. Just
absolutely.
Performance alone, just if it's throwing out numbers, like you can't lie with numbers.
Yeah, I mean that Vero 29 fixture is just, I can't believe how fucking bright that thing is. And I'm stoked to have Wookiee try it out in his 3.5 by 3.5 tent.
Absolutely.
And then somebody was talking about giving away Grow Light. Was that Can't Wait, or was that?
So bad.
Oh, okay, so he's gone.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, I was supposed to check my messages about that. But yeah. I think what else I got going on here.
I just want to give a shout out to chat for real, because chat had me fucking cracking up all night. Really weak, for real.
I wish there was like a way to archive chat.
So I don't think nobody wants that shit archived.
Yeah.
Just like won't make sense. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? I'm almost out of solder.
I hate that.
That's all right though. It's cheap ass Harbor Freight solder, so.
Yeah. I mean, I just hate the fact that I can't keep working because I'm out of solder.
Yeah. That's why I'm trying to knock out, okay, now I need to tin these wires. I don't know what it is, blunt. Like maybe the multiple connector ones have looser connections, but I'm having to shove a screwdriver in here to loosen up that tooth. So
That's really strange. Yeah, I didn't have any type of problem with them at all.
Yeah, no, I can't get the wire in there. Otherwise, I have to tin the wires.
Dude, I always have to tin the wires. I just go through, tin all the wires, and then tin the spots on the cobs or whatever on my LEDs, and then just put them together.
Well, I mean, that's a big reason why I went with the Veros too, is the fact that I'm just wiring up the AC side right now, so I just want all my connections to be nice and secure.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you got some Gen 7 chips, you just fucking shove the wire in and you're done.
Are you talking about the one you just... I solder everything, so I use the other end and solder them. Where do you buy that little connector chip? Like, I don't know where the fuck to buy that.
Which one were you talking about?
On the Vero 29 Gen 7s.
I got them on DigiKey.
Okay.
Yeah, they're cheap. They're like $24 each on DigiKey, and then the 72 volt ones are $31. The new version's cheaper than the older version.
Oh, but you're talking about for the actual cob.
Yeah.
What about the like just the plug-in thing though?
No, like on the new version of them, they have a slot and you plug the wire in.
Yeah.
And it quick release on it. Are you talking about the old version?
I don't know, maybe. Let me see here.
The one with like the Pico Easy Mate connectors?
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to unscrew these reflector bases because they're a pain in the ass. But it's like a little tiny, like this. I don't know if you see like this cob right here, how the wires don't line up. Like right here on this one. Ow, fuck. That's a hot soldering iron. Well, these ones like line up right here, and this ones don't. I had to solder because I ripped the wire out, and I had to solder it.
420 dab.
That fucking
Oh
hurts.
shit! It is 420.
Okay, I put an ice pack on it. It hurts a little bit. I need to get a good soldering iron, but I don't want to spend money on it.
My first build, I used like a fucking 25-year-old soldering iron, and it was a piece of fucking shit.
This is affordable. Harbor Freight.
I went and spent like 40 or 50 bucks on one, and like it took like, you know, 3 or 4 seconds to melt the solder. The other shit, I was holding the solder to it for like a minute and a half. I was just like, yeah, this makes it quicker.
What diameter solder are you using?
I don't even remember. I have it right here. Let me look. In the box someplace. Someplace.
Oh, so who all we got left in here, man? I see Blunt. We got Full-Time.
Yep.
Who else we got?
I think it's better.
Yeah.
Hey, did I hear Groma on earlier?
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
That's what's up. Yo, Full-Time, man. Like I said in the Hangouts, bro, I really appreciate you joining with us, man. That's cool as shit, bro. I'm really glad you
I'd like to be on fucking next week or something, be a little more prepared. You know, if you guys would have me. Or I could just start being a part of you guys' regular crew.
Nah, we want you as a part of the regular crew, bro. Nah, for real. We want you part of the regular crew.
Cool. I'm definitely down.
Nah, we really do.
Sorry I missed like the 8 o'clock tonight, man. I had a fucking shitty 2 hours. I overfilled my water tank upstairs by my tent, so then I had to go get my shop vac, which was outside, and then left the door open, and my fucking dog got out. So I was like, you know, running around my neighborhood for an hour looking for my fucking dog. And so that's why I wasn't here at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. Yeah. I think you're the fit, you know, that fit that we needed, man. So I think that'd be cool as fuck.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely down. Share my new design.
Next week, concentrate North Carolina, NC from iGram. I'm gonna try to get him on. I got to talk to you guys about getting him on, and maybe we could do like edibles, or talk more about grow and maybe some edibles. He's been killing Instagram with his concentrates, oils, and shit like that.
Yeah, Speaking of such, we're the Trichome chasers, and we ain't had no hash, no solventless. When was the last time we talked about that? It's been a minute.
Yeah, it has.
We got it.
I think Monster was like the big guy for us. So, but I think it'd be good to have somebody else back on. Somebody else on with us that's into doing that, man. I think that's to be, like you said, we Trichome chasers, bro.
Yeah, we need to get back on that for real. I'd be really interested to sit and pick some people's brains on it because that's something that I've been trying to get into more and more lately. And like, I plan on dedicating a good amount of this run to hash. So
that's what's up. Yeah, so I'm gonna hit him up.
I got the
still sources or I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I said I got the quick wash ISO method pretty much down pat, and then I also have a rosin extractor 20-ton press.
Oh shit, that's what's up.
So I can
still sources on Instagram.
I
Yeah,
don't think so.
Man. I'm gonna try to hit them up too and see if I can get them on too, man. And we can have a little
still
segment.
like STILL.
Yeah, still STE. Let me look up on the phone real quick.
Oh, steel like the metal. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll look into that.
But it'd be nice to get them on, man, too, man. That'd be kick ass. I'm pretty sure our chat would love that.
I wanted to solventless people. I want to get on and have them talk a little bit.
Yeah, because I don't really know what the optimal temperature and pressure is. I'm just kind of fucking around myself. But
yeah,
we pressed a 1/4 pound of platinum cookies. It was actually like a shitty grown outside operation. And we got like 14% yield off of that, off the rosin. And then I reprocessed that with isopropyl alcohol and got like another 6%.
That's what's up, man.
There's ways to just get more out of it.
And then I want to try to get back on, inviting people like Plant Builder, see if we can get a Grandmaster level. Start inviting, people that be in our chat, try to get them on.
Yep.
Go back to doing some of that type of stuff. That'd be great, getting them on, talking about what they know, what they do. That'd be good. Yeah, Plant Builder, I said you, bruh. Try to get you on.
Yo,
send me the link. I'll keep joining.
Oh, there it is. Okay. So this is the group chat here.
Wait, who's dead?
Join the group chat. So there's like no.
Hey, maybe Tony Baloney on, man. See if Tony Baloney want to jump on.
Talking to me.
Let me see if I get that name for you real quick, Blunt.
You hear what I said, Legal? As long as you keep sending me links, I'll keep showing up. I don't know as much as a lot of people, but
oh, hi, guy. You already got the link, bro. You ain't going nowhere. We ain't letting you go.
I'm shy. I can't say I'm a shy guy for Nintendo reasons, but whatever.
Nah, bro, you ain't going nowhere. You already Trichome chaser, bro. You ain't going nowhere.
No, it was funny when Grown Mouse was talking earlier about when we were talking about that dead mouse thing. I was like, man, I could never go public with my shit because it's like completely. I'd have to completely change the design because the name's fine, but you know what I mean,
right?
But that was kind of like the spirit of it. I mean, I don't know if you guys are we're into Nintendo much or anything, but the shy guy, that's that's him.
Oh, okay.
Hell yeah. Hey, Blunt, it's not still source. It's called Open Source Still. That's the name of it.
Okay. I'll have to check
Open Source Still. Yeah, on Instagram. Yeah, that brother, man, I don't know if it's just one or how many they got, but they're all, they design these shit, man. They designs all these extraction equipments and stuff like that. So I'm going to try to hit them up. Maybe you could try to hit them up. Maybe we can get them on one night to talk to them about it.
Deal. And I work my primary job is steel manufacturer, so maybe I can get something going with that too.
Yeah, I ain't worried about Plant Builder getting kicked off, man. I know. Somebody told me he said something that was after one of their shows one time about fuck somebody, but Plant builder, he all right. Hey, I mean, plant builder, you know, he might work with us. You know, he got the same sentiments we got.
That guy's cool, but that other guy, fuck that guy.
Yeah, right. Exactly, man. I'll never send that motherfucker the invite. You right about that.
What are you talking about?
Now we ain't gonna mention those names right now because you know we got some friends and everything, but we ain't gonna mention. We'll talk about it in the hangouts, man. I'll let you know what's up.
Yeah.
What's up with you, Soul Bada? My dog, what's going on, man?
I'm about 10 minutes late on my 420 dab now, so.
No, on the East Coast then?
I get stupid with wiring. I have to wire a bunch and then do a dab and then come back and be like, what the fuck was I doing again?
That's what I was doing all night with these SolidWorks simulations. Like, where the fuck was I?
So you went camping with? Hey, plant builder say he went camping with Subcool. I would have loved to have been I would love to have been a fly on the tent, bro.
Most definitely. Was that
man.
Can't wait. Was that you that wanted some like reflectors and heat sinks and shit?
Yes, sir.
Is that Monster?
No, I didn't want the reflectors. I want to purchase one of your lights. That was Hands and Dirt that wanted some of the reflectors and stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Wookiee's trying to purchase a light too. What kind of like coverage area are you looking to get?
Well, I want to do. I got a 4x8 and then I got a 4x4. So I'm looking at doing like a 4x4. Just cover a 4x4.
Yeah.
I'm looking at.
I could build you this exact light that I'm gonna probably sell to Wookiee.
That's what's up.
And I'll probably right now I have two 100-watt power supplies in it, so it's only 200 watts total. And it doesn't even get hot with passive cooling. Like it's not even being cooled right now by any air.
Right.
So I'll probably bump it up to at least 320, or I'll put two 240s in it and see what it does. That might be too much for a 3x3, honestly. Like right now at 200 watts, it's perfect for a 3x3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at 24 inches away from the center of the light, which would be the end of a 4x4 tent, I was getting like 280 par micrometer per centimeter per meter per second. I might even like have that pulled up somewhere, and I don't know how to get out of this.
Hey, let me ask you a question, man. I was at my garden store the other day, and they finally came out with those well, not came out. I guess they had them out, but my store finally has those 5 bulbs. Have you seen those?
The what?
What is it? The LED T5 light bulbs or grow bulbs. Have you seen those?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Get a 4-foot,
yep,
just like a T5 bulb.
Yep.
But it's got the LEDs in it, man. Let me tell you, man, they hooked up a Hortilux T5 bulb, and they hooked one of those LED T5 bulbs up, and the LED T5 bulb blew the Hortilux away, bro. I mean, the brightness was like, I was shocked. I was shocked, man.
Absolutely. I actually, Costco actually recently had a deal where I'm at for $20. It was like I think they're 24-watt fixtures, but they're like 120 lumens per watt or some shit. And I'm running exactly the same wattage I was before with my T5 tubes, but my garage is so much more lit than it used to be. I never took measurements before and after, but I mean, they fucking shit on the fluorescent bulbs.
Oh, dude, they killed it, man. I mean, it was I literally, like the Hortilux, I could actually stand there and look at it, but the T5, that LED, dude, I had to actually turn my head. That's how bright it was.
Yeah, they're great fixtures. I'm a little skeptical about like the penetration of them. They're not going to be very bright from very far away as far as plant growing goes, but I've considered putting like 4 of them down in a veg area and just see how they do.
Right.
I wouldn't want to
yeah,
fly.
I'm really wanting to try one. I figured like if I was to get a 8 bulb fixture and put that in that 4x8, get 2 of them, man. I think do a T5 grow, man, just to see what I could do with that.
Yeah. Yeah. Plus, if you get the tubes, like the ones I got are like you can't replace them with a T5 bulb. They're just an LED fixture that looks like a T5 fixture. So it's like not a T5 fixture that you just put a bulb in. But yeah, if you had like an 8 T5 fixture that you replace with all LEDs, that would fucking shit on any T5 fixture out there.
Oh hell yeah, man!
Yeah, and I'm real excited actually about these Vero 29s, and then is that you, high guy, hooking shit up?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You told me about those citizens, so I'm gonna get some of those and test those out too.
Blunthum's the one who's told you about the citizens.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, definitely. I got some prices on those today, and they're pretty good. So yeah, I just need to come up with a price sheet, and I guess you guys pay me through PayPal or whatever, and keep me honest. You know.
Yeah, just let me know whatever you need, man. Just let me know what it is, man, and that's what's up.
Yeah. So you want a flower fixture or a veg fixture? Like, how thick do you want your canopy to be?
You think? What about one I could use in both?
Yeah, I mean,
let's say flower. I got shit for veg. Let's say flower. Yeah, flower would be good.
Okay, so yeah, I'd probably do a like a 5,500 or 6,500K 3590 build, or I don't know if Vero makes that high Kelvin temperature cobs, but then I'd supplement on the bottom end with 660 monos, or probably actually cobs, because I don't feel like hooking up that many diodes. But basically it would be this spectrum right here. Let me share my window here. 70-watt tube. It's got to be like close to this. This is actually an HPS spectrum here I took.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks something like this.
Oh hell yeah!
Where's the one? So this is actually my 110 watt. I could probably run a lot less red here. Fuck's my dog barking at? And I could probably run more blue over here. Actually, Grow Mouse suggested putting like a 2700K in here. That would raise the green quite a bit.
Yeah.
One of my dogs is barking at something, and they have never barked, so I'll be right back.
All right. Yo, man, look, hey, let me tell y'all something, man. Purple motherfucking haze is a trip, dog. This dude I had to mute my mic, man. This motherfucker's got my stomach fucking sore as fuck. I'm laughing so fucking hard. He's a straight nut, bro, for real. He's a nut, man. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh man, nut.
Oh god. GML. God damn it.
Right. And then Grandmaster Level just put Plant is a story going to end without you blowing sub. Oh my god, dude. The fucking chat is off the chain, dude.
Dude, like I said, chat had me fucking laughing my ass off tonight. It's great.
Man. Oh, that's what's up, man. You gotta love it, man. You gotta love it.
Yeah, I'll link up Photon's YouTube channel in the description afterwards. So like, check back tomorrow. Somebody was saying that all the links in the description are fucked up, but I'll fix all that.
Yeah, Plant Builder. That Plant Builder, he's a trip, man. I like Plant Builder, man. I like Plant Builder. He's a trip. I like that dude. That dude pretty cool. Man, I like everybody that we got, man. If you notice, dude, it don't matter how late we rock, man. We always got that same 40 loyal motherfuckers that be hanging out with us, bro. Straight up.
Yeah, shouts out to
Mad
all of them.
love to him, man. Mad love to the chat, man. Mad love to him. So Bada, he ain't saying much, but you know he lurking. I know you out there, bro. Shadow Warriors. Shadow Warriors actually a new one, man. He's actually, I think I've only seen him like maybe in the last 2 or 3 streams. He's been hanging in with us. That's what's up. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you some shit, man.
Word.
You know, when I did that cannabis pillow talk, to see Ziggyzation show up, dude, was a huge thing, man. That brother don't go on hardly nothing, man. And if he do, he don't comment. For him to even comment on the cannabis pillow talk, dude, was huge for me.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm back. So actually all these measurements were taken inside my tents at canopy level or like mid canopy level.
Yeah.
I think so if you look at the y-axis here, it's been adjusted quite a bit. So this one is right at 50, and this is a 270 watt veg panel I made. And this is actually the same one, just a different y-axis. But here is that red and blue fixture. Let's see if I got a picture of it here. Probably not. Oh, so it's this fixture right here. This red and blue one. It's got a crazy peak in the red. A lot of par U-moles. And this is at 16 inches too. So this is kind of shitting on stuff right now. I have no optics on it, so this should actually be a pretty wide spread too with this 540 U-moles here. I don't think I talked about this to anybody, but this is a spectroscope reading. It's just a qualitative way to kind of look at a spectrum and see what you got. It doesn't give you actually like intensity or anything, but it's like $6 on Amazon. So if you want to look at a spectrum, this right here is am I still screen sharing?
Yeah.
Okay. So this right here is the sunlight, right? So like that's kind of the spectrum we're trying to emulate. This is an HPS spectrum, so you can see the spectral emission lines. Pretty sharp, well-defined lines. Totally missing the green end of the spectrum, which we thought was a good idea until recently. There's a few papers coming out that say green light drives photosynthesis more than red and blue light when you have enough red and blue light. This is a warm white LED. This is a cool white LED, and this is a red and blue diode or cob. So you can see, you know, how everything works. The only one that focused actually on the numbers was the HPS. So we got 400 nanometers, 500, 600, 700. The HPS is noticeably missing things at 660 nanometers. The warm white LED does have quite a bit out there. And obviously this is a 660 nanometer LED. So, and that's kind of where the meat happens in the Cree action spectrum. So yeah, I mean, I can build you a light, whatever you want.
All right, that's what's up. Yep, that'll work, man.
Yeah, this was actually like my first tent setup right here. I think so this is 240 watts. Then I had a 600 watt HPS, a 400 watt LED tube, and this is like a 90 watt Mars Hydro knockoff or something. And yeah, I grew some fucking enormous nugs with these. I was measuring, this was before I had my spectroradiometer, but I was measuring like 100,000 lux at canopy level with this thing. But this 400 watt tube here, I was running 100 watt cobs with 100 watt power supplies on a tube that wasn't flat. So 3 of these actually got so hot that they melted the solder off of them, and the 4th one actually like cracked and blew up. But you know, that was the first one I learned, you know, or first one I made. There's a learning curve to it. This is one of my newer lights. I think it's it's a 300 watt. So each one of these 5x6 arrays is 200 watts apiece. Some people don't like running things in parallel, but I've never had a problem with it. So these are the 300 watt tubes I made. Basically just held them round at the end and then smashed the middle. So they're always kind of hitting on a tangent point, and I feel like that's a weakness as far as thermal management goes, but these never get above like 3 degrees above ambient temperature if you feel them.
You know, those are the ones that I saw. So what are you saying the wattage are on those? Because those are the ones I saw.
Yeah, these are 300 watts apiece.
Those are the ones that I saw, man.
Yeah, these are the ones I just flowered with. So each one of these little 5x6 arrays is 100 watts. Right here. So this is 100 watts. This is 100 watts. This is 100 watts. I actually had a buddy from work 3D print me like a mold to put these in. So I just like slap them in the mold and then put the thermal adhesive on the tube and then slap that on the tube, so it made it easier. And then these have the little tabs on the end. I don't know if there's probably like no good picture of that, but I didn't have to put any wires in between them. I just put them close enough, the little tabs on the end lined up, and I just soldered those together. So these were actually not too hard to put the LEDs on, but I only left myself 1/8 of an inch of clearance to put the power supplies in. What just happened? Oh. And fucking wiring up a power supply with 1/8 of an inch of clearance, and then you got to bolt that fucker in there is, I'm not doing that anymore. So that was just fucking such a pain in the ass. So this is my new design here. And this uses, I mean, you weren't here earlier, but Grow Mouse was actually the one that like called me out on using cheap LEDs, and I just didn't believe him. I just didn't believe him because I've read white papers that, you know, said the theoretical efficiency of LEDs was lower than what he was claiming, and I was like, no, you're full of shit. But then I bought my own CXB 3590s and proved myself wrong and started using them. But this is way easier to wire up. The power supplies are mounted to the back side of this plate right here, and then the LEDs are mounted to the front, and then that just slides in here, and then I've got this Lexan cover that goes over it. I had to make a little like crescent moon shape thing here because the reflectors wouldn't fit all the way inside the 4-inch tube. And then I use like some gasket, like 1/4-inch thick foam tape to seal everything up. And yeah, this thing's killing it right now. This is that Spectrum that you really liked. This guy. Yeah. So this is what it looks like when it's lit up. Looks pretty sweet. It's got the reds in between, and then these are only running at 20 watts a piece, and I have it over like a 4x3 area, and my plants are just taking off.
So I could pretty much stretch it in that 4x4 then.
Yeah, you could if you wanted to. I would definitely recommend probably some more wattage. I mean, this is only 110 watts, but I can make another one of these Vero 29 fixtures that would absolutely kill it in a 4x4 tent. Wookiee kind of called dibs on the first one, and I really haven't made up a price. I really haven't made up a price yet, unless you guys want to like start getting bidding war. But you know, I got to check and see how much those heat sinks cost me, and you know, my time for wiring it up and shit. But I guarantee they're going to be a lot less than any other company out there, and be competing with LEDs that are 1.5 to twice the wattage.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm actually really excited about that fixture.
Hell yeah, man. That's what's up. I can't wait. Man, because this next season I got coming up, man. The beans I'm popping on this next season, man. I'm so excited about that shit. I'm halfway wanting to dump my damn tent right now just so I can pop them.
I feel I got way too many clones and teenagers right now. Like, I don't even know what the fuck I'm going to do.
Oh, you and me both, man. I got so many clones. Then I still got to get that. I still got to hook up with Blunthumb and get them clones, man. I'm like, damn, bro. I'm like, man, I got so much shit I want to do. And not enough space to do it in, man.
That's everybody's problem, man. I feel you.
Yeah. I've been making slowly working on a grow room downstairs in my house. That's like, it'll be like 10 by 15 when it's done. And that's going to be like my serious flower room. And then I have another space that's like 4 by 12. And I'll be using that for like intermediate veg flower. And then I have my 2 4 by 8 tents. So I should be able to turn out quite a bit of experiments at least. You know, because I can have a different lighting setup in each room.
Right. Yeah, that's good, man.
Let's see what I got here.
I see my boy. I was on earlier, and I see my boy Jay Keefe. He jumped in. He was in the chat.
Yep.
That's what's up. He's got a nice Blunt. That'll be another cat, man, to talk to about no-till.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a nice little thing he's doing over his. I don't know if you hip to his channel or not, but
yeah,
he's got it. And then he's got some.
He was doing some good.
Oh
shit.
yeah, man! Did you see them predatory mites he's got down in the soil? He said they just showed up. He said he didn't even buy them.
The ones I have either. I got a ton. I got a ton too, and I never bought them.
Oh, do you? Yeah, the ones that supposed they eat up the gnat larvae and shit like that.
Yeah, they come in any beneficial, like any good worm castings or anything like that. Or
Yeah.
I sometimes will put soil outside for a season, bring it back in after that, and I'll have a lot of beneficials in it.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. Yeah, he got a nice little. He said he just started getting into the no-till, man. He hitting the ground running with it though.
So anybody, am I still screen sharing here?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is these are those 300 watt lights, and these are the measurements I took from them in the flower tent. You know, I bet this red spike is due to a different light. I wouldn't expect it to be like that. It probably smooths out somewhere in here, but you know, with some red help there, I'm running 628 U-moles at 14 inches, and these diodes are the shittiest diodes you can buy, because I just didn't know any better at the time. A CXB 3590 is 35% more efficient than these diodes at the same wattage. But you know, I thought it was interesting that this is the data I took with a $6 spectroscope, and this is the data I took with a $6,000 spectroradiometer. And they're, you know, the spectrum kind of disappears right here. That's the same dip. This isn't here in this picture, so
Right.
It drops off, you know, pretty. You know, there's not that much more data you can accumulate, but if anybody doesn't have one of these, it's a spectroscope off of Amazon, and it's just like this little black triangle you look through, and it has a diffraction grating, and that way you can get like an approximate spectrum at least, you know, of whatever you're looking at.
Right.
And yeah, so I think I showed you this earlier. I think it's a good tool to have for anybody. And I don't know if you were here for showing I've been running thermal flow simulations, trying to kind of figure out how that works again. This is a velocity simulation, so you can see how it slows down by the reflectors, and then this is where I'm going to put the heat sinks, where the red is, and the red's where the air's flowing the fastest. I've got these hooked up to a 12 or 14 inch fan that's hooked up to my carbon filter, and I clock the airspeed through here at 25 to 30 miles an hour, and that's at the slowest point because the cross section gets smaller, so it's probably going like 40 miles an hour through here. So I mean, it's fucking moving.
Oh, okay.
And that's how they stay cool. I mean, they run like 3 degrees above whatever the ambient temperature is in your tent. And then also you're sucking that heat out of your tent, so you don't have to cool it as much, you know?
Right, right.
And that was kind of my whole like philosophy behind the ducted LED design, is like, I've seen a lot of people switch from like a ducted HPS to LED, and then their humidity spikes when they switch to the LED, and then they have to run more AC, shit like that, because they were ducting the hot air out, and now they're just dissipating it into their environment. So, I mean, even though they're running less wattage and whatnot, it's still it's an efficient way to do it.
That's what's up, man. Like Blunt, man, I'm gonna turn this over to you, man.
Yeah.
I gotta get me some sleep. I just wanted to make sure I get in to see you guys, man, before I hit the sack.
Yeah,
shout out
Wookiee
to the
just
chat.
hopped in the chat asking, thought you were shutting it down an hour ago.
All right, man. You guys keep doing your thing, man. Shit, I'm all for you. I'm just tired as hell, man. I worked my ass off tonight, man.
I feel you.
Need to hit the sack.
Word.
But yeah, hey, but like I said, full time, man, you part of the squad as far as I'm concerned, man. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for being with us. I know you're gonna have some more great content coming up in the future shows, so you know, that's what's up.
Yeah, man, I look forward to it.
And Hi Guy, man, you was always part of the team. Hey, Hi Guy, what the hell you building over there, man?
Just wire some shit up. He's high.
It's a little
He
city.
is, man. Look at it. That's what's up, man. All right, fam. I'm gonna talk to all y'all later, man. I gotta get out.
All right, man.
Peace out, brother. All right, shit. I got some some fucking garden work to still do, and my shit goes off in like, so I gotta go take care of that. So we're officially shutting this down at the 6 hour mark.
Nobody's gonna watch this.
So yeah, fucking shouts out to people still watching. 36 people, everybody in chat.
You guys are awesome.
Real.
Fuck, my mic was muted.
Proud of you.
No, I was just saying goodbye to all my friends in chat. Sorry I wasn't talking tonight. I'll see you guys on a stream next couple of days, and we'll chop it up.
Yep.
Word up.
Glad to be a part of the crew now, guys. Fucking looking forward to it.
Word, love having you, man. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think we got.
We'll have the go ahead.
Damn, I forgot to. I was gonna show you guys how to calculate PPFD, or average PPFD.
All right, we'll take that up next week.
Yeah, I'll actually have that ready to show you guys. So,
word up.
It's not as straightforward.
Yeah, Tuesday is the Seed Junkies Anonymous stream. Wednesday will be Josh's organic stream, I do believe. I could be mistaken. I'm not entirely sure. If he's doing that, then we'll do an after show. If he's not doing that, then we'll do a normal organic show. Thursday will be Legal's Pillow Talk again. And then next Saturday, we're back here doing this shit again. So, word.
Yeah, you guys got a good schedule.
Yeah, man.
All right. Any last words?
No. Not everyone.
All right. Peace out.
Find shit to do too.